guys, thanks so much for joining for the grand finale of our marathon of sales. We are going to get through tonight. I know I was reading chat and you guys were cracking me up. I was reading chat before I went live, and I see that many of you who stayed late with me last night are also suffering the consequences of doing that. For me, it wasn't necessarily that what time it was when we ended. It was just the whole toll of the whole thing. But for some of you guys, it was like 1 o'clock in the morning. And so we did stay late last night and we did a little bit of a ledger marathon there at the end. Tonight, I don't know if we will stay late or not. I'll kind of leave that up to you guys and also myself as we get through the first 4 hours. Tonight is scheduled to be the finale, the grand finale. I saved a lot of the best things for last today, and if we need to add more time, we can discuss that towards the end. I don't know if we're going to. I don't know if I have it in me, and I don't know if you guys have it in you. We'll have to play that part by ear. But so tonight's the grand finale. We're going to do all that French lace today. I'm going to do a little quick drive-by here in the beginning to tease you guys with it. I will hold that towards closer to maybe 3/4 of the way through, just because we need to get through a whole lot of other things and I have no place to actually situate that yet, but we'll have to make some room as we go tonight. You'll have to speed up and catch up. Maybe it's going to be like that. Uh-oh. I don't know why it's been doing that lately. Hold on. Hold on. Maybe now it works better. It looks like it's more caught up now. Okay. Sometimes it just, I don't know, for whatever reason, the cameras aren't happy. I have no idea. But it looks like it's better on my side now. So I just kind of refreshed it. Sometimes if you guys are experiencing a lot of that, going out and coming back in will help fix that for you guys too. Awesome, guys. Thanks for letting me know that there was a little bit of a mouth mismatch there. So what I was saying is, the lace stuff is here. We've got all kinds of lacy Victorian goodness. I've got fashion magazines. We'll probably start doing some of that French fashion-y stuff, but the French lace, I'm going to do a drive-by show you, and then we're going to talk about that and do that a little bit later. We'll start doing some of it, but the big bulk of that will be done about 3/4 of the way through. We also have whatever else that I said we were going to do and didn't get to yet. I know that right now, when I was bringing things out of this room and bringing things into this room, we're probably a full day short of where I thought we would be at this point with moving through all of the things that I had scheduled for us. So I don't know what we'll do. Like I said, we'll talk about it towards the end, whether we add more time or not. And the last thing you need is more lag. I know. I know. Uh-oh. They gave you coffee instead of tea? Yes, please send me the coffee vibes. Although I did also have coffee today. In truth, there is no video yet today. I will post a video for today at some point tonight, hopefully before midnight, so it counts as today's video. And then it will be day 84, I believe. And then I will do a video tomorrow, but it will be later. I don't think I have back-to-back video filming in me tonight before midnight. So it will probably be, I'm just giving you some warning. If videos are a little bit late, just for the next day or two, don't stress out about it. If we are behind in videos, I will do double videos on some days in the future when things are more calmed down and slow. But just for y'all to know, today's video will air sometime late tonight. And then tomorrow's video will be more around probably when I get up in the morning, which will be around 8 or 9 a.m. my time, hopefully. Hopefully. It really, I don't know. It really, it really is hard at this point to be. So it's not hard to film the video when you're this exhausted necessarily, but it's hard to be creative with your brain when you are this physically fatigued. I know you guys are the best crowd ever and you are patient and you are all like understanding, and just thank you for that. Thank you. But I know some of you worry. Some people worry that they cannot find the video, and so, you know, I'm just trying to put you guys at ease. The video isn't out there for you to find because it's not filmed yet. I actually have zero idea of what I will make the next couple videos. Like I said, my brain is just tired. And so, you know, we'll figure it out. There'll be something amazing, but I don't know what it is going to be yet. Sometimes the very best ideas come when you're very tired and it's not like a pre-planned thing. So I really liked yesterday's video. It was just basically sat down and crafted something. And I'm like, but wait a minute. This is like an awesome thing. Like, I have a bunch of these digitals that are just laying around. I could just fold them in half, cut them like that, and a cute little thing. So anyway, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Hopefully these next couple work out. And then on Monday's video, I am planning the journal topper. I know you guys have been waiting for the journal topper. I should have Sunday off to myself to recover. Saturday is now cleaning out a bunch of storage containers at my dad's house, which after this week is probably going to kill me. I am bringing some help with me because he has storage containers that are full of my mom's stuff that need to be cleared out. So we're going to get help to do that on Saturday. Then on Sunday, I should have a day off to myself where hopefully I can recover to do that video for you guys for Monday for journal toppers. So yeah. So Joyce, I know you're requesting all this kind of stuff. It doesn't happen like that. And I'm just going to be 100% honest. The whole sale that I do right now, all ships together, all invoices together, and all ships with everyone else. I can't, and I think what you're asking for is what I'm already doing anyway. Everything, and I said this at the beginning of every live sale and at the end, everything during the super sale is one package. So no matter what you bought, no matter which day you bought it on, it's all coming all in one package on one invoice. Invoicing will be late next week. So not this weekend, not tomorrow. It'll be late next Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and even maybe into Monday, Tuesday of the week after that. It just takes me a very long time to process all of this extra stuff. And keep in mind that every time, like if I bring something and I have 25 of them and we sell out of the 25 of them, sometimes you guys, there's like 30 people and I know I could make more and I don't want to disappoint people. So then I say I will make more. All of that stuff still has to be made. So that's why I'm saying give me the whole next week. And if it takes longer than that, just be patient and know that your stuff has not been forgotten about. It's just taking longer. If you are new shopping here, all of the instructions of how to purchase. So first of all, new buyers are always welcome. At any point in time, anyone, I don't have to know you. You just come, you sign up, you do it. It's good to go. So to register, whatever you want to call it, to get ready to purchase, the instructions are in the description box below the video. It's basically all you need to do is send me your information in an email. The email address for me is listed in that description box. Everyone here in chat can help you figure that kind of stuff out. If you have any questions, put it in all caps and type it into chat. Either I will see it or they will see it and help you out. Everyone's new at some point, right? So no question is, I don't want to say stupid, but there is, every question is a valid question. If you have a question, more than likely someone else is also having the same question or a similar question. So if you have questions, type them in. Don't worry about, all that kind of stuff. Either I or someone else in chat will help you. And then, if you have a question at the end and I still haven't gotten to it or something, you guys are good about putting up stop signs and all that kind of stuff. And then if you have a question at the very end and I still didn't get it, just make sure you're using all caps and telling me the question again and again, and hopefully I will get to it. I've said this a couple times too. So once you get your invoice at the end of next week or, the week after, the beginning of the week after that, your invoice is due, you pay your invoice, it comes to your email inbox. That's how you're invoiced. I accept all major payment methods with the exception of PayPal. I don't consider PayPal a major payment method anyway, but I don't take PayPal. I invoice you to your email. You open the email up, you see your invoice, it's itemized invoicing. It shows every single item that you paid or that you bought. You click the pay button. You enter your payment stuff. I don't ever see any of that. It's all done through Square, which is a secure, real bank. They're FDIC insured. No problem ever with Square. I don't see any of your information. That is all done within Square. Square tells me you paid your invoice and your stuff ships. Your tracking numbers are sent to you at the same time that you get your invoice. So at the time I invoice you, I already pack and ship all of your stuff to you. It stays here with me until Square tells me you paid your invoice. Yes, it will take a while, a week or so. So all of next week, I will be working on it. Some of you will be a faster invoice than others, so it just depends on a lot of different things. If you're brand new, this is the first time you've ever shopped with me, make sure that you're reading those instructions, make sure that you're following those instructions. If you're using a fake name, user ID, screen name, whatever, make sure you are putting that in the subject line of your email. If when I go to invoice you, I cannot find your information because either you didn't send it, I didn't get it, emails didn't communicate well together, your name that you're emailing me from is not the name that you purchased things under, you get bumped to the bottom of the list. And when I go back through and try to do corrections and spend half an hour finding somebody, that's when your stuff is dealt with. So if your invoice is taking a real long time, meaning at the end of next week, so a week from Sunday, you still don't have an invoice, then send me your information again and say, hey, I still didn't get an invoice. Here's my information again. More than likely, if you've done it twice, hopefully at that point, I will be able to find your email and send your invoice and all that kind of stuff. So for new people, you just got to hang tight. Send your information, double check, make sure that everything that I said in the instructions is included in that email. If it is, you should be good to go. If you don't have an invoice a week from Sunday, then send it again, and more than likely I will get in touch with you. If there is a list of people, the next live sale I have after that, I will call your name out and say, hey, I'm looking for your information. So if you come to the live sales every Tuesday, because we do this, normally it's just a Tuesday live sale. This week is special because it's a super sale. But that following Tuesday, I will call out the list of names of people I am looking for their information for. And at that point, that's your last warning. If you didn't send the information or whatever, you're here, you can type in chat and say, hey, I sent it, but then maybe you forgot the number 1 in my email address or something like that. We can work it out. I'm flexible. I'm patient, as long as you guys are also flexible and patient. Okay, Catherine, let me look. I have not looked for anybody's emails with information. At that, I don't, you gotta understand, at 50 plus new buyers per day for a super sale, it is impossible for me to spend the time to do the emails right now. I will, but just follow the procedure. If you do not have an invoice by not this Sunday, a following Sunday after that, so about 10 days from now, if you still don't have an invoice, at that point, you'll need to send your information again. And then if you do not receive an invoice, more than likely the following Tuesday, I will be reading your name on screen or on camera. And all I will say is I just didn't get your information. I don't give out, you didn't pay your bill. That's not the kind of person I am. I just say I'm still looking for information from you. If you are here, then we can talk and make sure that we've got the address correct and all that kind of stuff. I'm not that kind of person. I've been to sales before where somebody just reads out a list of all the people who didn't pay them and how much money they owe them, and they're really crappy about it, and that is not who I am. That's not how I want to be. So it's not about that kind of stuff. Things happen, right? Like emails, sometimes they go to spam folders or whatever. I don't see it through mine. My stuff usually comes because I have one dedicated email that we use for this purpose. So mostly it's people either misspelling something or mistyping something or forgetting the number 1, etc. Was that the only question? Because I didn't see Catherine's question. How long? I just answered that one. Yes, you still have room. Well, I haven't put everything in for this week. So you had room. I don't know where you will be at the end. I have not sorted everybody's stuff yet. I have started, but I have not sorted everybody's stuff yet. So I do not know if you have room, but you did a while back. Just instead of telling me you asked a question, just ask it again, because I have to go searching for it. You know what I mean? Like chat is going really fast right now. So if you don't get an answer, just copy and paste your question again or type it again. Daniel, I'm not sure where your question is. I'm looking for an all caps question. You cannot ask to hold your shipment. All shipments ship unless you're international. And the next kit we have is the kit that comes out mid-April, and that's the May kit. If you are international, I can hold your box open. If you're within the US, there's no option for holding at this point. Super sales need to process. It's too much stuff for me to hold, and it's just it's impossible to decide. So here's what happens is some people ask to be shipped, some people don't. Some people say ship me today, ship me tomorrow, ship me in 3 days. It's just too much when we have this much stuff and this many people. So everything ships this time. I'm looking for a question from Daniel. Apple Pay, I think you can pay through Square that way. I'm not sure. I don't know. However you normally pay for things online, Square has a lot of those payment options. Daniel, I don't see it. Let me see. Of course we will start another box. Yes, of course. If your box is full and you have a few items left over and you are international, I will talk to you about it so we can decide what things you want in this box before we leave some things for next time. If you are within the US, whatever you have ships. If it takes 2 or 3 packages, that's what it takes. Normally, I use pirate ship, and I am very cautious about spending your guys' money on shipping. I spend a lot of time on my side packing your stuff and shipping it the most economical way possible. I don't like to say the cheapest way because sometimes the cheapest way is not the best for the items that are being shipped. Sometimes the cheapest way might be cheaper by $1 or $2, but it also takes longer and it is a rougher handling, like media mail. Sometimes if it's a very expensive book, I don't like to ship them media mail because media mail is a rougher handled. It's like the lowest mail class and it is handled rougher. I'm not not throwing anyone under the bus. I'm just saying it's not priority mail where it's, it spends more time in the system when it is media mail, which is more handling, more running through machines, conveyor belts, whatever. I still don't see a question from Daniel. I do my best and spend way too much time, honestly, stressing about packing and shipping. I know that I could spend less time, but I like to do it right. So that's how that happens. Daniel, if you have a question, just type it in again. I'm sorry. I think maybe you emailed me a question. I do remember seeing a question about something that you might have emailed me. If you've asked anything in email, just know that I may have glanced at it, but I have not responded to anybody's emails and probably won't for several more days. Okay. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's hard to scroll through all of your chat there to look for questions. Anyway, with all of that being said, let's go ahead and get started for tonight. If there's more questions about general stuff, about things between you and I, not group as a whole, save them to the end, and I will leave time at the very end to answer those. However, it may be a late night before we do that. You can always reach out an email again, but just know I haven't looked at it, so I will answer once I get to that point. Hello, hello. Okay, guys. So I know we have a lot of people here tonight. Thank you so much for joining. I'm going to switch the camera down. I'm going to run through the preview of the French lace because a lot of people are here. They may not like it. I'm teasing because I know you're all going to like it, but let's do it. Okay. It just takes it takes a long time to get through everybody's questions, right? Okay, so this is the box that I'm keeping the lace in. It's one of 2 of these. So if you look at the bottom, it says this is a French dress box, and so this it's a very large box. So imagine like the big formal dresses or whatever, they came packed in these huge boxes, like in the movies, you'd see their packages get delivered, whatever. So this is, I guess, the name of the store. And what I thought was interesting is it says it's Victor Hugo Designs, which is cute. And it's from Bordeaux. I think you guys can see it. And it's, look at these little pictures. So this is like the dress store. This is a Victorian era dress shop. It's a super cute box, but as cute as the box is, and just so you know, the box is at least like 26 inches by 16 or 18 inches. It's a big box. Very big box. J Mac. Happy birthday, J Mac. I'm just going to call it out right there. Happy birthday, J Mac. Okay, here we go. This is what is in this box. And it is one of two boxes. So we're gonna run by this and just give you guys a little look, and then we will sell these things later on, about 3/4 of the way through the sale or thereabouts. So in about 3 hours, we'll run through this stuff. In there is skinny little lace samples. There's thick lace samples. There's eyelet. This is all French lace. These are all French lace samples. Lots of them have tags. Some of the eyelet and cotton ones have the stamped pattern number on them. And then there's applique kind of lace. There's all different kinds in here. There's, these are samples. So these are not cut off of people's clothes. This is not stuff where, it's been recycled. This is lace samples only. Everything in this box is a lace sample. So this one has a little faint lace little sample number here. All of this is lace samples. I didn't take these out of a book. These were available from a lace factory that closed, and this was their inventory that they had of all of these different kinds of lace. And so you can see there's a bunch of the eyelet kind here. And we'll look more at this, closer as the night goes on. There's different sizes. Some is very, very small. Some is very large. It just depends on what individual, piece you're looking at. There's all different colors of neutral. So there's some pinky ones, a blush color. There's the nude color, all different kinds of colors, all different kinds of lace. But it goes, this is a very big, deep box. So you can see it just goes and goes and goes. Some of them are so big that they're folded over in there. And I have 2 boxes of this. This stuff was not inexpensive. In fact, I think you guys know it was probably very expensive. On this side, there's more of this kind. I don't know. It's just, you guys see what it is. It's just all different kinds. So we're going to do this in about 3 hours. But before that, we've got lots of things that go with this. It is beautiful. I love it too. And I'm actually going to use some. So not all of it has like a little label on it. I'm going to save some and use it in junk journals. Okay. So you can use it. There's skinny, there's wide, there's every different kind of thing, all of that. So let's start here. And we're going to start looking at some of the sample books. So those were individual lace samples. Now we're going to look at some lace samples and trim sample books that I have. I'll make myself a little room here. Okay. Yeah, sometimes people are just not, I'm not even going to say it. Don't wait. It's fine. Let's let Daniel go. It's fine. They know how to reach out to me. It's all good. They're being distracting right now. Sometimes it's on purpose, sometimes it's not. Let it go. Yeah, sometimes they're being distracting on purpose, guys. So don't I'm not going to say that they are for sure, but more than likely it's just to distract you guys because of whatever reason. So let's just go ahead and move past that. Daniel, you can reach out to me in email. That's where we're going to leave that. Okay, moving on. If I need to put somebody away from the channel, then let's do that, but we're not going to continue this. Hang on just a second, guys. Yep, everyone just let it go. They know how to reach out to me. It's all good. You guys have to understand, some people come here, and I'm not saying Daniel is, but some people come here, and we've had this happen on the channel before. It is meant to distract you and keep you all focused away from what I'm trying to focus on here. I'm not saying that's what's happening, but sometimes it does. So let's let it go and move on. So here is a lace sample book. So the lace samples that I just showed you were from a factory where they were never in a book, but they're the kind that they go and they put into the books of them. So let's just go ahead and move forward with this. This is a lace sample book. It's all good. We're all good. Everybody's good. We're moving on. End of it. You can see it's a very beautiful lace sample book. I'm going to measure it. You guys have seen this one before. This is not one of the massive lace sample books that we had on the channel before. Most of you guys haven't seen those, but I will bring them out again eventually. This book is 9.5 by 14.5. 9.5 by 14.5. I'm going to slide it over. And this book is a lace sample book. It has the little label up here. This book is from 1904. And again, you see the lace samples, they're very, very similar to the ones I just showed you in my big box. But these ones, the factory made up these lace sample books where people could order based off of a pattern number. Some of the books were more for the factory themselves to keep track of what lace patterns they were. So it's okay. I'm going to fix my camera here in just a second, but these guys are all pasted in. You can remove them most of the time if you want to remove these, just a little bit of dampness, even pressing like a damp washcloth over the top of this will loosen that glue. Most of the glue is usually like a flour-based paste glue, and it does come off very easily. I can't guarantee you because I have not removed them, but you can see that some have been, they fell off, they've been removed. I don't know what the case is. But anyway, it starts out with some little small ones here. Then it goes to wider laces. I'm going to fix the camera. Watch your eyes. There we go. And then we go to wider still. There's a different kind of a little label here. It looks like it says it says it's an Aussie sample. Maybe it was made in Australia, or maybe I'm not really sure there. I haven't actually seen that before. But anyway, this book is full of lace samples. And as we go through, it gets kind of fancier and fancier. The camera's just going to keep doing that. Beautiful, beautiful. And so this book is going to be sold whole, intact, all together. You get every single thing that is in here. See, this one has a different little label. Some of them are double labeled. All different kinds. Like this is the bobbin lace looking lace on these pages. There's really, really nice patterns and different sizes per pattern. This is really good condition. Yeah, some of it you can see there is a mark here or there, like something has gone here. I don't know if somebody knocked over some wine. I don't know what happened, but 99% of these I think are fine. Obviously, they might be a little dingy or whatever. It was made in 1901, so we're talking about 124 years that this has been around. And you can tell if this was 1901, that lace I have in the box is very similar to this. It may be made a little later. And you've got some very wide. So I'm just going to flip through this really quickly at this point. And keep in mind that this book is longer, so not particularly on this page you can see all 5 samples, but on some of the pages you don't get to see every little sample that's in here. But from what I'm seeing, almost every single one will have that little label at the top, and they're not all pasted down. Like this was pasted, but you can remove it quite simply. So I'm thinking these are going to come out. If you want them out, they're going to come out. I think it's beautiful in the book. This whole page, either somebody removed them or they're out. Sometimes when the manufacturer retired the lace pattern and they were no longer making it, they removed it. This guy here, he's come out all on his own. And you got to remember, like, pasting in a lace would be kind of difficult. I'm going to try to fix the camera again. It doesn't like the blue on the book, on the pages, so it keeps self-adjusting. But, and again, this is one of the ones where I got to kind of scoot it. And as we get back through here, you get these different kinds. These are more the three-dimensional applique kind of lace. You do have some black lace. This one came undone. If you're wanting to, keep this as an intact book, you can come in with a little water flower paste and paste some of these back together and make them look brand new again. Maybe you want to take them out and gently wash them and then put them back. I don't know. On the purple pages, you have all black lace. So everything before this was white and cream. And then you've got purple pages and navy blue pages with black laces. And see, the camera just wants to keep making everything super orange. Look at how orange the desk is. Watch. It's just what it is, right? Okay, so it's a big book of French lace samples. These are all, this book is from France. These are all French lace samples. I am going to offer the book as a whole book of lace, a whole book of lace. We'll just kind of leave it there, a random page. Well, I do have I think there's 3 or 4 other ones, which are very, very, very fat books, and they have like 1,000 lace samples per book in them. I don't know how many are individual lace samples in this book, but the other books are ginormous, and I'm like, no joke, I paid thousands and thousands, many thousands of dollars for those. So those ones I can't get to tonight. We won't do them, but this is like a mini, more affordable version of those other ones that I have. So yes, this is definitely, it's not inexpensive. It wasn't inexpensive for me to get. It's definitely something that there's probably, it has to find the right home. It has to find someone who absolutely loves lace, who loves French lace, who maybe they want to scan the pages and turn them into a digital or something like that. But I don't know that you guys are going to take these out and use them. I have ones that are not in a book for you guys to use. So there's that kind of consideration too. Anyway, without all of that, let's get this guy in here. This is an antique French lace sample book. He is going to be, I'm going to price him at $1,400. I know that's not inexpensive, but if you guys keep in mind, it's 124 years old. They all have their little samples on. They all have beautiful pages. The pages have gold. Like, this was not a cheap book. It was not a cheap book. So keep that in mind when we go through and do it. That's what it is. So, okay, he's going in right now. He may or may not find a home. If he doesn't find a home, I'm just keeping him. He's too beautiful. I can't take the pages out. We've talked about it before. I cannot take the pages out of it. But there's a lot of pages in there, and the pages are cardstock, so they're thick. So that's what he is. I had to throw him out there. I just had to try and see what, if somebody wants him, then they do. If they don't, he can stay. You have seen him once before. Yep, you have. And so let's go ahead and move on to sample books. So these first things I'm offering, these are very hard to find. Very hard. Very hard. So I have 2 of these. These are trim sample books. Trim sample books. I have a red and a green. From what I understand, they are nearly identical. I'm not sure if we looked once before or whatever, but I think we have seen them once before, but I don't know if they're the same or not all the way through. So they're lace sample or trim sample books. They close together like this with their little snap. The snaps still work. And then the pages, they're double-sided, and there's trim on both sides. So as we go through, We're kind of looking at the back right now. We're going to start here in the front. So these are all double-sided pages, meaning after we go this way, we also have to go back through the other way. So we start off here with the French laundry numbers. So initials, this is the company that made all of that. And so these are all just little samples. All just little samples. I have seen the French lace sample books sell for $10,000 or $20,000. It depends on whether it comes from a specific factory. It depends on lots of different things, what kind of lace, all that kind of stuff. I don't know where that one came from. It does have some company information. I didn't do any research. I don't have time to do all of that. But anyway, this is the sample of trim. This is this section. And then when we get to the back, it then goes this way. So it's kind of a Z fold. All of the ones back here are not the ones we just looked at. It's a completely different set. There's two of these. Again, this is more a collector, someone who absolutely loves slow stitching, fabric collage, lace, whatever, fabric, that kind of thing. These are French ones. You can see all of these different kinds of beautiful trims. And this is the last page here. So all of that. And then the other one is nearly identical. I'll pop this one open. It starts here. Nearly identical. I'm going to do A and B. Ooh, I just pulled that one up. A and B. A and B. It can glue down. It's fine. There's that. And that. And that. And we go back this way. I skipped a page. Here. They do look like they are slightly different. Here. Yep, they are different. And see how this one is already come undone. Again, gluing. There we go. And there we go. That's really the only damage I saw on either of them, other than the occasional spot, whatever. So these probably were like traveling salesman sample books where maybe they took them around and they were selling, you know, the trim and everything else that's in here. All of the patterns are numbered, well, for the most part. Even these right here, these are like, this is the pattern number, or this is the design pattern number and design number, something like that. So we're going to do these. These guys, let's do the green one as A and the red one as B. And I didn't measure these. I will quickly give you that, just so you know. 5 inches wide by 10 inches tall. And we're going to go, these are, I'm still thinking about Daniel's question. Antique French sample trim book. And we're going to do these today at $2.75. You get to choose which one you want at $2.75. And the other thing I was thinking about Daniel's question is maybe his question contains a blocked word. And so if he's asking if it's a real question, if he's asking a question and it contains a word that either has been blocked by me or blocked by YouTube, it will not let his comment go through. So again, Daniel, just reach out to me and send me a message in email and I will get back to you. I know we have several sample books, guys, several beautiful things. If it's nothing other than us like looking window shopping together, that's all good too. It's totally fun to get these out and look at them again because it's been a while since I saw them the first time. So I enjoy it just like you guys enjoy looking at it. You know, I get that it's not for everyone. It's a special, you know, collector kind of a person. I get it. Okay, so Tracy is going to, it looks like, going to claim that first one, the A. Tracy's claiming the A. Yeah, if you do take it apart, it is kind of an interesting journal cover, right? Like we could replicate this with some snaps for the tall, skinny, like journal. It's almost like a lap book because it kind of flips. It doesn't have the 2 sections, but similar. Okay, Tracy, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my gosh, Amy. Trust me, I don't think you would be happy that way either. It will stay intact. That's awesome. That's awesome. I love that. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, so let's move on and let's get a couple more sample-y things done, and then we'll come back. We'll circle back through. This guy I didn't even really look at when he came. He's a big book of samples. Big book of samples. 15 inches by 11 and a quarter. 15 by 11 and a quarter. This is a much larger sample book and different. So right in the front, we have this, and it's this silk rooster with the sun behind him. And there's some interesting thread work in there. And we have this right here. It's kind of showing different dress styles throughout the years. We've got 1804 here, and it ends in 1954. So that tells us that this was at least after 1954, even though it looks very old. I don't know anything about this. I have no idea. Maybe this was like a handkerchief or something. I don't know. It has a little sticker here. It doesn't tell me anything. It was just in the front cover of this book. So after this, we get to this. Let's slide this down. We get to this part. It's a little folded up and wrinkled here, and I think it's just telling us the pattern numbers and kind of like an index, right? You can see the binding is loose here because these pages are really heavy. And we get to here. And so I'm going to slide it up. And so you've got Louis the 16th, Louis the 16th. That took a long time. Louis the 16th kind of tapestry fabric samples. I'm going to keep it down where you guys, I know you can't see the whole thing, but these are cardstock card pages. And so you've got more tapestry here, tapestry here, and it's not really tapestry. I don't really, damask fabric. I'm not calling it the right thing. All of these are absolutely beautiful. These guys here, I love these. These, I mean, I would call those tapestry. They're so pretty. This guy's just wrinkly. I don't know if you can see them. So pretty. And then here, and I'm going to speed it up just a little bit, but look at this page. We all love this. Don't you wish we could find like bunches and bunches? Bunches and bunches. And then we've got here, and here, and here. This one down here with these florals. I love that. So it shows you the overall pattern, and then it shows you what other colors it was available in. And now we're getting into like the trim section, but it's not really for trim. It is fabric sample, and it's mattress tickings. So these were mattress tickings over here, not always, but a lot. And in the rest of the book, there is a lot of mattress tickings. These right here, it's showing you the pattern. This is pasted in, but it is a print that's pasted in. And it's showing you the overall pattern that you could order. And then these were the little samples. This one did not have any fabric samples here. They're down here. So because you can't really make out what the pattern is, it's showing you the overall pattern. So for these guys right here, I would love to turn these into embossing folders. Same over here. Turn these into embossing folders. Don't they look like they would be amazing embossing folder designs? Yeah, getting the vapors. Exactly. Just you wait, because if you didn't get the vapors yet, you're gonna. Okay. Then there's this here. This is definitely a thicker tapestry. It feels like needlepoint. It feels like hand-done needlepoint. They're calling them tapestries. Again, with the embossing folders. Can you guys imagine? Like, oh my. And here's a sample of it down here. And then we get to here. And I'm just going to speed it up a little bit because I could sit here and talk to you guys about these things for forever. These are velvets. Velvets over here. That's why they look a little weird. It's because it's a velvet fabric. These are all velvets. All, and they're like, you know, they're crushed because these ones were up against them for hundreds of years, but they're velvets. And then there, and then here. Oh, I skipped a page. All of these, all of these, all of these, and then back here, you've got these. Super cute, super cute. I love that. This is like almost like your bark cloth. It feels and kind of reminds me of bark cloth. You know, bark cloth. Here we've got your toiles. And these are thick woven toile fabrics. They're gorgeous. The toiles are always my favorites. Okay, here again, absolutely loving over all of these. Loving over that. And then we got back here. And then there's another little paper pattern number, whatever, here. Here's the labels for the tapestry, the thread. So like for weaving or sewing, I think this is more thread sewing. This is a sample of like the label that would go on the end of the thread. And then these are all the thread colors. So this part right here alone would be worth a significant amount of money, not including all of those other things we just looked at. Then there are trim samples down here, and they have like little roughly edged tops and bottoms. It's like a little fringe at the bottom and a little scallop lacy top. I don't know if you guys can see it, but it is amazing. You'll see it. You'll see it eventually. It's like, what is that Christmas movie where the girl's eyes are frozen and her mom or dad says she'll see it when her eyes are not frozen? Yeah, it's like that. So I think you guys can see these are all trims, little tassely, fringy trims. And then down here you've got ribbon. All of these ribbons, all of these ribbons. So this book has everything in it. Fabric, thread, ribbon, trim, velvets, everything. This guy right here is loose. Looks like a couple other ones did come off. Again, all of the tassels, all of that. This is more of like your basic ribbons, like the seam binding that we use today. This is like seam binding. Then we have the metal laces. These are actually made with metal. They're heavy. You can feel they actually have metal in them. In those super large lace sample books that I didn't show you tonight, there is a whole big bunch of the metallic lace. Super, super nice, rare stuff. And then this is the last page. And you've got all of these down here. And then one little part here, and I'm trying not to crumple that up. And that was that sample book. Now, I'm leaving that rooster thing in there. It was in there when I got it, and I'm just leaving it in there. But the back part of this has feet on it. It has these metal feet so that it doesn't scratch up your desk. I don't know. It just protects it and keeps it up there. You can see that the edge over here, someone has tried to repair that because it is coming undone. But there's that. I don't think the cover is that whatever. It's nice, but what's inside of it is extra nice. So we're going to offer this one now. If I just had a whole person to scan things for us, that would be amazing. Okay, let's get this one in. I'm just going to call it French fabric. I don't know. You guys saw there's a whole bunch of different things in there. Fabric sample book. Obviously, you know, he's on the higher end. He's super, super fancy. Not everything I have tonight is on the higher end, but we're just getting through this stuff now. And later on, we'll have there is other trim that is on little sample cards that is much less expensive. I'll be honest and say that. And some of it looks very similar to what's in here. But let's go ahead and get this guy in. And I'm going to ask $1,000 for him. So if somebody wants him, he's $1,000, and there was plenty of stuff in there for $1,000. I'm not joking when I say the thread sample alone with all the different colors of thread and the labels that go at the end caps, that is valuable. Definitely valuable. I mean, I can't say it's my favorite. There's too many favorites. The velvets, the toiles, all of that kind of stuff. I just can't. I can't. So anyway, I'm going to set him to the side. If anyone comes in for other things, it looks like he found a home. If anyone comes in for any of the other things that I just ran through, like sample books or larger ledgers, if it's something that is definitely easy for me to pick up and put into your box or whatever, we can do that after the fact. I numbered some ledgers that were left over from last night. If it's something like that, I can add it to an invoice. But if it's something where I have to go and make another pack of paper, or I have to go cut like ribbon or something like that, then it is too hard to do. But for larger items like this, obviously I know where this book is and I can go grab it. Okay, Diana, he is yours. Thank you so much. I'm going to be sad about that, but at least I know where he is if I ever want to visit him. Thank you. Thank you. And I don't mean to say it like that, but I think you understand. He is definitely special. Okay, so he needs to find a home so that I can get to the next one that's underneath of him. Okay, so now we're going to look at this one. This one, obviously, come anytime. Don't tempt me. Sunny weather. I know I have sunny here too, but at least I'm accustomed to the sun, right? So this guy, he is an alligator, like crocodile pattern cover. I'm going to flip him like this so you guys can see him without the glare. So that's him. That's his spine. That's his back. It's really a pretty book. Overall, he measures 10 1/4 by 13 1/4. And again, he looks like this in real life, but with glare, he looks like this. Let's get him opened. And so he looks like he's maybe from the same factory as the last one, but he doesn't have, like, the last one was very frilly and girly and pretty. This one is more utilitarian. So the samples in here are definitely more your mattress tickings and all that kind of stuff. He has all of this folded up paper information here in the front. Several pieces of that. And this. And now we get to this. And so this is what I mean by more utilitarian. You've got your, I'm trying to get stuff propped up there. Okay. So he's got your, I want to call this tablecloth, but you guys know what this is. These ones are like, I don't know, they have like a little thread pattern in them. I think you guys are seeing them. Down here at the bottom, we just have all of your basic fabrics. So there's different creams and wovens and whites and all of that. I'm going to try to position him where you can see as much as you can. And then we get into some photos of the actual factories and stores. And I think that's awesome to see all of that. Little history of it all. And now you get into the utilitarian fabrics. We have all seen this done as a reproduction French fabric. It is amazing. I love it. All of these. This is, I mean, as pretty as that last one was, this is equally pretty, but in a different way, right? And these are wovens. And I know you guys aren't going to pick it up on camera, but these are wovens. So think of the hemp fabric that Rachel likes to use. It has a definite tooth and feel to it like that. All of this, again, your utilitarian fabrics. There are ones down here at the bottom also. Happy birthday, Diana. Awesome. When was your birthday, Diana? You share it today? Ooh, you have bedrooms empty. Well, Diana, stick with me. I will help you fill up those bedrooms. All of my spare bedrooms are also full now of stuff. I need other people's bedrooms to fill up now. Okay, so back to utilitarian, mattress ticking, tablecloths, table runners, feed sack kind of look, grain sack, not feed sack, grain sack kind of look. Some of them are in red, some are multicolor, and some are in blue. And that's what's in this book, basically. It's all different patterns, and every little different kind of a stripe was used for different kinds of things. These ones are flip up fabric sample there. And we just go through like this. I love these striped fabrics. Love, love them. And then we've got this one, and it folds out again. So this whole page folded out again, and you've got more samples there, and it goes like this. Another beautiful picture from inside of their warehouse. So pretty. I love it when it's got stamping and printing on the little sample. And then all of these. And then those pretty sunny colors. And I mean, when it's flipped up like this, it allows you to really feel and appreciate the weaving of it. More information, and you get to larger samples. Some green over here, and it's not as dark as it looks. It's more like this, but it's green. There's a little half page here. More utilitarian. It's creamy colors. So if you wanted to have some things made in these patterns, hint, hint, it would be awesome. Okay, these guys here, it's very fine netting, very fine, just little weave. I believe it's for, I don't want to guess. I think this might have been for some type of needlework or something, maybe. It's gauze, like gauzy fabric. I don't know. Anyway, that's the end of it. More sample or pictures of their factories and their warehouses and their stores. And that's the end of the book. So all in all, you have a bunch of utilitarian fabrics in here. Lots of this was used as mattress ticking in France. You can still occasionally find a nice big piece of this mattress ticking covering fabric. Lots of tablecloths and towelings, and you know, like we've all seen the napkins in France and stuff like that, the kitchen towels, all of that. So not as big of a sample book as last time and not as fancy, but still equally pretty in a different way. I'm going to see if I can get the glare. No, I can't, but we're going to type it in. So Antique French sample book. This one is more fabric, and we're going to do this one. He is pretty amazing. I'm going to do him at 450, and there's him. 450, and I think for maybe someone who's more into like the industrial and the Tim Holtz kind of looking things, just that as a digital. I love the numbers. You could cut them apart, but I don't know that I think I would just scan this and then use the scans or turn it into a digital because it's too pretty. It's just too pretty to use. Like I wouldn't want to remove it and tear it up, but it's super pretty. So you could buy it, you could scan it, and then, you know, you could have it for all of eternity to drool over and feel. The antique French fabrics are very, very spendy. So there's that. We did it. Yes, yes, Melissa. We're on the same page with that. We are. Okay, so we did that one. I'm just running out of space over here. Next up, we have this. This comes as one gigantic offering. Oh, yeah, it was heavy. Yes, it was. So this is one gigantic offering. It comes with pictures. This man more than likely had some kind of a school for boys where they learned how to work in a textile or fabric company. I don't know if this is connected to those other books that we just saw or not. It has, you know, obviously a beautiful big picture. The boys don't look all that happy. They may have been, you know, you got to keep in mind things were different then. They may have been maybe orphans. I don't know, but maybe they were orphans and they, you know, were here because he would house them and he would feed them, but they also had to learn how to do this textile weaving. There are several pictures like this. Here's another one. So something like that. because these came with this. This is a gigantic pile of textile sample weaving, instruction, all of that kind of stuff. These pages, those photos were ginormous. These pages are ginormous. They're 12.5 by 15 inches. It is all handwritten French. They were wearing beautiful coats. So these pages are all handwritten French. I mean, it's on graph paper, but it's on very thick graph paper, and it's all handwritten. So if you just want it for handwriting, that's fine too. But there are, you know, there's ephemera pinned in there. And then you get to some samples of some threads. It is about textile making. I believe it is instructions on textile making. And so these are loose folios that all come together. So as we go through, this is teaching you how to wind the thread onto like a bobbin or a spool. This is the how to set up the machines for weaving the individual patterns. This has samples of the silk material. This is silk material, I believe, is super, super soft, and more textile weaving information. All of this would be amazing scanned, but you know, I can't do it. It's just too much time. Look at how this black silk over here offset right here. The dye that they were using to dye things black at the time, including ink, it did offset a lot, but there's lots and lots of fabric samples, and these are all silk samples. Silk ribbons, jacquard ribbons are in here at some point. We're skipping some pages. So just so you know, there are samples on both and instruction for pattern on both. And I think these alone are very, very cool. I think this would make a great digital, but who's going to do it? I don't know. Maybe if it stays here for 15 years, I'll have time. But anyway, we're going to go speed mode through here because that's what this whole entire book is samples and weaving instruction. Samples, weaving instruction. I skipped a big old section there. More and more, and I'm going to skip gigantic sections because it just keeps going. There's still fabric samples here, weaving instruction. There's a different kind of a fabric sample that's polka dot. Beautiful one here. This one is more velvety feeling. I'm going to slide us over just a little bit so you guys can see more. I've skipped a big section. This is woven again. So some of these look like very similar to what was in those other books. I mean, look at that. The patterns, I think, are amazing. That was velvet. So I don't know, if you were learning how to do this, it's basically like all of the patterns and instruction for how to do it. There is some couple blank pages there in between other things where it's showing you a diagram of the machine and how to set up the little punch cards, the thread cards, more patterns over there. And it's not bound, it is all loose folios. So you can take these apart and use them or scan them without having to tear up a book that was permanent. You know what I mean? I like the fact that it is not bound. This one is beautiful. It's not showing up as it really is, but it is beautiful. And so that's what this is. And it's just, now I'm over here and you can't see, but it's just tons and tons of antique French fabric samples and patterns and diagrams and instructions. And there was some monogramming going on in here. There was some more with flowers. This is I don't know if you can see it. It's got a pattern to that black silk. There's that one. Just tons of stuff, guys. Tons. Here's some more of these. Look at the handwriting. I mean, this is old. This is not anything recent. This is truly old. So do you want to know how thick this pile of stuff is? because it's really super thick. And it comes with these photos because that's how it came to me. So this pile of stuff, it measures, it's right about 2.25 inches thick of stuff. It's a big, huge pile of it. It's going as one lot. Before I do that, yeah, it's going as one. Okay, here we go. And I do believe I am on the right track with this man and these boys, because why else would this be here? I believe he was training them to work in this industry. That's kind of how things went then. Okay, here we go. Antique French fabric samples and pattern instructions. I don't know, I'm just going to call it that. Lot, and we are going to do it. It has lots and lots of fabric samples in it. Lots and lots. We are also going to do it at 400. And there you go. I know that there's probably several hundred pages of it at least there. And you know, maybe you need to take it apart and sell it by the page. I'm just not the person to separate the collection that way right now. Diana B is going to take him home too. He may be connected to the book that you got, Diana. I don't honestly know. So there's that. I'm going to stick it right there, I guess. Thank you, Diana. I appreciate that. You're going to have a big old bunch of stuff to look at. You're going to get a big box too. A really big box. Okay, got to find a home for him. Let's sit him right there. And then next up, we have a couple smaller ones that are on the same track as those last ones I showed you. We've got this guy here, and I love his cover. It is that mauvey purple color cover. He's a very thin book. Whatever is inside of here is thin with a black spine. She is filling it. She's going to be entertained for a long time. I would love to sit down and look at all of that stuff. I just didn't have the time to do it before it's leaving here. You'll be doing it awesome. Okay, so here's the cover for this guy. Let me measure it quick. It's a nice good size. It is 11, just shy of 11 by 14.5 roughly. And so we open it up here, not really anything there. And then we go here. There's a little tissue paper protector here. And this is what we open it up to. It's really beautiful. This is all hand done here. All hand done. Beautiful little stamp here. And this is sewing patterns. So for sewing, I believe it's talking about sleeves. I don't really know, but sleeves maybe. And so they are double-sided. So if you're going to scan, if you want to make those sewing digitals, I mean, these are amazing. And they have tissue to protect each and every one of them. This is all hand done, hand lettered, all of that. It is fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. And this is a thin, lightweight book, but it's got really nice, thick, sturdy, like a lightweight cardstock pages. Very, very beautiful. I have never seen, if you made this into a digital, I have never seen a digital this pretty. If it stays here, I will make it into a digital. I may scan a few pages, I'm not sure, but if it stays, I will definitely make this into a digital. It would be beautiful as a French sewing journal collection. This is about robes. I'm going to try to, no, I'm not. I'm just going to let it stay the way it's folded. It wants to stay that way. This is for pantaloons. I'm not sure. That doesn't look like pants to me. That looks like a shirt to me. So I don't know. Again, it looks like tops to me. Lots and lots of pretty things in here, though. It's talking about tailors. I don't know any other word there. It's just beautiful. It's like a rag paper feeling cardstock. A jacket, a cape, lots of beautiful sewing patterns in here. So I'm going to speed it up. We're going to go through lots and lots of things. Like this is the last page here, and then you've got your tissue and the end. It says it's dated 1923, so it's 102 years old. It is definitely, so it says it began here in 1923 and it ended here in 1923 from May to November. It's a very cute, beautiful, I don't know if this is, yeah, paper crumb. Very cute, beautiful book. I love the purple, and that's what we've got. Okay, here we go. So let's do this French antique sewing patterns, or pattern book. Let's call it that. And we're going to do this one at, I have to price it what I know we would do if I broke out pages individually. I'm going to do it at $3.25. I know if you made a digital, if I made a digital, I would definitely be recouping all of that money and more. So there's that guy. And Melissa is going to take him home. Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate it. Going to be a lot of fun. A lot of fun to play with that one. Okay, that's that one. We've got one other book to look at in this collection. So this one's obviously a rougher condition book. His spine is gone. He's got some warpage happening up here, and his covers are honestly in pretty good condition overall. It's just that spine and warping. Even that, like, it's pretty good. I would save and reuse the book board is what I'm talking about, but you're going to probably deconstruct him because he's already coming apart. In the front of this guy, you've got some more little sewing instruction pieces. And there is some just very faint sketched out patterns down here too. And then you've got this page here. And then you've got sewing instruction and pattern here, but this one has got a lot more written instruction, and then the sewing patterns down here. And then this little orange piece is like the piece of fabric you would cut out to make this. So they've shown you all of the measurements, all of the dimensions, and then cut out the individual piece of fabric. It's paper, but it's showing you the piece of fabric that you would need. And that is how this whole entire book is, where it's talking about sewing patterns and the individual pieces of fabric that you will need. And so as we go through, I'm trying to get this positioned. I think we're just going to leave it up here and we'll miss whatever's at the bottom. But we go through all of this. A lot more handwriting in this book. The pages are in pretty good condition. I don't really see anything going on there. There's this one. This is 2 pages, but they're lightly sticking. There is sewing pattern in there, and it looks like you'll probably be able to get them open, but I don't want to be the one to do it. But there is a big old, see, they're coming, but I don't want to pull it. Maybe you could slide like your bone folder in there, but let me just try. See, they're in there. You'll have to take them apart. I don't know why they're like that. I don't know, but it's open up here at the top too. So maybe it just got damp at some point, but it's completely open in there. Anyway, we're moving on. This is fuzz, or it's actually a piece of fabric, a little scrap of velvety fabric. But there's sewing patterns. This is also 2, and it's not stuck together. Sewing patterns, Sewing patterns, they're down here at the bottom too. I can't figure out where to put this so you guys can see it, but it is also sewing patterns. More sewing patterns. This is kind of cute up here at the top with the pleats or ruffles. This is a crazy sewing pattern. How about doing like a stamp set where we have these, you know, sewing pattern things? Blouse kimono. So a kimono blouse, very cute. All different kinds of things. A robe kimono, very cute. Cute, cute. Another one of these crazy sewing patterns. There is something sketched out here and here, but they are not gone over with the ink. Right? I think stamps would be fun. And then this is blank. All of these pages back here are blank. About half probably are blank and half are full. And you can tell like the cover, it is off. It's just there. So there's that guy. Not as good of condition as the last one, but a lot more handwriting and a lot more number of patterns in there. From there, if you scan them, because these ones are smaller, when you scan these patterns, you'll get some of the handwriting in the digital, like if you're doing that, and you can always enlarge them or shrink them just on the copier. You don't even have to know how to use Photoshop to do that, but you can scan, enlarge, and shrink right on your scanner. So let's get this guy in. He's an antique French sewing pattern book, and we are going to do him for the whopping price of $175. $175. And if you wanted to, let me see. So I think when you scan him, you'll be able to crop out a whole section like this and make that one page. I kind of like how he does have dividers in between the little, like he does a good job, she, whatever. They do a good job keeping it all divided. So I think they would make really nice looking digitals when you cropped them out. Anyway, there's that guy. He's going to Alice W. Thank you guys. I see several of you liked that one. Alice, thank you. Thank you all for trying. We have a lot of things that are not in this price point, guys. We're about to get to some of them. So there's that. So here's what I want to do with this one. This one, I debated on bringing this one to you guys tonight. First of all, it's a fabulous cover. It's from Paris. It says Paris right here. But what is inside of this one is these kinds of things. And I debated on bringing it. I think I'm going to hold off on it. I will I will tease you. I think I'm going to hold off on it because I think I do want to scan it. But I am going to tease you. I think I want to scan it. So what it is this is a dress maker. This person makes dresses. This is their sample book where they're showing you, if you pick out this design, I will make you this dress, or I could make you this dress, this outfit, right? But to decorate up this sample book, either when, I don't think it came this way, I think somebody later on got this sample book and thought it was so beautiful that they also decided to put their Victorian scrap in it. So they kept these, these are the original pages, the original images. These are printed on here and probably hand colored. But they also went through and added the Victorian scrap to, I'm trying to get it to show you, Victorian scrap to every single page. And the way that Victorian scrap was sold is it came on a sheet. And in that sheet, you would have some smaller pieces and you often had a bigger piece. And so the way that they did this book is they had, like, look at this one. I mean, Victorian scrap is amazing, but they had them all color coordinated. This is absolutely beautiful, but I think I do want to scan it. So I'm just going to tease you for today. and then I'm going to scan it. After I scan it, I may bring it here and tell you that I've scanned it and it is for sale. But for now, I'm just going to keep it and tease you guys. But now that you're all in the mood for this, let's do some French fashion magazines. But look at this. So just so you know, look at the size. Tell me these guys would not be perfect for like the tall, skinny digital, but look at the size of the scrap too. Like these are in inches. That's a very big piece of German scrap. I know I shouldn't have teased you. I'm sorry. But it was in the pile and I went back and forth of whether I'm just going to sell it or I'm just going to scan it. And I think I'm going to scan it because I will be sad if I don't have that anymore. But if I have it digitally, I'll be fine. So let's figure out doing that later. But for now, let's move on to these. Thinking about scrap, I do have this guy. This is a Victorian scrap album from France. So we have them in America too, but this one is from France. And it's a very nice blue album. Yes, it, has age spots and whatever. It's got these beautiful birds on it. This is all embossed here with some gold trim. It measures 10.5 by 14. And you open it up. It's got a little cracking here, and some pages have been removed, but I don't think they had anything on them. And you go in here. And so this is all old Victorian scrap. Like I don't have any of these things. Some of these things look like they were in that French fashion magazine in a different size, but I don't have any of these. I have pansies, but they're not like that. I wish I had these. These are all advertising for biscuits, for cookies, basically. There's this, which is an advertisement with all these roses. There's this one with these gigantic grapes. So I'm going to scoot it over. We're going to flip through it quick, and then I will offer this as it is. It is a very large scrapbook. This is gold paper lace with an advertisement on it. Look at this girl. So you can soak these off if you want to use these or you want to scan them in a different way or whatever, because you could just scan the whole page. But you can soak these off of the paper if you just take the whole page out. There's videos on YouTube, but just take the whole page out. You can soak them off. Sometimes they'll come off in just water, but sometimes you can add something to it, vinegar, I don't know what, something to the water. Somebody here will tell you, because I actually don't soak any of them off. I don't do it, but I'm sure somebody, Robin was saying something the other day, but there are videos online too. This is another gold lace one. Look at these ladies over here. And there are more scrap down at the bottom that you're not seeing. And then all of these, and the cars are always more expensive. I skipped a page. All of these are advertisements. It looks like later on some kid got this and pasted, and he probably pasted in himself from the looks of it, pasted in all of these like collector cards. And so from there we just have some random, pieces of scrap, but then the kid was pasting. So that's what I'm saying. Maybe you want to soak these off so that you can, only have the scrap and not this with it. Obviously, this is from a different time, and this was a common type of advertisement during that time. And then we've got a couple more large. These are super, super big panels. I think these would be great scanned. And like I said, you could shrink them down. Now, the kid, obviously, it was a boy. You could tell that from the pasting alone, you could tell it was a boy because he has drawn a castle. But then you have Victorian scrap again. And I'm thankful that he didn't color over the Victorian scrap, because scrap is embossed. So, you can feel it. It is embossed on there. But the woman who had this did a nice job with the scrap. The arrangements are good. Somebody later on was drawing Donald Duck and a warship. And I don't know, somebody found this in Grandma's attic. A Toyota something, I don't know. I have no idea what that is. Another castle. And then I think the rest of it is blank. There may have been one other thing somewhere, but I think the rest of it is blank. So that's the book. There's plenty of scrap in there. Plenty of scrap. You guys will have to look up and see what the method is and have the videos online, because I don't want to give you false information. I know there are people who make a living out of buying these scrapbooks and soaking off the scrap and selling the scrap. And usually a piece of actual antique Victorian scrap can range anywhere from $1 for a very small piece all the way up to like 40, 50, 60 bucks for a piece of scrap. It depends on what piece of scrap it is, if it's part of a collection, whatever. It's not naughty necessarily, the one picture. I'm just trying to point out it's from a different time, and things were different then. So it's not like somebody today did that. It was 100 years ago plus that they did that. And there are collectors for that type of thing specifically. And a lot of the collectors of that thing are the people, how should I phrase this? People collect Black Americana, and a lot of the people who are collecting Black Americana are African Americans themselves, and they collect it. So, okay, that I teased you. Yes, that. It's okay. Got it. I'm always worried when it pops up on there because I don't want anybody to get offended, but it's just, it happens, that kind of stuff. Anyway, let's do this scrapbook. It's a French Victorian scrap album. And here we go. We're going to put it in. I'm going to do this one. I know that, I'm going to do it for 175. I know that it is probably more valuable than that, but I'm just going to do it at 175. I think if we took the pages out of it and sold the pages individually, we would probably double that. And that's just for us here. But if you take them apart and soak that, you'll be able to get more money from it being removed off the page, especially because a lot of it was complete collections. Like there's the 4 flower baskets and the big girl with the flower basket. And then several other ones. We had like whole flower series. I don't know where they are, but we had whole flower series like these children with the blue flowers. Here's blue flowers. There's the hands with the blue flowers, and there's blue flowers down here and there. So I think the woman who did this, because they were usually either, a teenage girl / woman, and usually they did, the whole idea was to make beautiful arrangements like we do with our journals now. We make beautiful page spreads. So that kind of thing. Okay, there's that guy. And we're going to give him to Summer. Summer is going to own that one. Thank you, Summer. I appreciate it. Okay, moving on. Let me see how much stuff I can stack up here before something breaks and falls. I don't know, but this guy is next in the pile and he's different. So we're going to go to a different place for just a moment, and then we'll come back to beautiful frilly Victorian things. I love this book cover. Obviously it's not in great condition, but I do love, it's kind of like, it looks like mod, but it's way earlier than mod, right? It's like this. This is the actual, uh-oh, I'm getting a delay there. This is the actual color of it. I'm gonna have to put it back down, but there we go. It's a big book. When I say big, I mean big. 11.5 by 17 inches. 11.5 by 17, big book. Inside of this book are very old. Look at this. This is how vibrant it was. Like you guys can't really see, but it was very vibrant. Anyway, inside of this book are children's images. And basically they're like comics, French antique comics for children. And so it was very collectible to take these and paste these into books or collect them in general. If you think about how comic books are collectible now, this is a very early form of comic books in the 1800s. So you have all different kinds of comics in here. And these are collectible. I have seen them sell for somewhere around 50, 60 bucks per block of them. Some people cut them out, but they're worth more as a complete block. And so there's all different kinds of images. And I think whether or not you're into that kind of collectability of them, they're not all in perfect condition, but whether or not you're into that collectability, I think there's plenty of material here for us to scan and to use. If you scanned and cut these out just as, little focal points for ephemera, that would be good. They are kind of, sometimes depicting colonial times, sometimes depicting medieval times, sometimes depicting more of a Victorian time, but they're beautiful comic books. And these are all full pages. And they were often used to teach, you know, history and whatever through comics. And like I said, they're not all perfect. Sometimes you've got like a missing corner or a broken page, but there's a lot of them in here. There was a bunch of chefs, a lot of medieval things, all kinds of random things. And I'm just going to go a little bit faster so we can see them. Children playing. So here's one where, you know, the whole page is torn. It went like that, and obviously it tore, but you've got that. I guess it's called an epinal. I'm not really sure. These ones are cats. And then over here, we've got more of the medieval looking things. And then keep going. So it's a big book of these. You normally do not find, like, there's like a bunch of dwarves over here, like Snow White and the Dwarves, kind of that look. Another page that was torn. This is Red Robin Hood? Yes, with the big bad wolf. Red Robin Hood? No. What is her name? What is her name? Red Robin? Am I combining two there? My brain is tired. Obviously, missing page there. What is it? What am I saying? Robin Hood? No, Robin Hood is different. What is the red hooded fairy tale? What is that called, guys? With the big bad wolf. This one is super sweet with these little girls and flowers. Except for this bird apparently eats her. This swan, Kendall. This is a bad swan. It ate this cute little girl. The scans, but you also could sell these pages, because I know that these, you know, they weren't kept like this. It's pretty amazing. What is it called? Red Riding Hood. Okay. Little Red Riding Hood. I don't know why I was thinking Robin Hood. I was combining a bunch of them together. Okay. You got another cute one with, you know, this style of artist. I don't know what this artist's name is, but it's very similar to those cute little books by that woman that everybody likes, her little illustrations of little girls. What am I thinking of? My brain's not working, so we're just gonna move on from there. But not Mary Inglebright. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but very cute. Some are much lighter, you know, like, you know, this is very pastel. She's got a cat or a dog. I think it's a cat. And this girl's got a little blankie, and they're taking the doll out of the blankie and wrapping the cat in a blankie. And then the cat runs away. After they put it in like a dress, the cat runs away out the window, and then the girls are sad. Anyway, we're not going to spend too much time on this. This one, I couldn't even bother to tell you what's going on there. Something crazy. Some clowns. A whole lot of medieval kind of look to them. Many of them are that. And then back here in the back, you got this guy's face is gone, just so you know. Apparently he was a chef, and there's whatever's happening there. Like a pastel medieval, but this one has a mean wolf, rabbit, bunny looking character. I don't know. It'd be fun to decipher these. This one has monkeys. Monkeys doing human things and wearing human clothes. And then more medieval looking things. I don't know. I said I wasn't spending much more time, but anyway, there's a couple more pages. A lion, a cat, and then there's the end of it. I don't know if this was a sample book. Maybe at one point in time, this was a sample and you could buy the different ones in here, because I don't think it came this way. But yet there is a It says there's 25 in here, and it says that was from 1796. So I don't know, but it says from 1796. I think these are 1800s, but there you go. That's what it is. I'm going to type it in. Okay, here we go. I'm going to say French children's comic. And I'm just going to say comic book, but you guys know it's the plates in there. And we're going to do this one for 120. It's a big book. Remember, it was 17 inches by like 11 and a half or something like that. And I think it says there's 25, but front and back, there's much more than 25 in there because there's many, many pages. So maybe there's 50 front and back because the one on the front is different than the one on the back. So I think there's 25 pages with maybe 50 blocks of them in there. And Daniel says he would like this guy. So Daniel's going to do it. And it's 120. And I will, because I know you're asking a question, I will look and see my emails whenever I am done with this live sale. I don't know what time tonight it'll be. Mrs. E, he was right above you, but I see you for a backup. But I will look at your question right when I'm done tonight, Daniel. Okay, let's move on to some French fashion. Let's do, where are those? Hang on, over here. I got some more sample books, but they're different. These guys. Because we were doing a lot of expensive stuff, let's do some that is not like $1 million. So I'll run through and show you. I have, this is a DMC. It's not in great condition, but it's a DMC sample book. So all of these different colors of things, we've got that. This is a little French box of antique buttons. It has a button sample on the cover, and it pops open like this, and then there's buttons inside of it. French sample button card. They're not plain black. They have a design on them. I will have to play with the camera settings to get that design to show up, but there is a design on them. These are those little buttons. If you're a button collector, you have seen these. Little, they feel kind of like glass buttons with little diamond rhinestones in the center of them. And these are definitely glass buttons down here, and they also have a pattern on them. They're dusty, but once you dust them off, they're all different colors of glass buttons. There's this French button sample card, and this is very thick, like cardstock. This is like an industrial sample. And these guys are like some type of early plastic. They might be Bakelite, I'm not really sure, but that's what those are. And then we have a couple other DMC or similar French. These are all French. This one is chenille thread. So it's fuzzy velvety thread in different colors. You can see this one is coming out right there, but there's that one. And this one is a DMC, but this one is like embroidery floss. All the different wonderful kinds of embroidery floss, even the metallics, even the variegated, your plain whites over here, and it's in different sizes. The gold down here, so all of that kind of stuff. And this is a big one, and it opens out and gives you different information on the back of it. This is more new, but even the brand new ones of those are still very expensive to buy. Tracy, I see you. I see your test. And then we have these. These are French trim sample cards. So on all of these cards in here, and there is a lot of them, you have French trim samples. These came at the same time as those trim books and fabric sample books that I did earlier on in the sale. So they probably came from the same factory and probably from around the same time frame. You can see they do have their pattern numbers stamped on the cards. There is a little bit of dust or whatever on them. It's like a piece of paper. So anyway, there is a bunch of them. No trim is the same. So on all the cards, they have different number of pieces of trim, and they have different trim. So no two are alike. And that's probably where we're going to start, is with the trim samples. Children's books, awesome. Very awesome. Okay, so I'm just going to pull out a bunch of them and we're going to do them. So you can see some cards only have two, only have two. Some cards have four. Somebody took a sample out of. It is exactly how it came to me, and that's the way you guys are going to get them. I'm going to do them random, but with a little caveat. So this one only has one on it. I'm going to do them random, but I'm going to do you a certain number of pieces of trim so that everybody gets the same number of trim. Some are much more expensive trim than others, so I'm going to have to try to even it out. But we cannot sit here and do one card at a time. I would need an 8-hour day to do one card at a time, and we don't have that today. So we're going to offer them first, completely random. And if I say there's, 10 pieces of trim or 5 pieces of trim or whatever, then if your card has, like if I did 5 and your card has 5, then this would be your card. If I said that it was 3, then this might be your card. If I said 5, then you would get this one plus 1. Plus, I would have to try to find another, and I will have to try to make it as fair as I can. That being said, all live sales, mine, everyone else's included, everything is sold random unless they tell you that you get to choose A or B or pink or blue or whatever. And so all of my sales are done random. It is impossible to do choice unless I give you an option of doing choice like A or B or red or green or whatever. And so I have been seeing in the times I did look at email, some people saying, I know you sold them random, but I don't want orange. So if you're going to give me orange, then no. And I will just say that whatever you get is what you're going to get. It was offered random and they are sold random. Random means you don't get to come back and say, well, I really wanted this kind, or I really wanted that kind, or don't message me and say, well, not the yellow, because I don't have the ability to customize when I say random. If I was doing choice, I would charge based off of what is on this card. When I do random, I do it at a lower price point because you don't get to choose what you get. And so it kind of works that way. And that's the same across all sales like this. We all kind of do it the same because that is really the only way to do this. That being said, we're doing them random. There's not going to be a choice or I don't want this one or I don't want that kind, or we don't do that. It's just impossible. And if there's a problem after I say random and then you are unhappy that you got random, then at that point the sales just aren't for you, and maybe somebody else or somewhere else is better to shop. And I don't mean to sound it that way, but if I say random and I explain what random is, it's random. And so you can see that if I was to offer 5, you may end up with that because it is 5. I might try to do something where, I'm not going to spend hours, but I might try to do something where, okay, you got 2 fringy. Maybe we give you something else that's not fringy. But I don't really, you can see that the way they're stapled on the cards, I'm not taking them off the cards. So it is whatever it is. So we're going to do them. I'm going to run through another pile of them so that you guys get a good idea of what they are, so that you can see. This is the first one I showed you guys. There's this one, these. And I don't mean to be like all strict about everything, but I think giving out the information several different ways is probably the best. And so sometimes I say it nicer and sometimes I say it more firmly. And it's because sometimes saying it nice doesn't get the correct response. And so as time goes on, sometimes I do need to adjust the messaging and say it, a little more firmly. And so that's that with random. And I know all people who do this have the same problem with the random thing. That's why people say random is random, because not everybody understands that. Or they think, well, I want to pick. I'm your favorite. Let me pick. Let me just tell you, I don't have a favorite. It is just what it is. Okay. These were upside down and sideways because to fit into the bin, see the top is much, well, you can't really see, but the top is wider than the bottom. But anyway, so you can see they're all I'm just gonna, I don't know exactly how old these are, but definitely more than 50 years old and upping towards 100 years, probably in the 60, 70 years old, meaning I would venture that these are 1950s or before, so earlier than 1950 or around 1950. So that was that pile. I'll run through a couple more. I'm basically showing you what is in the lot so that when we do it, you know what you could get. And if there's something in here where you're seeing a whole big bunch of it and you absolutely don't want that kind, then again, it's probably just not the right thing for you. But there's wovens and braids and fringes, and some are just more like ribbons. I think we went through these ones. Didn't we just go through these? I think we did. I think we did. And then there's these. And then I'm trying, but I'm running out of real estate because they're getting too tall. And then here's a card where it just has that one, and this one, and this big tall one, and this one, and that one. And then right through here. The rest of them in this box are pretty much the same as what you guys are seeing there. They're all from the same factory, so whatever kind of trim that factory was capable of making, that's what's here. And so you can scan these. They don't have any type of like manufacturer's information on them or anything like that. You can scan them and turn them into just a trim digital. You could, you know, print these out and use them as, you know, Gail Augustinelli, she has a bunch of antique trims like this where she just had a little leftover sample and she scanned them and turned them into trims digitally, and she just uses them as trim digitally. So she just prints them out. You could print them on sticker paper and turn them into more of like a washi tape kind of a deal. I would probably scan it and print it out as a washi tape, but then I would probably take these off and use the originals once I had scanned them. Okay, so that being said, and there was probably about 40 more of them in this bin. There was a lot of them. Let's go ahead and leave out a couple, and I'll leave them out kind of like that, where you guys can see what there is there. Okay, let's do it. They look like they might be for upholstery, but more curtains and that kind of thing too. You got to remember, like, everything was fancier than it is today. All right, so these are, I'm going to call them vintage French trims. Trim sample cards. And we are going to do them. I know what I paid per card, and I paid the same amount of money for one that had 4 trims as I did for one because I was charged by the card. So we're just going to do it. I'm going to do it where you get, how should I do this? I'm going to do it by the trim, but you're going to, so I'm going to do it by the trim. You have to order at least 4 trims. But you can order 4, you can order 6, you can order 9, you can order 12, whatever. The price is per piece of trim, and you must buy at least 4 trims. You might get 4 different cards with 1 trim on it. You might get 1 card with 4 trims. If you order 6 or 8, it allows me more flexibility of combining several cards together to give you different kinds of trim. Does that make sense? But your price is per piece of trim. And per piece of trim, I am going to charge $4 per piece of trim. I paid a lot of money for them, but I think that they are definitely worth it. So there they are. I forgot the go at the end, but you guys know how it works. And for these, let me see how the list goes. And we're just going to make the list for this after the fact. So you will not, in fact, know whether or not you got them. If you're seeing yourself down further on the list, then I may run out by the time I get to you. And I don't like doing it that way, but there really isn't time to sit And I want to make sure I'm not bending them up either. There isn't time to sit and make all of the lists all of the time. So I can't even get these back in the box. They have to go back here. So again, this is how many I had. It's how many cards, but this is how many cards I had. And some over here on the side of that. So if you were one of the top people, I absolutely will have yours. If you're one of the bottom people, I may or may not. It looks like we're probably going to be okay, but there are some 8s and so forth. So I'll just fill it as best as I can. If it is not on your invoice, then I ran out before I got to you. Okay, let's move on. Put that back. Let's do this pack of paper doilies because I know some of you guys are waiting on that. Let's do the pack of paper doilies, then we'll continue on with those things I previewed. So this comes to you as one pack of paper doilies. And you get all of the paper doilies inside. I put a piece of cardstock in there. It's a craft piece of cardstock so that when I ship them, the edges and stuff don't get all bent up on them. I'm going to start in the back with the largest doilies and then go forward. So all of the patterns of doilies, these are paper doilies. All of the patterns, you get 2 per piece or 2 per pattern. 2 per pattern. Some of them are too large. They will not fit in here and ship nicely, so I folded them. Most of us would fold this and put this specific size one because it's big. Most of us would fold them and put them in a journal as a page in half anyway. So because they're the super big ones are the only ones that are folded, but because they're super big, they did get folded. There's 2 of them here together. When you get yours, you will need to separate some of them. Some of them are already separated, but some you will need to separate. So there's that one. I'm going to show that with the desk behind so you can see the pattern. There's this one. This is one of my favorite ones to tear pieces out of. So you've seen me use these a lot in collage in the 365 videos. You can use them as pages in your journals. You can use them in like little clusters and things. There's different shapes. There's squares, there's ovals, there's rounds. I don't know what else, but all of them you're getting 2. And so you can go either way with this guy. You can make pockets out of them. You can do anything you want to do with them. Some of them have embossed sections on the doilies. And so we've got this one. And this one, there's 2 that are separated, so I'll show you that so that you can see the pattern, but there's 2 there. And then we get into some of the more fancy and hard to find ones. There's this one, and this one is embossed. It has a very beautiful embossed rose pattern on it, and that's a square, and so that's super nice as a page in a journal. Also good for pockets. This is my favorite one, and these are hard to find and more vintage. So I'm just going to show you one because I've got 2 stacked up. And if they don't stack perfectly, it's harder to see the pattern. Sometimes there's little paper bits that are still stuck in there. But there's that guy, and he's super embossed and super frilly. And he's good size. I think he's like 8 inches or something. And then there's this one, and there's 2 of these. 2 of these. So 2 of every pattern. 2 of these, but again, I'll take them apart so you can see the pattern. 2 of these. Yes, 2 of these. 2 of these. So the good thing is you've got plenty of different patterns of lace. All of the lace around the edges are different sizes for different things. Sometimes you want the lace to be more open. Sometimes you want the lace to be more tight and closed. There's these ones. And tiny baby ones. So all in all, there are 36 doilies per pack. 36 doilies in one pack. It's a big pile of doilies. You have all the doilies you could ever wish for, and you have all the sizes and all the patterns. So that's what we're doing for doily packs. I'm going to type them in. For these, some of the ones in here were vintage, so I don't have like unlimited. I will make as many packs as I can of them. No, stay closed. Okay, so there's what they look like. I'm going to put them in. Okay, so these are paper lace doilies, and it's a pack of 36. And we're going to do these guys. These guys are a little bit different than the other ones I used to do. I did a smaller pack before that didn't have some of the more fancy expensive ones. We're going to do these at $15 per pack. That's still a phenomenal price for 36 with all that different sizes, because as you get bigger paper doilies, they get more expensive. Some of those ones, they're vintage. You are not going to find them anywhere else. They're super hard to find. So that's for paper doilies. I know you guys were asking. The other good thing about getting a pack is you have this right next to you when you're crafting. You don't have to go searching for where you put your paper doilies only to find out it's the wrong size or the wrong pattern or whatever, you know. It's just good to keep a pack like this right next to you when you craft. You always can just pull them out of the bag. I leave this kind of stuff in the plastic bag, and then take your, when you get this, it's going to come in this bag. Take your bag, fold down the flap with the sticky to the inside of the bag, and then the bag will stay open like this, and you can just pull your doilies out. So I like to keep things in the original packaging a lot because it helps me with my organization and keeping things nice, especially because you don't want these getting all bent up, right? So there's that, and I will make that list after the fact. I see a whole big bunch of you wanted doilies. So I will definitely be making that list after the fact. You guys could ask for as many as you wanted, and I will fill it as best as I can. I know we had 40 packs, and I will see if that's enough. But there's the paper doilies. We did those. After that, I need to make a couple of notes quick just to save myself from having to go back and do this. So we did paper doilies because I need to enter this into the computer. Paper doilies were 15, and we did the trim sample cards, trim samples at 4. Okay, thank you. Next thing I'm going to offer up is these things we previewed. So we're going to start with the large DMC, Mrs. E. I knew you would be happy, Mrs. E. Okay, Christine, I see you guys down there at the bottom. I see you all. And when I go back and make the list, I will read all the way up till when I put this in. Okay, for DMC, there's only one of these. There's the other ones I showed you, but only one of these. I don't know exactly when this is, but it's not antique. It looks like it's, I mean, I see 2002 right here, so it looks like it might be from 2002. I mean, it has dates when it started in 1898, but we know that this is either 2002 or around that time. It looks like 2002. I'll go with that for now. Anyway, it opens up. This is your first page. Some of you who do needle work with DMC flosses, you will want this because it's a sample of all your colors. So no more digging through your bin trying to find the right color. A lot of people who do a lot of hand embroidery and things like that, they buy these and they keep them so that they have a reference of all the colors. Sometimes you might want to go back through and, you know, you need a color, whatever, you can exactly see what color. Sometimes you might have some left over and you don't know what color it was, so you need to bring it, match it up, that kind of thing. Anyway, you've got all your pinks and going into your plums over there. Purples, blues, aquas, greens. It goes through the whole color family, guys. It's beautiful on its own. I would definitely take this apart and use this in my craft room, or open it up and hang it on the wall. I love it just as art. Then you've got your neutrals. I don't know if that's my hair or not my hair, but there we go. It's not in there anymore. And then over here, you start with your, it's so big. You start with your variegateds here. And then here, the rest of the variegateds. And then there's the metallics. It talks about the sizes of floss over here and the different kinds of floss. And then you've got your actual gold down here. And then the back side of these, I think, is just all the information. So for every different product, there was information on the back side. And it all folds up like that. So there we go. There's a DMC floss chart. They were not inexpensive to purchase these. So I'm going to type him in. He is a French DMC floss chart or floss color. I don't know. Color sample. I don't know. This is what we're typing him in as, DMC floss color sample book. And he is going to be, I'm going to do him at 95. And I have looked them up and I see them going for anything from 175 to 25 different prices. I think 95 is very fair. I'm going to label him, and if he stays, then at least he will still be available at that. Let's call him tonight number 1, even though we had a few other items. I'm just going to call him number 1. So if somebody wants to come in later for him, he's number 1. If you're not sure on price for this, go look it up. And then there's that. Let's go ahead and move on to the other one of DMC. It's this guy. This guy is definitely older. I would say 80s or 70s, somewhere in that time frame. And he has, you know, like crewel work, where they were doing embroidery with yarns and things like that. I guess this is more of a yarn color sample book. So it starts here again, all the way through, and these are just bent over from folding the book. I'm sure you can steam them or whatever, comb them straight. And so this guy is all yarn or a thick floss. I don't know if it was crewel or not. But then on the back side again, you've got the advertising. I'll find you a date on this one too, and relevant information there. And then there's nothing really there, and that's where it folds in on itself. So date on this guy. He looks like he's missing the front cover. I don't know if it was always like that. I don't know. And I don't see a date, but I'm pretty sure it's 70s or 80s. It's tapestry. I don't know that it matters that much, but 70s or 80s is where I'm assuming. It might be 60s, but I think 70s or 80s. Let's go ahead and do this guy. He is a DMC, and I'm just going to call him yarn. I don't know what you would actually call him. Color chart. And we're going to offer this guy at 40. And there's the go for him at 40. So, you know, I think you could still definitely display him, especially if you were into, you know, the knitting and whatever. It's just pretty. It's the whole rainbow of all the colors. I'll hold it back up, but there we go. He's 40. No, I do not have packs of Florentine paper scraps during the sale. I will put the packs of Florentine paper scraps into Etsy whenever we make them, but they haven't been made yet. The next live sale I do will be, I think, on Tuesday. It might be on Tuesday. And I think it's going to be the sheets of Florentine paper. If I sell on Tuesday, it will probably be that. Jen S., you can put in for the paper doily pack right now and put in your comment paper doily pack in all caps, please. I can't guarantee that I will write it on the list, but, well, I guess I can just make it the list here for you, and I will put your name on it, but you got to put it in all caps and put it back into chat. And Helen's going to take this little guy. Thank you, Helen. Now, do you crochet or knit or do crewel work, or are you just like, he's pretty and I want to use him as like craft room decor? I'm just curious. Now, you don't have to tell me, but I would think I would hang it on the wall in my craft room. Okay. I might have doily packs. I might not. I don't know, Jen. I'm just going to put you down for 1, and I'm going to say the bottom of the list because that's where you're at. Okay. All right. So here we go. This guy, he doesn't have a company name on him. He's just blue, and he doesn't have any information other than this handwritten information. So I think this one is an antique. I mean, you can tell it's got that gold. These are all hand numbered. I think that this one is antique, and it is the chenilles, the velvets. It's super, super fuzzy, yummy, soft color chart. Then it's telling you it's got the ombres, and I don't know what this is called. Whatever that is. I don't know. Like color blends, I'm not sure, but it has all of the colors. It is stunningly beautiful. I think before this gets any more damaged, I would probably try to tuck that back in there. You can see right here, that little piece of paper, he's just folded over on himself, so you might be able to fix that. But I think framing this one behind glass would be cool. You don't have to frame it, but I probably would frame it and put it on my craft room. It's a French velvety chenille floss floss chart. So there's that guy. He's definitely handwritten, but I don't know who would have handwritten this. Who would have made? See, you just want to do this. You just want to do this. Oh, I definitely would make a tall journal cover, but it would be super tall. Just so you know, this is a bigger one. It is, I didn't measure any of the other ones. It's 15 3/4. And if you closed it, 15 3/4 by just under 6 inches. So it's big. It's 15 3/4 this way. Bigger. Okay, so I'm going to put it in. And I'm going to put it in as chenille, even though I'm not sure. I think that's what it is. And I don't know who made it. And I'm going to call it antique because it definitely looks like it's at least 100 years old. And we're going to say color sample chart. And we're going to do this one at 75. It is older by far. Older by far. Like look at the hand numbering with the gold. It's definitely older. And that's the one, the only one that I see is missing or loose is this guy here. And you can see he just needs tucked back in there. So there's that. Okay. I don't know if it's going to be a late night or not. We're not making very much headway there. I'm going to label him as number 2. He will still be available at 75. Number 2 tonight will still be available at 75. There we go. Okay, moving on. Button card. Button card number 1 is this guy. I'm going to bring him close and try. Let me turn on this light and lighten up this camera so we can see these things. It's hard. So it's plastic. It's an early plastic button. Like you can see that this card, this is nothing new, but it's an early plastic button. This right here is kind of like, can you see the mechanism underneath? More like a clasp, and it's 2 pieces. So it clasps together. That would be a fun journal clasp. I wouldn't take this card apart. I think it's super cute. The only thing that's missing is the one from here. You've got this orangish red color. You've got green here. There's a couple dark black gray. This is a regular gray. This is brown, and this is red. And then you've got these taupey colored ones over here. I don't know what it is, but it's super cute. I'll measure it for you. I'll show you the back of it. We're looking at right about 11 inches by 8, 11 by 8. Here's the top little, it's got a beehive and a bunch of bees. That's the company name. These are hand numbered here and printed. And the back looks like that where they've sewn on the buttons. So there's that. I think for display, it's pretty. I'm going to type it in. We're going to call this antique. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's very on the cusp of antique and vintage. Antique button card. And we're going to say that that guy is $40. And there's the go for that one. So he's in at 40. I've labeled him number 3 if somebody comes in for him. And there he is. And then next item up is the little glass button card. And you can see that this button right here is off, and I have that button. I found it whenever I opened up the package from France. I'm not going to sew it back on, but I will include it in a little Ziploc baggie, the little glass button from here. It looks a dark color with a little rhinestone in it. They all have little rhinestones. This guy's little rhinestone is kind of, I don't know, maybe he's missing, but the rest of them are there. Some have little pearl instead of a rhinestone, maybe. Very interesting. And then these guys here, let me just show you. Like if I take a little baby wipe, because these are super dusty, and if I take a little baby wipe and I try to like clean him a little bit, he will shine up for you. Now you're going to have one clean one. Hopefully you guys can see how dusty they are and how much they clean. But they're little glass buttons. I believe they're glass. They're on a card and I can't honestly tell you. They may be plastic, but they feel like glass. So there's that guy. I'm not going to clean any more of them for you, but there's that one. And I don't know, he looks like he was cut off of a different card or something, because his top is like super cut close, but that's all we have of it. So there's that one. And these are small. These are small. These ones are like molded, and these ones are like little faceted gemstones. They might be plastic. I honestly am not sure. I'm kind of showing you as much as I can see, hoping that you guys can see. They may be plastic. I don't know. And let's do the measurement so you know how big the card is overall. It's just shy of 7, 6 3/4 ish, and it does look like there used to be more, but it is not here. By about 5 3/4. Let's do this guy. French button, not button, but button card. And let's do him. I think he's worth a little more than the last one. I'm going to put him in at 55. He's super cute, and I'm sure somebody that collects buttons probably likes this, but that's what he is. I mean, as a junk journal person, if I just cut out one of these little squares and put that in a journal, I think that would make an awesome piece of ephemera. I'm not saying I would do it, but maybe scan it and then cut out the little squares and add them to things in a journal. I know scanning 3-dimensional things is hard, but I don't think it's impossible. So there's that. Okay, it looks like he's going home to Claudia. Thank you, Claudia. Appreciate that. I don't know how to stick that on there. There we go. And I'll stick the other little button in a Ziploc. And he'll just be stapled or taped to something else so that it's not going to get damaged in your package, so that you don't like accidentally throw away the little plastic bag with it in there thinking that it's just like packaging material or whatever. I'll put it so that you can find it. More than likely you have some kind of paper pack or something where I can tape the little Ziploc bag to the front of the paper pack that's in a plastic bag, so nothing will get damaged. But anyway, there's this. I don't know what it is, but I am going to try to show you the pattern. They're black. I'm going to try to show you the pattern on these. I don't know how to show you the pattern. It looks better down here, but at the same time, there's a pattern on them. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what the pattern really looks like other than maybe like a Victorian mourning button or something like that. It has a very delicate little, there's like little pearl beads. It's not pearly, but there's little beads and little flower parts off both sides and a ribbon going through the center. That's as best as I can explain it. That's a pretty good, right where my thumb is, that's a pretty good shot of it. Right there. And I love the card. This is in pencil, and I would definitely try to erase that. but that's what it looks like, and I don't want to do it, so there's that. This guy measures I'm going to say 4 1/4. 4 1/4 by 6 1/2-ish. Okay, and there we go. Yes, they will still be here. We have a 4-hour live sale and we are 2 hours and 15 minutes in. It was scheduled originally for 4 hours. We are 2 hours and 15 minutes in. I don't know when I will get to those things, but I will definitely try to do them tonight. I will do the music and the music cards. Let's do the buttons. French antique button card. And we're going to do this guy. I'm going to do him at 40. He's full, he's big, and he's beautiful. And I would definitely, I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I would consider cutting these buttons off and scanning this button card so that we could have the button card and then you could just sew your own buttons on the printed button cards. That would be a nice way to organize your supplies in your craft room too. Even taking the buttons off and scanning it and then wrapping around like sari ribbon or trim or something like that, just to have the fancy little cards to organize all of your laces or your trims with. I think that would be super cute. This is in pencil, and you can try to erase that off of there where there's no mark. Okay, he's going to Tracy. Thank you, Tracy. Oh, it's okay. I just don't know when they're gonna happen. I'm gonna try to stick this somewhere. I'm gonna stick it at the top. Thank you, Tracy. Okie doke, we did button cards. We've got one more buttony thing, and it's this box of buttons. So this is what it looks like here. This is what it looks like here. It does have a sample of the button, and again, there is a pattern on this black button. That's what it says. It's kind of a hard cardboard box. It's very old. And then inside, you can see that there used to be a lot of buttons. Inside, there is this many buttons. So they do have a company name on the back of the button. Maybe they do. Maybe that's just a design. They're kind of weighty. They're not glass, but they're kind of weighty. And then there is a pattern. There's a pattern on the button. And that's what you got, plus the one out here. So let's do those. The little box measures 4 inches by 2 1/4. And again, what a super cute little place to keep, like, even if you took the buttons out, like paper clips or tiny little postage stamps or whatever in your French craft room, in your junk journal craft room. The box is cool. I love it. Let's go ahead and do this guy. I'm going to call him Antique French Button. Box of buttons. Let's do that. Box of buttons. And we're going to do him at 40, and there he is. There he is. I wish we could make a bunch of boxes like that with these labels all over them, and we could organize all of our supplies in there. It's a light green color. I'm going to turn off that light and move my stuff down. Maybe I'll leave the light on, but move the light and the camera down, because he's washing him out. He doesn't even look green, but he is green. It's not really showing you, but he's a light green color. He's going to Tracy. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, thank you. Okay, there he went. Next up, we've made it through that. Let's do French fashion magazines, and then I have American fashion magazines. I have several different kinds of French fashion magazines for you guys tonight. So the book is not available, but the fashion magazines inside of the book are what we're doing. So obviously I'm going to take apart this book and take the fashion magazines out. But this is the French fashion magazines. These ones are all from the year 1875. They all have this beautiful cover page. They are big magazines, so they measure You guys have seen me use these a lot. They measure roughly 10 inches. It's a little over 10 by 14 1/4 to a half. And so these are where I get my Victorian ladies from. You are welcome to scan these. These are all out of copyright. And so I believe these issues are 4 pages each. They detail all kinds of woman topics like lace making, dress pattern making, how to wear your hair. This is all talking about like bonnety hat things, whether or not you put a dead bird in your hair or not. I don't know. In Victorian times, that was very popular. All of the magazines are different. So even though this one is showing you all of this stuff, not all of them have this many ladies in them or whatever. But this is the first issue and it's 4 pages and it had all of that. The second issue has 2 ladies right here. I'm going to move it down so you can see more of this part. It has several plates of the alphabet for embroidery, which is nice. The lace work. Usually they have the lady on the front. There's always beautiful ladies on the front. There's always usually 2 pages of needlework, that kind of stuff, and usually 2 pages of fashion or something similar to that. So here you have this page of fashion. Then there's always a plain page that just has the text of the newspaper or the magazine. And again, you've got ladies here. You've got lace work. More lace work, and then you're probably, nope, there's no more ladies in this one. So that is entirely possible where the only ladies you get are here. I'm just selling them as they are. So sometimes it has clothes in it. Sometimes it has more ladies. I mean, that is beautiful. This one has a lot of ladies. It just depends. It's a weekly magazine, so, you know, they had different things in there. And I'll flip through several of these and then we will move on. So there's the cover. There's more stuff here. And so we're going to do these ones. We always do this kind at $15 and I'm going to leave them at $15. So each issue will be $15 and you can tell me how many issues you want. If you want 10 issues, then I will do 10 issues. I have many of these because I have been stockpiling these for years. I used to just keep them and hoard them and look at them. They're just so wonderful. This one has a little bit of a tissue in it where they were drawing out and copying one of these patterns, this pattern right here. They were copying this pattern so that they could use it to make a lace tablecloth. So there's that. Scoot it back down so you guys can see more. So this is what it is. It has everything from jewelry to lace to fashion to whatever. It's all about women. Up here at the top it says Journal of the Family. You know, it was a women's magazine of the time for 1875. They usually have children in them at some point, you know. So that's kind of what they look like. I'm going to quickly flip through just random pages so you guys see. There are some age spots, places. There's a little bit of note tucked in there. Just all this kind of stuff. And so we're going to do by the issue. So you get one 4-page issue. It might have all of this. It may not. I don't honestly look at them when I take them apart. You just get whatever one was next in line. So I'm going to leave it there where you see the front of it, and that's what we're going to do. So these are French antique fashion magazines. They are $15 each. Put in for however many you want so that I can fill your request for these. Keep in mind that I have an American one and I have 2 other French fashion ones that are different than this also coming right now. So there's the go. If you came in before the go, I will try to get you as well since I am making the list later. That list jumped very, very fast. Thank you guys. Goodness, thank you, thank you. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to get a drink of water. $18.75 is an earlier year for these too. The last ones I think we had were like 1880s. I take my books apart one book at a time. So when I'm doing these, it's all from this book. If we run out from this book, it will be from another book that may be a different year. So that's those. I will make that list here after the fact. Thank you, Robin. Appreciate that. And hello, I didn't see you pop in. So keeping with the American or the French ones, I'm going to do the next two French ones. The next two French ones are smaller books. I don't have as many of them. All that I have is right here. So you guys can still put in for however many you want of this one, but I may not, like, I don't have enough to fill 10, 8, whatever. I'm just telling you I don't. Put in for the maximum that you want of it, but I probably will not be able to fill a million of them. This is a different one. It's a different title. Same kind of thing though. This is from the year 1889. I guess you guys can't see. 1889 up there at the top. It is called this. It has this beautiful, beautiful graphic up here at the top. And again, every issue will have a French fashion woman on the front of it. Inside, you have kind of the same thing where you've got needlework and clothing making and all that kind of stuff. And then you have fashion. I'm going to slide it a little bit more, trying to fit it all into camera. And then articles. And then this is the first one, and you can see several of them are torn. I won't give you a torn one, but they are torn. Just a couple issues in the front. But it is the same kind of thing. It's just different. And I haven't had this publication before. This is the newest one that I've gotten. It's beautiful. It will make beautiful ephemera. Usually what I do is I scan the whole thing. I'll scan and I'll pull this out of it and use that. I'll scan and pull all the women out. But I also scan the ads because it's fun to fussy cut. It's not really fussy cutting, but cut out the little individual ads and use those as little labels, as little pieces of ephemera. So you can do the ads too. And then there's all of that. I love the embroidered birds. The embroidered birds are my favorite. And these are dresses, but they don't have people in them. I think when we do our sewing magazine, or when we do our sewing journals, which I'm going to do a monthly kit this year of sewing. So at some point this year, if you're a kit subscriber, we will all be doing a sewing themed journal. But I think those dresses and the dress forms and things like that, we can scan and pull out of these magazines. Anyway, I'll show you a couple more of these. I think they're 4 pages each. 4 pages each like the last one. Let me skip and kind of preview several at a time. This is a typical like magazine, newspaper kind of paper. It is sturdy. It is not flaking or anything like that. I do not know about folding it. I don't think many of us are going to fold these, but I have not tried and probably won't try. So you can see it's the same kind of thing throughout the whole magazine. Oops, I just skipped a big section. Same kind of thing. There are some dress patterns and whatever in there, but beautiful but different. And I think it is rarer because I normally find the one that we just did a minute ago. That's the normal one that I find. This is the first one that I've ever found with this title. So there's that. We're going to do it. And again, this is the ad section. So sometimes the ads are super amazing. This is where you would order either these dresses themselves or the patterns to make these dresses. Very, very cute. Okay, we're doing it. You can get a scanning wand from Amazon. Amazon sells their little wands. They're about the size of my ruler. They're a wand like this, and they scan anything that you put over it. And some of the scanning wands have software. So like if the scanning wand was smaller than your page, say it was just like, usually they're like 12 inches or whatever. But if it was smaller than your page, there's scanning software that will weave together 2 scans. So there's many programs that will do that. But if you look on Amazon, they're scanning wands, and some of them have software that put 2 pieces together. So that's a good option for scanning. I can scan these and get bits and pieces at a time. I can't get the full entire page. My scanner max size is an A4 size scanning bed. But for me, I can get most of what I want out of it in bits and pieces. But if you are intending to scan the whole entire page, the scanning wand is probably your best bet. If you take it to FedEx, Kinko's, whatever place, they may have a larger format scanner or something like that. You also could try taking a picture with your phone, because if you have an iPhone, it will make a scan. If you try to take a picture of it and hold your finger on it, it can kind of scan the whole page, and then you can print it out from there too. Many different options. Let's get this one in. And again, he's antique. He's from 1889. And I don't know how many there are, but I'm guessing there's probably 25 or less of this one total. Fashion magazine. I'm going to just leave him at 15. I don't know. I don't find him ever, so we're going to leave him at 15. I don't know. To me, as much as I love the women and the fashion, I also love the lacy stuff. And I haven't quite figured out what I want to do with the lacy parts of the magazines. I think turning some of that into stamps would be cool, but I also think we might like make a digital where it's just, you can add a digital lace to a page that way, maybe. I don't know. I need to play around with the lacy fabricy bits of these magazines. And see, I can't use ones where there's a piece missing, but there is some sewing patterns in here, or folding patterns. Look at that. It's Bathing Beauties. It's sad that that corner piece is missing. But this is a swimsuit of the time, if you didn't know. This is a swimsuit for the time. Kind of funny. Because now, you know, girls walk around the beach and it's like a nude beach, basically. This was what they wore. So funny. Okay, guys, I will make that list again later. Thank you so much for that one. And let's do the next one. We got one more French one, and then we're doing the American one. And it looks like the same book. It was bound by the same place, but it is a different magazine. So this guy is this one. And again, I found both of these at the same place, and I have never seen either one of these before. This one looks very similar to the other one. It's from 1891. Look at these cherubs up here at the top, though. This by itself is fabulous. Like just this section. Beautiful, beautiful books. And they're all kind of the same. I guess there was a bunch of knockoffs of the original one that I showed you. I think that one is probably the first one or the more popular one. And then all of these other little publications were knockoffs. Got some beautiful clocks there. And there's your ads. And fur. And your fashion. So very similar thing. I won't spend as much time on this one, but this is your ads. Sometimes the ads are the prettiest part of it. I don't know. So nice. And look at this letter organizer. What we would do to have that letter organizer today. To put all of our little bits of ephemera in on our desk. That would be great. She's wearing a mask, like an eye mask. And then all these little children. See, some of them have more women in them than others, and there isn't really anything I can do about that. But, you know, we'll just all hope for the best. You all are guaranteed to get a pretty front, though, and some ads in the back, and probably needlework and fashion, but that's what they are. Okay, I'm going to flip through quick. I just tore that one. So there's one less for us. I'll flip through and see how they're not flaking or tearing where my thumb is putting that most pressure right there. That means we're going to be okay to use them. I saw some curtains, so there's some home decor. That one was already torn. I saw some parasols. And that's that. So let's do this one. I don't know where the front is, but well, I don't know, but there we go. Let's do it. Okay. Okay. I see some questions about printers. I promise we will have a long discussion about printers. Not today, but soon. French fashion magazine. And again, I'm just going to leave it at $15, and it's per issue. Each one of these was also 4 pages. Let me verify that. Yes, 4 pages. And when the ladies are 12 inches tall, you're going to need to shrink them because she's not 12, but she is 9. Sometimes they're big, sometimes they're small. Okay, and I will make that one later. Again, this one is not as big as the first one either. It doesn't have as many issues. So there's those two. Let's do the American one. The American one is super uber famous. It is a knockoff of the French one. The first French one I showed you is the original fashion magazine in the Victorian times. It is the most popular. It is the one you will probably find if you ever find one. In America, they had what is called Harper's Bazaar, and it is the American version of that first French one that I showed you. In America, Harper's Bazaar magazines in English are very expensive. You have to pay, $500, $600, $700, $800 to get a book like this. I found this because one of the people that I bought my French ones from had an American one. And initially I didn't want the American one. And then I was like, well, why not? So I contacted them and they sold me the American one. These little strips right here are the addresses where this was mailed to. In America, and sometimes in France, you subscribed to these magazines and they mailed them to you, and they mailed them folded in half. So most of them will have a fold line because what happened was the ladies would subscribe to the magazine. They were shipped, mailed to them folded. They collected all of their magazines up for the whole year, and they took them to a bookbinder and had them bound into one of these big books so that they could keep them all in one place and reference them when they were, making their dresses and clothes or ordering or whatever they were doing. But that's how these came to be. And so in America, these are worth more money than the French ones are for whatever reason. I think mostly Americans do not understand, the French ones. Maybe they want to be able to read the articles. I don't know. But you'll find if you look for these, just so you know, Harper's Bazaar is the only one that has the fashion in it. There's several other Harper's magazines. Those are very low quality. They don't have very beautiful prints in them. They don't have anything like what we're having in this one. Harper's Magazine is a completely different publication, and you can find bound ones of those for next to nothing. But the Harper's Bazaar is always going to be very spendy in America, probably everywhere. But anyway, this is the front of it. It's absolutely beautiful. You can see I'm feeling it because it feels great. The paper is good. And so this is basically like the French ones, but has the American version of stuff in it, right? So I'm going to scoot it all the way over here, and we're going to look at these. So that's the one I have, Shelly. Yep. So this one, you get the full first page. A lot of them have the addresses still on them. You get a page of writing, and this is in English, so you can read it at least. Then you go right into what the French ones are, where you've got all your needlework, your embroidery, all that kind of stuff. There's some children here. You've got dresses over here. The ladies they're full-size ladies. This is a big magazine, a big one. And then you've got another page like this. And then you've got something, not every issue has this, but something like this. Big, beautiful, frameable. I would frame that. I think these ones are 6 pages per issue. More fashion, but also in the American one that you don't get in the French one is art. So they talk a lot about different artists. They show you different prints or plates or whatever you want to call it. There's a queen down here. Let me try to show you more of the bottom and all the way around. So in these, then you also have ads. This is all ads here. So this is an ad, which I think is fabulous. There's ads down here also. And then we go on to the back page. The back page usually has some type of games, cartoon, something like that. The funnies, basically. and then you go into the next one. I'm going to scoot it up so we can look down here kind of in the middle. And so I'm going to show you several of these articles, lace work. And again, if they're torn, those are the ones I'm going to keep and I'm going to use. So I think these are 6 pages. There's your art stuff, whatever. And see that one? These are the fashion plates for it. This one is fabulous. And then we go on from there to the ads. And oh, see, this one, it was already torn. Don't freak out. That one will be mine and I'll use it. Then we go on to these ones. See, we're in the front, and sometimes in the front they do get torn. Not by me usually. Sometimes you get a gigantic art thing like this. I've seen this several times in this book actually. Then you get your ladies and your ads. And we're on to the next one. So these are 6 pages per issue. These are your art pieces here. I would probably just try to frame those. You could scan them and add them and shrink them down as ephemera maybe. But if you're into embroidering, there's lots of nice embroidery patterns that you can get out of here. But Harper's Bazaar is kind of like very, very expensive for ephemera people. You don't find them. This is amended repair. So obviously anything like this is the ones I'm going to keep and use for myself, but it just happens. So we have less of them to share amongst us when there's damaged ones. So there's that. This is all embroidery pattern. There's a gigantic art piece again. And that's kind of how the whole book goes. This book, again, this was a weekly issue, so weekly magazine. So there should be 52 in here. I haven't counted. I don't know. But let me scoot it over a little bit. It wants to flip to all the text and none of the pretty. It's just how it is. You can see quite a few repairs in this one. So, you know, I'll have some to play with basically. But that's less for us to spread around, just so you know. Okay, let's do it. We'll leave it open to something. We'll leave it open to these ads. I thought that said Etsy there for a minute. Okay, this is 2 beautiful pages of ads. Let's leave it open to that. All right, here we go. This one is an American fashion magazine. I am still going to do it at $15 per issue. And there it is. Is it 8? I thought it was 6. It might be 8. I better count it. And it also might depend, like sometimes there's special issues. So there's 1, 2, I did that. 3. It is torn here. 4. It wants to tear on the fold. 5, 6. You're right. 7, 8. So there is 8 pages, not 6. Thank you. That was very helpful. So 8 pages total. There we go. So here, I know you guys are having this whole printer conversation. Here's what I'm going to tell you. Do not buy a printer from anywhere else other than Costco. You can buy a printer at Costco. Costco, I believe, still to this day has unlimited warranty on printers. I believe you can return them for any reason at any time. When you buy them at Costco, Costco at a minimum will extend your manufacturer's warranty. I bought my printer at Costco, and the reason why is because at Costco, they give you a bonus pack of ink for your EcoTank printer, number 1. Number 2, it is always on sale for like my printer was the ET3850. It was on sale for about $270 or $290. And then from there, every single time that printer stops working, I take it back and I get a new one. And I have only replaced it one time, but if I didn't buy it from Costco, I would not have been able to return it because it would have been from Amazon, and Amazon doesn't let you. So please, if you're thinking of buying the EcoTake printer, Costco has several different ones. You can buy it online at Costco and have it shipped to your house. Every Costco that I've ever been in has both the ET2850 and 3850, or 2800. I think it's 2850 and 3850. They do go on sale often. It's either they're on sale or they're not on sale, but usually they're on sale. And once you buy them, you can return them to Costco. Like I said, Shelly, they do ship. You go to Costco.com. I know that you have to have a membership for Costco, but perhaps if you don't have a Costco membership and you do not want a Costco membership, perhaps one of your family members has a Costco membership, a coworker that you like and are friends with, a friend, something like that, a neighbor, something like that. But I'm telling you, for buying printers, you want to go with Costco, because printers are one of those things where we're going to use our printer a lot, and our printer, it's going to be kind of a workhorse for us, and you want to make sure that you have a place to return that and exchange it and whatever. I have used the heck out of my ET3850, and I've only returned it once, and it is because it started not wanting to load the paper. It would crumple up the paper every single time. And I think I just used mine to death, because I've done prints for you guys in the thousands and thousands of pages out of that 3850. So that's my advice, is get it at Costco. They have other printers available at Costco also. I have not had the 2850 or 2800. I have only had, the only EcoTake and only Epson printer I have ever had was the 3850. I love it. I think it is a fabulous printer. I have printed probably 100,000 prints, maybe even more, because when I used to do prints for you guys and I would print them here at the house, I would be running that thing for thousands of prints for days at a time and did not have a problem with it. So anyway, I'll get this list for Harper's also done after the fact. There's that. We did French fashion. Yay, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And there's my quick printer talk. When I do the printer printer tricks, when I do the printer tricks video, I will show you guys how to take your printers and enhance every single thing that you do with them. Because if you just do it as it says, you're missing out on a whole lot. So when I do that video for you guys, sorry, I have to Swiffer. When it gets gritty, it's too much for me. Anyway, and you can tell that Swiffer is definitely a dirty one. It stays in here for like ledger grime and whatever sand that comes out. Okay, so let's see what we did not do yet. Let's go ahead and do these, because we're in the sewing whatever range. Let's do these sewing things. So I have these boxes of thread. This is the way they came to me. We're going to do the thread cards that are inside of them, but I thought you guys would like to see the boxes. They have their little tissues. And inside of each one of these is thread. So you can see there's a box of blues, there's a box of just different colors. And again, this one has different colors. We're going to do them as we go by the card. At the end, if somebody wants the boxes, we will do the boxes. As long as I get rid of all cards, we can do boxes, because I'm not keeping the boxes. So for cards, I'm going to start with the small blues, and then we're going to go to the big blues. These are brand new vintage or antique threads. I'm pretty sure these are antique threads. Yes. So all of these ones have labels on them. They're all on their card, and they're all beautiful. We're going to start with the small ones. The little paper bit from the labels. I have one in a lighter blue. We're going to make a color rainbow here. So if we do light, next, 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 and then there's one tiny one. It looks like it used to have more and it was cut off. So I'm going to ABCD these. Yep, we're going to do these one at a time. And I'm going to put your name on it right now, so that way it's, you know, labeled for you. So we're going to take a minute. German scrap. I don't know if we will make it. Honestly, Jenny, I don't know. I am so sorry. I am trying to fit it all in. I will do my best. If I don't do it now, Jenny, I will make sure you get one when I do it. This guy is a light blue. I don't know that it matters, but do you guys want to pick color, or as long as they're all blue, is that good for you guys? Does it matter? This guy will be different because he only has 3 little things and he's cut, but I think all of these are cut, honestly. They are. All of them have been cut at the bottom. He's just the most cut. Yes, pick. Okay, fine. We can do it. It is thread. Sewing thread. So it is thread that is wrapped around a little thing. Sewing or embroidery, I'm not really sure. It's a little fuzzier than I would think for sewing, but maybe. I don't know. It's thread. It's definitely thread. Sewing probably, right? Okay. I will make sure you get one, Jenny. Let's do these guys. I'm gonna ABCD them just in little spots here, and you guys can tell me A, B, or C, or D as we go through, because there are many different colors. The A one is the only one I'm gonna price differently this time. And then we have D and E. Okay, let's do this. Grab my stickies. And then we're going to do French, and I will show you the guys one more time up close. French thread card. And I'm going to verbally tell you A will be different, but I'm just going to put them all in as one price just to make it easy so I can copy and paste. The little thread cards that we have on the table have been cut down, and I'm going to do them at $14 per card. The A card is the only card I will do at $10. So if you choose A, he will be 10. If you choose any of the other ones, they will be 14. If you want one and you do not care what color, or you're worried you're not going to get one because they might sell out first, I would suggest typing any as your selection. You can just say me, any, and then I will give you whatever one is next available. So here we go for these. And again, this is what they look like up close. This is tape here that holds this label. The label is what is keeping your thread all nicely wound on your card. I would take the thread off. I don't know, maybe I wouldn't, but I would definitely like to scan one of these cards, because again, to wrap our trims or our thread around, or a ribbon or lace or whatever, I think these cards would be amazing. On the back, there is some advertising. And so that's kind of what they look like. Okay, so first in for these is Deborah, and she's an any. It does not look like we'll make it to everything. Like I said, there's just so many people here that even without making the lists, it's still, it eats up a lot of time. Okay, Kendall is next, and Kendall is choosing the A. Thank you, Kendall. I love that. That's awesome. So there's Kendall. And then after Kendall, Sydney also wanted the A, but she says E will work. So Sydney's going to take the E. Thank you, Sydney. Let me put it up here. There we go, Sydney. And then after Sydney, Helen, but she says A or any, so she's good. Helen, thank you. And then after Helen, we have Jenny D. And she says any. So that's our ones. We go across the way this way. I like to do it in order as they came. So there we go. So if you said any and I read your name, you got one. So Helen, Deborah, and Jenny D, and Sydney and Kendall got one that round. Next round, these are not cut, these are full cards. So I've got, some of them might be the same color. I'm thinking they might be the same color. This one's dark, this one's light, this one looks like that one. This one is slightly darker than that one. This one is brighter. That one again looks the same, and that one looks the same. So for the A spot, I have 4 that are all the same color. 4 that are all the same color, or very, very close, but I think they're the same. These 2 are definitely the same. And then these guys have got 1 each. And I know these are the Frenchy Blues. I get it, but that's what they are. Okay, so I do not have a digital of any of this stuff. I did get Deborah. I did. She was in any and I got her. Okay, so let's go for these guys. These are antique French thread card, and these are full ones. And we are going to do these guys at $18 a card. They are not cut. They're $18 a card. And I'm going to copy that because we're going to keep doing that until these cards are gone. So there they are. I do my best with time, and I feel terrible. I was so stressed because I knew we weren't going to make it through everything that I wanted to make it through. And it makes me feel bad because I know certain people, they're here and they're waiting and they're watching for so long for me to show the one thing that they're wanting, and they worry that they will miss out on it and all that kind of stuff. And all I can say to you guys is, A, I know you know that I'm doing my best, and I know you're patient with me, and I appreciate that. But B, I always have a lot of things. And even if you miss out on something one time, you know that I will have something similar for you in the future. And I know, we want what we want, right? And the what if she doesn't ever have one again? I get it. I would be the same way, really. But just know that I do my best, and I know you guys know that. Okay. I know, but it's hard. It's hard for everybody. Okay, so Danny is first, Danny H. And she is saying she would like the C one. So Danny H got the C one. We knew these Frenchy Blues were going to go first. So Danny H, and then Melissa. Melissa is going to take the B one of the Bs. And then after Melissa, Alice is saying any, I believe. I'll look. Alice and Jenny. Jenny D is next, and she is saying she would like the B one. And after that, Jackie wanted the C, but she also would take the D. Jackie, and it's Jackie H. Jackie H, and she'll take the D. And then after that, we've got Shelly for an any. And Tara. Tara says an any. And then after Tara, I've got Deborah for an any. And I think we've got one more. One more for this round. And that goes to Tracy H. Tracy H. Okay. So Tracy H is last. She gets the one on the right side. And then everyone else will get these guys. They were all the same. I usually fill it from left to right every time. I guess it doesn't really matter, but in my head it matters. Okay. So there's those. And I feel like somebody's probably going to want these boxes. So I'm going to grab a bag and stick these in a bag. I guess I have a moment before I need to do that, but I feel like you guys are probably going to want the boxes. So there's that box. It's empty. Let's do this box next. This box has different things in it. It has some lighter blues. This stuff is like, you know, fuzzy whatever, so it's collecting some lint. But it has a lighter blue. That's a full card. It has some empty cards. The cards are beautiful. I didn't know they had all that advertising under them. It has some empty cards and another light blue one. So there's two of those. If I would have known, it probably had multiples the whole time, but I did not know. So here's another light blue one and another light blue one. So there's 4 light blue ones there. Then we have one of these blues, and then we have some random stuff. So this guy, and this guy. He's a different card. These ones are different cards. See the orange stripe that goes through there? It's a little bit different of a card. A little bit different. So maybe you need to get both cards to make a digital. I'm not sure, but that's probably what I would do. So there's that. And then I've got some little half ones that we'll do here in a minute. They've got lint and all kinds of other little stuff all over them, but we'll do those here in a minute. So for A, there's 4. Yes, 4. I've got little bits of lint, and I'm going to need my Swiffer again. So I'm going to discount these. These ones here are the $18 ones. They are the full card. This one here we'll do for $14 because that's what we did the first round. And both of these will be $10 each, just like we did the other round. They have a little bit more on them, but we're doing them like that. For the thread for these, it is a cotton thread. It's kind of fuzzy though. It might be embroidery, but I mean, it's thin. I don't think it's like embroidery. I think it's just kind of cottony and fuzzy. I don't know how to explain it. It's not like our thread that we're sewing in our sewing machine with, but it is very, very thin, about the same thickness as that. It's just fuzzier feeling to me. Okay. Let's go ahead and get these in. I'm going to do them just as I told you. So 18, 18, 14, 10, 10. And I'm just going to paste them in there at the 18, and you guys know the other one's prices. Let me try to clear off some of this linty stuff. It's got lint and dust and whatever else. Okay. Going up to the top, we have Jenny for an A, and that's Jenny T this time. Jenny T for an A. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. And then Bluebird. Bluebird. And I wrote down your real name too. And she's taking an A. It is a lot of A's. And then after that, we've got Sarah W. Sarah W. And we need to do lace samples soon too. Sarah W. And she's taking an A. Oh, she's me A and proxy for Marcella N-E. So Marcella will be an N-E. Okay, Marcella's an N-E. I've got her over there. And then after that, Marcella, and then Tracy. Tracy H is an E. Tracy H. And she would like the E one. Thank you, Tracy. There's that. After Tracy, we have Grace. Grace. Grace, can I have your first name for Grace? Can I have your first name? I think you've been here before, but I cannot remember your first name. She's going to take the B one first. Yeah, B. Okay, it doesn't say and, so it's B. Then Jackie H wanted the E, but she would also take the D, so we'll do Jackie H. Jackie H, and she's going to take the D, and the D is 10. Has a little more on it, but we're still doing it. And then after the D, we've got Amy wanted the D. Truth will take an A, and that leaves Marcella. So Truth is going to take that A, and that leaves Marcella with this one right there. Thank you guys. And I need to adjust the price on this to 14. Thank you, thank you. Okay. I'm going to save the random, like these little guys that are half cards for the end because we probably have more of those. I don't know. We have a whole nother box. So for this box, there's all kinds of random colors in it. And different cards as well. So these cards seem to be a different manufacturer and a different card. So that's kind of a partial card. It looks like this is a full card. And again, it's got dust, whatever, on it. I should never have put my Swiffer away. This one is like a mostly full card. It's got one little section cut off. This is an entirely different card that we haven't had before. Let me do it this way. Let's do full cards. That's full. That's full, but it's got this little guy. He's, just so you know, I'm trying to get fuzz off of him right now. See right here, something cut him. And so all of your thread, if you're intending on using this thread, I don't know what happened, but it's cut right there. Like, it's gone. And there's little thread bits all over this guy of other colors. So this little section here is going to be gone. But there he is. And then this guy, he's a partial card, but he has 4 sections and he's a full card. So I'm going to put him there. I don't know. We'll talk about these other little guys here in a minute. It's kind of uneven, but the full cards, even this guy that has the cut mark, the full cards are going to be $18 because I'm basing that on the card. This guy here will be 14, and I will do this guy. That's not right. 14 for this one. I'm getting confusing myself. 14 for B. A and C are 18. D and E, I'm going to do 16. They're still full cards of the paper card, but this guy's got the cut. This guy's missing 2. I know it doesn't make sense, but I'm just going to make a tag for it so I don't confuse myself. We said 16 on the E. 16 on the D. We said 18 on the C, 18 on the A, and 14 on the B. I don't know if you guys can see that. I hope that you can. And I'm going to put it in for the 18, but you guys know what it is. And I don't want to limit people, like if they've already got one, I don't want to limit people because maybe they are trying to make a digital of all the different kinds of cards. So that's why I'm just leaving it. Jenny T is going to take the B. Jenny T. Thank you. And then Jackie H is going to get the A. Jackie H. Okay, there's Jackie's. And then Susan L. Hello and welcome, Susan L. Susan L is going to get this D1. And Susan, I don't think I've invoiced you before. Hopefully you read the instructions and you sent over your information in an email. The instructions are in the description box if you need it. And then Truth is going to take the E. Truth got the E. And then the last one I have available in this round I don't think anybody foresee Sydney. Sydney is going to take that one. Thank you, Sydney. Appreciate it. Thank you all. I appreciate it. I really need my Swiffer right now. Okay, so let's do this round. It's kind of a mismatch. I don't know what, but you guys can see how much like lint and dust are on these guys. I wish I had like a little lint. I need the Swiffer. I can't anymore, guys. I can't do it. I wish I had the little lint roller in here. That would be a good thing to put in a bin next to me, is the Swiffer and the lint roller. I don't want to take my ABC off, but I'm going to. Yeah, lots and lots of stuff. And the finish of my desk like comes off on everything that sticks to it, like tape or stickies or whatever. And it's because it's an antique desk with very old like varnish on it, and it's just wearing off as I use it. So anyway, there's the little tags again. And these guys, I'm also going to Swiffer because they're just like, I don't know what, they're attracting every little bit of lint, and there's tiny little bits of thread of different colors sticking. So we have one little card that is just one, he's the top of a card and he's yellow and he's right there. And then we have the next card and it's 3 sections of green. And the next one is 2 sections of green. And then the next 2 are orange. I've got one card that looks like that, and one card that looks like this. And you can see again, he's coming off. His thread it's broken or cut and coming off. So there's that. I don't know how many of us actually want to use the thread. I don't know if the thread is just so old that it is rotting, and you know how thread breaks sometimes, maybe from the pressure of being wound. I don't know. Let's sticky these because these are all going to be different prices. I'm going to do this little E for $5. I'm going to do this guy here, and let's do him for $9. And let's do this one for $9. And let's do this guy. I want to do him for $12 because his thread is coming off. He's a different card though. So we haven't had any of this card before, to my knowledge. We have had this one and this one before. This guy here, let's do for $14. So we have 14, 12, 9, 9, and 5. There they are. A tiny sweeper in a tray. Yep, that would be helpful. So let me change the price on these. I'm just going to make them go. It's not full. I need to take the full out of there. But anyway, there's the cards. Yeah, I really didn't need a Swiffer and the little lint roller, but now we're doing fabricy or lacy or whatever things, and it's creating a problem. Okay, Jackie H was first, and she's going to take the D. Jackie H. Thank you, Jackie. And this is Haley. I need to write that. Thank you. Okay, and then after that one, we've got Sydney for the C. Sydney. Thank you, Sydney. And Tor for the A. Thank you, Tor. And then Sarah also wanted the A, but she'd take the E. Sarah W. Thank you, Sarah. And then the last one, Truth, will take the B. Thank you, Truth. Thank you, thank you. And I hope you guys do not mind your nicknames, but that's how I need it in my brain. But thank you for putting up with my nicknames for you guys. Okay, another little half card. And now let's do some full cards. I have a full purple. I am dusting these as we go. I have a full card of purple, which looks in pretty good shape. I have another full card of purple. This is the same purple. It is. So there's two of those. And then a lighter purple. And a different card. I'm going to quit Swiffering him because he's coming off. So there's that one. And then we have a full card of pink. And I think this is the only full card of pink, guys. We have some partial cards of pink, but I think that's the only full one. And then what else is full in here? Well, not full, but close to full. Is this guy. There's that one. And let's do this one with the pink on it. My carpet has yarn all over it or thread all over it now. Okay, there we go. So for these, let's do 18 and 18. And I'm probably going to do 18 on that one. So these are full, and they'll both be 18. That's pretty full, but his thread is coming off, and there's 18 there. And then for these two, I will do the 15, I guess. I know it's not making much sense at this point, but 15. We really just want the cards, I think. I mean, they're pretty otherwise, but I'm going to type these in. You can get more than one. Did you put that in before and I missed it? If you want more than one, be sure to put and. I'm sorry if I missed somebody up there. Okay. I see Melissa first, and she's saying C. So Melissa is grabbing that one. I knew the pink would be popular. There's Melissa. After Melissa, we have Lori H, who wants this one. Lori H. Thank you guys. And Helen wants the E, but it just went. Alice wants the C, but it went, but she will take an A. So Alice G. G. Alice, thank you. Tara wants the A for Tara. Okay, there's Tara. After Tara, Jackie H, and she will take the D. Jackie H. Thank you. After Jackie, Sydney is saying yes, and then Truth is saying she will take a B. Truth. Thank you. After that, we've got a couple little, I don't know, miscellaneous ones here. Let's do these. There's a couple more pinks, but they're not full cards. I've got this one. And I've got a little one of 3. It doesn't have a top of a card. It's just a part of a card. This one has the top of a card. Grab the rest of these out of here. So we've got a pink and a red. This one has 2 different colors on it. It probably did not start out that way, but somebody's wound it on there probably. And a red. So those are all over the price, all over the place. I do have another card with pink we probably should have did, but we'll save it for next round. Okay, so I'm going to label these. Let's do, I'm just going to do that A for 12. It has mostly a full card. It's got missing little corner here. This guy right here can be 5. Don't really have a place to stick him. I'm going to do this little red down here at the bottom for 5. I will make this pink here be 8. And I'm going to do this guy for 9. So 12, 5, 8, 9, 5. And we're going to put that in. And we're just going to say go at this point. And then I've got some more after this. Maybe one more round and we're done with these. If you guys want to look at the boxes, we could certainly do that. Otherwise, I'll dispose of them. I think they're cute, but I don't have a use for them. I don't save that kind of stuff. I'm Swiffering the last ones to get them clean. Okay. There we go. Yes, boxes, cool. All right, let's go back to the top. Cindy is saying the E, but she's saying also and. So Sydney. Sydney wanted E, and she also wanted B. E and B, or C or A and D. A, see, this is where it gets confusing. E and B, and I think that's where we're going to leave it because she says or C or A and D. Do you also want D, Sydney? Is that what that's saying to me? I don't know. But Linda's right after you for D, so I'm going to give it to, I'm just going to share it over to Linda. We did let you get 2 that round. Linda R. She's taking that one. And then after Linda R, Lois is going to take this guy, Lois M, for the C. And I have an A left. Melissa doesn't have an A. Lori doesn't have an A. Jennifer doesn't have an A. Helen doesn't have an A. Jenny T will take that A. Jenny T. It's more about the card, I think. Okay, so Jenny's got that one. Last round of these. I have a random blue one, and again, the thread, some of it is coming undone. A part of a purple. This guy has multiple colors, but he does have a full cardboard card, as does this one, and then this one. So we're just going to do this little pink one at 5. Because of the card situation, I'm going to do that at 12. I will move this one to 14. We'll go back and do this one at 7. And how about we do that one at 9? I don't know. The pricing is kind of all over the place, but there they go. Okay. I know you wanted D2. I apologize, but we're going to share it over. Okay. No offense. We're just going to share it over because I really could not make it out and I was not sure. And she was right there under you. Okay. So for these guys, did it say that full again? I really hope it didn't. Because I kind of cut that out, but I guess I forgot to hit delete. Anyway, you guys know they're not 18 and you know that they're not full. Let's do this. Danny H is first and she's taken the E. Danny H. Kendall also wanted E. Melissa wanted E. Sydney says B. Sydney, and she also says E and A. So she will also get A. Thank you, thank you. After Sydney says all of that, we're going to go to Truth, who wanted E. And then Jackie wanted B or E or D. So Jackie is going to take the D. Jackie H. Thank you. Last one is a C. So I'm looking for somebody that said C. Amy W is an N-E. Amy W. Thank you so much. We are done with thread cards for tonight. There are other thread cards at some point, but not tonight and different. I have a whole ton of sewing stuff. We could have done like 3 days of just French sewing things. We will totally do them another time. For now, I'm going to keep these two and I'm going to attempt to scan, but we'll see. At least I have two to try it with. This one is the better one. I think this one is a little messed up, but I'm going to keep those two. I shared all the other ones. And let's look at these boxes quick. So I'm going to try to dump some of this whatever out of this one. This is a red box that has this on the outside. It doesn't really have anything else other than the front back portion and a little tissue. Just a little tissue to cover it. And then there's a lid for that one. It's this one. So this one, there is thread things that match this. There is cards that match this. So if you got this card, I can't pull one out of the stack, but this is the lid for that. It's not really a great box, guys. I mean, you see it. And I hope it doesn't get squished more in shipping, but it did ship to me from France. So there's that guy for A. The next box, let's do this one. And again, I'll dump some lint or whatever out of it. This guy is next. And he's got his little tissue. I think the tissue would be fun to scan. And that's his box. You can see like it's kind of squished in and whatever. And then there's the back. It has nothing else on it other than that one front label. And then does he have a lid? I think he has a lid. No, it's this one. Well, it could be either. We'll give it to this one. It has tape everywhere. Again, these boxes are not great, guys. It has tape everywhere on that. And then this one has no lid, but he does have a tissue. Dump some lint or whatever out of there. So this is his tissue there. I don't know what you guys are going to do with them. Maybe you're going to organize them or scan something. I don't know. But that's his box. And again, he's a little squished in on that side. Can't really see. Sorry, I apologize. This is his label. And that's the C box. We don't have a D or E. A, B, or C. Are you guys ready? It is stapled. The boxes are stapled. Yeah, they're big staples. Well, this guy isn't stapled. I mean, he might be stapled on, yeah, well, I don't know. This is how he's constructed. So whatever construction, I think it's folded and probably pasted, but the red one was stapled. And this is the same. But again, he's all ripped and whatever. Are you guys ready? And so just so you guys know, whatever you need to doing, when you guys are talking about scanning, when I say you guys are free to scan and encouraged to scan and all that stuff, that's great, but don't talk about it here. Don't tell people you're sharing. Don't share it to people in my group. Don't share it to people in the Facebook group. There's none of that kind of stuff here because this is my life sale and things like that. You know, it's kind of like my business. If you guys want to do it, you do it on your own. You do it completely in private and not to people that you are going to meet and talk about things with in my life sale. You guys need to scan what you want to scan and put it into your own Etsy's without any type of advertising about all of that or sharing to customers and things that you meet through me, because that is my business. So I'm putting that out there and giving that warning. That's the last and only warning I'm going to give about it. A, B, and C, are you all ready? Do you all have your me's put in? Okay, Tracy H is going to take the A1 and I'm going to share it over, Tracy. Tracy H is going to take the A1. and they're free, just in case you guys did not understand that. They're free. Bluebird is going to take the B one. There's our freebie. And then the C one is going to go to Helen. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. And I'm glad you guys are getting the boxes and maybe doing something with them. I don't know what you're doing, but there they are. I'm going to stick Helen's tag on the side. So let me stack these back up and put them. I mean, they do look kind of cute that way, but they need a lot of help, guys. I'm just going to stick them back here. They need a lot of help. Anyway, I think if I can, I might try to ship some stuff inside there if you have small things, because if I put stuff inside of them, it will probably help. Even if I crumple up paper, it will probably help them to stay stable so they don't like get crushed more. I will try, but I cannot promise. The little cover thing, yeah, I get it. There's definitely stuff there I liked, but what would I do with it? I don't know. I have too many things and no shelf space. Okay, so let's move on. We're gonna do the little fashion, sticking with that kind of stuff. Well, we need to do French lace samples. It's that time and we need to do them. I can see that we are going to stay late. If you guys all want to stay late, or whoever wants to stay late is welcome to stay late, but it was scheduled to end in half an hour. I'm going to do French lace samples. We may end up probably staying late as long as I can, because there is still 10 times what I already did tonight in this room ready to go. It's too much stuff. Okay, so we're gonna do the French lace samples because I showed them and I want to make sure we get them and it's time. So let me grab the box. For those of you who are not here in the beginning, this is how we opened our live sale. Is I showed you guys this awesome, it's a big dress box. So it's a humongous box. It's about 2 feet long by 18 inches wide. It's a huge dress box that your dress would have came delivered to your apartment, whatever, packed in tissue paper in this big dress box. This is a very old Victorian times dress box. You can see the dress shop up here. You can see there are no like modern cars or anything like this. This is very old. And it is from Victor Hugo. This is just the box. I'm just showing you because it's cool. I don't know, at some point I might try to scan something of that. But what's inside of the box is that. Not a dress, but French lace samples. So if you weren't here in the beginning, I kind of flipped through, and I'm going to flip through some of it again. This box, just so you know, is very, very deep. And I have 2 of them. So I have 2 boxes that are full of French lace samples. All of this is French lace. Some of this French lace was made in France and then was sent over to America. So some of it was made for the American market and all of it was made in France. So there's that. We have all different kinds of lace samples in here. You can see there's like the applique things. There's pieces and parts of appliques. All of it is samples. None of it is reclaimed from any article or garment or anything like that. It's just samples. So even like, you know, these pieces here, this one has a little label, but also has stamped number. Some of them don't have any labels and they have stamped numbers. There are pieces in here that do not have a label or a stamp. They're just in here. So they are what they are. Like a lot of them don't have any label or anything on it, but it's a French lace sample. All of these are samples, meaning they're not like yardage of it. It's just pieces of lace. A lot of them are like little skinny, like this is pinned together here. It's pinned together because all of these are the same lace sample. So these came from a lace factory in France, and they probably put these in lace sample books at one point in time, but these ones are just individual lace samples, and they all have a little tag on them. But like I said, we're going to do them, and I'm just going to do random lace samples. I want to show you what, some of them are thin like this. But sometimes it's hard to find the thin lace. So some of it's wide and some of it's thin. So there's those. There's a big bunch of all the little samples, the thin ones right here in the middle. And then as we go through here, you're going to notice like there's some that are blush colored. Like there's a pinky blush color one down here. Um, you know, there's beigey looking ones and there's off-white. Some of them are quite big and folded. There's a bunch of these little off-white ones. They're mostly like white, but they're antique now, so they're not as white as they used to be. And then you've got some that are embroidered, and you've got this big bunch is folded over because it's too big. But tones of pink and beige, there's only a few black ones, so I don't think we're doing black today, but this is like a cocoa color or a darker nude color. And we're just going to do random French lace samples because I have 2 boxes to dig through. You can see there's different kinds. There's the thicker, heavier lace too. Again, there's a bunch of thin ones here. It was all folded up nice, so I'm going to stop trying to mess it all up. But there's a lot of it in here. And some bigger ones. So this is the kind of things. And so when we do the lace samples, I'm going to try them. The more pieces of lace that you get, I will try to give you different kinds of lace. No guarantee though, like, you can't pick out a color or a size or whatever. They're just going to be random. So we looked at this corner of the box. We'll go back and we'll look at the other corner of the box. I have already pulled everything that I wanted and I put it in my little bin. So these are the ones I'm pulling your guys' stuff from. I'm going to just turn the box around so that I can get it. It's too big. It won't slide over there. So this is the other side of the box. And there's big bunches of it down here. There's some different kinds of trim down here. I'll try to stick mostly with lace, but different kinds of little trim pieces. A couple pieces have color, but almost all of it is just lace. Like here's some actual, I would call this pink, whereas the other one was kind of like a pinky nude. But you guys are seeing it exactly how it is. So there is smaller ones back under here. I can't really get to them, but there is smaller ones. And so all of this is just folded up pieces. So you guys saw the lace sample book in the beginning too. And I think, they probably had these and were just cutting and making little lace sample books for, dress shops or something like that. I don't know. But that's what this is. That's what this box is. And that's what we're going to do is we're going to do lace samples. Here's some that does look white. Not very much of it though. Most of it's kind of like a creamy color. So there is an awful lot of littles when you order. If you get multiples, you're going to get, some of each size as much as I can do because I want you guys to get a variety so that you guys can play with it. If we try to flip up this middle section, again, I'm making a giant mess, but it's all the same kinds of things in here, just over and over and over again. I tried to keep them flat because I didn't want them to get all wrinkled because I don't want to have to like iron them or whatever. Not that I would, but I'm just saying, trying to keep them all flat before we package them. So that's that. That's one whole complete, like the box is thick and full. I can't show you on camera, but it's a big box of lace and I got 2 of them. Been waiting for lace. So I'm going to use some of this. Like I'm not going to, if I get a piece without the label, I would probably use it. But just even if you use the original one in a journal, I would just use it with the little lace sample, the little tag on it. I wouldn't cut off my tag. I would leave my tag on. But if I get one without a tag, then I would just glue it in my book. I don't think it's so precious we can't use it. I think it's fine to use it. But antique lace does get pretty spendy, especially for French lace. I know we all already own lots of lace, but we don't own French lace samples. So that being said, I'm going to type them in. A lace sample can be anything. I think these are about the smallest pieces. A lace sample can be like this. I think this is about the smallest. Here's a smaller. So here's a very, very small one. But at least it has a label. So anyway, we're going to do random. If you order a bunch of them, I will give you as much variety as I can give you. Let's go ahead and do it. And if you have a question about pricing, look up antique French lace prices. I dare you. And nobody better throw away their tag. I'm going to do the price per piece, and you guys can just go for it. If you want 50 pieces, then do 50 pieces, and I will fill it as best as I can. If there's too many orders, then I will just fill what I can spread across the board. We're going to type this in as antique French lace samples. We're going to do them. We're going to do them at, I have to like, it's hard because obviously this is worth less than a big piece, you know what I mean? So that part is hard. So I would suggest getting more than one so that it is more fair all overall. I'm going to do them at $5 per sample. If you have a question about that, go look up what antique French lace samples are worth. Keep in mind, and I said this before, not every one will have a paper tag on it. You kind of saw how many did and how many didn't. And not every single one of them, where's one? Well, that says made in France, but some of them say like made in France for another company. I don't know. You guys will have to see it when you see it, but all of these ones say the same thing. Yeah, it says made in France, but some of the tags say made in France for somebody else. I don't know. But I already have my bin, so I'm good. And trust me, it was like Sophie's choice when I was trying to decide, can I let this go or do I need this? It was really hard. So anyway, I did not show you, but some pieces are quite large. Like some pieces are quite large. And some pieces are quite small. I kind of wanted you to do it before I was like, yeah, because some people think if I show this is exactly what they're going to get. And so I was trying to show the smaller ones mostly. And yeah, so you guys get it. All right, let's do this. So it looks like we're good. I probably have enough. I don't know. There's some 20s in there. Hello, hello. Hello, Jesus Art and Crafts. Hello. V. Hello, hello. Welcome. Thank you for sending your information. The description box. Yep. You just need to send over your information in an email. Just make sure that you email me. I'm going to pop it up on the screen here in just a few more minutes. And then when you guys are all good with this, these are antique ones, but I am, I'm not sure on an exact year. So look at these, right? Look at these guys. And then we had this. So this guy right here, trying not to ruin my box. This guy, we had this book. And this book is from 1904. And if you look at the lace samples in this book with their tags from 1904, they're very, very similar. Like here's some of the little thin ones. So my camera wants to make it all orange. It does not like the blue paper. It makes it oranger. But just look at these lace samples from 1904 with their tags. And so there's all different kinds of these guys, but I think these are about the same. I mean, I saw pretty much all of this kind of lace. And the tag, Where is one of them? Like, I know that it's just a tag, but it certainly looks the same to me. So if I put this one out, it's the same kind of lace. It's just a thin one. So I don't know. This book is from 1904. It's dated 1904. So I'm thinking these are around that, but I don't have an exact date on them. Some of them do say made in France, which could be a certain date range, but it doesn't have to be a certain date range. So there's that. There's the lace. We did it. Okay. If you're saying me, you have to say how many. Okay. So there's that. And there's those. Okay. Let's do music. Let's do music. In this last little bit, let's do music. You can still come in for them, Shelly. You can still come in. Up until I do the next item, you guys can keep going. You know I'm going to make the list for this after the fact anyway, so go ahead. All right. You guys asked me. Oh no, we can't do music yet. Hang on. We can't do music yet. I have these beauties. The box is awesome. It is. So this right here is separate from these. This is, I'm going to do these separately, even though they are kind of a set, but I am going to do them separately. So this is all sewn. This is fabric, and these are all sewn to this pink backing. These are lace samples as well. These lace samples, this card was just in there. These lace samples are glass bead lace. It's made out of glass beads, all different patterns. All of these pieces are sewn to this pink backing. You can see it's definitely grungy and dirty. It has little paper labels stuck to it. If you are a lace collector, maybe you just want to frame this. I think you just frame it. That's what I would do with it. So when these were shipped to me, some of the beads came off or got crushed or whatever. I don't so much see it in this one. It may have been the next one because there's another bigger one just like this. But I'm going to do them separately. This guy's pinned right here just to kind of keep him on there. But anyway, it's glass bead lace. And so that's what they look like. They are sparkly like that. There's their little labels. I think somebody just needs to frame this guy and save him. For size range, I am trying to get to music, and I have a million more ledgers. So he's 17 inches long by 9 inches tall. Good night, Jenny. Thanks so much, hon. I'm sorry we didn't get to your Victorian scrap. I promise I will remember you for it. Okay, so these guys, he's up first. I'm going to do him. He's definitely antique. They have not made any lace like this in a very long time. Beaded glass lace is obviously much more expensive than regular lace, so I'm going to put him in. Oh yes, I have 30 of them sitting next to me of all different kinds and sizes. Last night we did like a million of them. I still have probably 200 more of them. We're just going to do a pile of them at the end here today. Okay, this guy, he's going in. Antique French, black glass, bead lace. He's really trim, but you guys get it. And for this panel right here, and before we put him in, I will show you the other one in case it matters to you. In case it matters, this is the other one. The other one is larger. He is dusty. And I guess this one goes here. I'm not really sure where this one goes. He was here, so I will leave him, but honestly, I think he goes here. He does. I'm putting him here because there's no space for him on this one. There is a space here, but he could not have fit there. I'm putting him on the other one because I pretty much think he goes there. But this is the other one. There's a lot of smaller lace on this guy. These are the wider laces. And I put that one on there because there was a big space there. So I'm just going to put it there. So let's do it. I'm going to do this one. You guys are going to need to frame him. He's 125 and he just went in. Definitely put him like, you know, put him under some protective glass. And the fabric underneath is pink. I mean, he's every bit as sparkly as you guys are seeing him. So there's that one. I'm going to roll him back up. Let's roll him this way. And of course, somebody just hand tacked all of that lace down. So there's that one. I'm going to label him in case someone comes in. I think he's number 4 at 125. He can hang anywhere, but that's where he's going. He's number 4. And let me put him over here. Okay, the next one, I don't know if you guys are gonna want him, but I'm gonna put him in because I showed him. This is the bigger one. The labels go this way. Yes, he is dirty and, you know, he's a little dusty, but that's what he is. And see this guy right here, he's got a bead hanging. That's what he is. Same thing. Black beaded glass lace. He's definitely needing a bath, but how can you might try, but those little paper labels, you'll just have to polish him. I think like even just a little baby wipe and just kind of polish him. I mean, I am picking up stuff, so I think you can clean him. But anyway, that's what he is. Either that or take all of them off and hand stitch them back on. He has a lot more samples, a lot more paper labels. Maybe you need to make a new cloth and put him on. I don't know. I think he's fine just framed as he is because it's antique. So he's 13 inches tall by 19 and a half inches, 19 to 19 and a half wide. So a much bigger panel. Good night, Susan. Thanks so much for joining. A shadow box would be cool. I think you could just frame him. He's not super dimensional. Okay, so I'm going to put him in antique French black glass bead lace, and this is the larger panel, and we're going to do him at 150, and there he is. See Mrs. E above. Okay, let me look at Mrs. E. Oh, Mrs. E is saying me on the last one. Okay, Mrs. E. Thank you, and thank you for calling my attention to that. I will write Mrs. E on it. I think these are awesome. I just, what do I keep of it, you know? What do I keep of it? You guys know that I keep some, but it's hard. I want to keep it all. I already kept the one fashion book earlier to scan. Thank you, Mrs. E. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so it looks like this guy will stay at 150. And the reason why I priced him at 150, even though he had more, is because his lace is, I mean, a little simpler. Mrs. E's is a little bit fancier and wider. So there's that. All hand tacked down very long time ago. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate that. Good night. Thank you. Okay, so he's going to stay available as number 5. And he is 150. Right? Was that what it happened to me? Yes, 150. 150 for him, and he'll stay available. Thank you. And Mrs. E, if you want both, you can have both at 250. I'll take the $25 off the bigger one if you decide you want both. Let's do these. These guys, I think these are all the same. These guys right here, we've had embroidery magazines before, but this is a different one. This is a new one for me. They're French embroidery magazines. It says 1928 up here at the top. So these are almost 100 years old. They are not in perfect condition. Let me move these other ones so you guys can see. I mean, you know, they've got bent up little pieces. I'm sure there are tears on them. He's kind of folded up here. But I think there's enough fun things for us to have in these that they're worth it. So anyway, they're from 1928 and they're embroidery magazines. So it's talking about dolls and how to make these little clown dolls or Marie dolls. This is actually the second page. This is the first page. And the ink from these pink flowers has seeped through to the back side. This is a gigantic piece of lace. Looks like filet lace, really. And it's talking about how to make that tablecloth. Good night, Misty. Thanks so much. I will be wrapping up. I don't know when. But thank you. There's the dolls again. I just looked at the time. There's this one. And then we get here for the embroidery and lace making. This is crochet. Crochet up here. Needlepoint possibly. A big tablecloth pattern here. And then you've got this. It says the tulips. A tulip pattern. And it's telling you how to make all of these things. It's different pattern numbers maybe that you could order or something. And then this one, it's talking about crocheting your little girl some clothes. And then we've got these pages. So there's quite a few pages per little book, per little magazine. From 100 years ago, this is what they were doing. And there's the back of it. So again, they're not in perfect condition. Like there's spots and, you know, they're folded and they are what they are. Some of them are worse than this one. Like this guy, he's got a little more wear. How could that be 50 cents from 1927? It says clearly 1927. I don't know. Maybe it's not 50 cents because it was in French. It was in French. This guy is part upside down. This is how he goes. But this is what they kind of look like. So if you're into this kind of stuff, I think there's plenty here to use or scan, but you know, it's obviously not the best condition because there's folds and tears, mostly on the outer parts, but I can't, you know, I can't guarantee exactly what is and what isn't. There's a nice little alphabet part here. I think that those are always beautiful, and some ads in that page. So this is what I mean, like, see how the edges are ratty and there's folds wherever there's folds. I'm just going to leave them as they naturally want to be, if they do want to be there. And we're going to leave it like that. Anyway, we're going to do them. Quickly, I will show you the other covers. And this one's from 1929. I think that pink ink is just everywhere. Either that or somebody colored it. I don't know, maybe somebody colored these. I can't tell. This guy has a torn cover where it folded right there. And that's sad because it was cute. From 1927. This one is 1927. It does look like maybe somebody colored them. And then this guy is 19... it doesn't really tell me, but 19 something. Oh, here. 1928. So all right about 100 years old. I think these are scannable, so I would do it. All right, we're typing it in. This guy, I don't know if he has a cover. These two, I don't know if they have covers. There might be two without covers, so it looks like maybe two do not have a cover. I'll put the two with no cover together. Okay, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of them. I have 11 of these magazines. So that's what they look like. This is the title. How do I get ready? I haven't been to a craft live. How do you get ready? You just bring all of your stuff on your desk and you just craft along with us. There's no cameras or anything. You just get your kit and you use whatever supplies you have in front of you, your own glue, whatever, and your journal kit, and you just make the journal with me tomorrow. Yep. Yep. You just craft along with us. Okay. So these are French embroidery magazines. And we're going to do these guys. I'm just going to do them for $9 each. And I think I have 11. I might count it as 10 just to keep the two without the covers. We'll see how we need them. But 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think I have 10 halfway decent ones and 2 without covers. The 2 without covers, I don't know. I don't know. All right. You're willing to take the grungy ones with no cover, Sydney? Sydney is going to take those 2 grungies with no cover. All right, Sydney, I'm going to do yours at 15 for the 2 with no cover. We're just going to do it like that. I think they're pretty much all there. There's some thick pages there, but there is no cover on them. The rest of them are about the same thickness, maybe just missing that first page. So Sydney has the 2 that didn't. Then Jackie H, 2 that didn't have covers. Then Jackie got 1. And then Shauna H got 1. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. And then Tara B, and she's going to take 3 of them. I'm not limiting them, so she's going to take 3. 1, 2, 3. After Tara, we've got Tracy H. After Tracy, I have Anne A, and she's going to get 1. Lena's going to get 1. Jenny D is going to get 1. After Jenny, we have, I need to fold that one up again. Jenny T. Thank you, thank you. Thank you all. I appreciate that. I have one other one. Now, this magazine we have had before, but we have had them, usually the ones of these I have are in much better condition. These guys, just like the last ones, you can see on the edges already, this first one has separated on the fold line right here. But they're not as clean as the other ones. Some of them are better than others, but they're not quite as clean. They have a little bit more wear than the usual ones of these that I have sold. These guys are very similar to the last ones, except for a little bit like less people in them, I guess I should say. This is really all about the pattern. The last one was more about a magazine and it showed you a bunch of different needlework things. This is really just an embroidery magazine. And in these, I'll show you this one with this ratty cover first. So it just, it was folded there and it just kind of came apart there. I don't think it matters too much. This year is from 1931. These open up like this, and the whole entire thing is embroidery pattern. All over different kind of embroidery patterns. And then it opens again right here. Usually in every issue there is a full alphabet. So you have a full alphabet and you have more embroidery pattern down there. I love using these as pages in my junk journal. You just tear them. You just take this page, tear it into 2 pages, fold it in half, and it's just random embroidery pattern on your page in your junk journal. So I use these as pages, but you guys can scan them. Lots of people have scanned these. Ruby and Pearl has a scan of them. Different embroidery magazines, but this same one. So anyway, there's a couple of these. I don't know how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 12 of them. These are the earliest ones I have ever seen of these magazines. They're all late 20s, 29, and 31. Usually I have these from the 60s, so I guess that explains why the condition is worse, because they're 30 years older. But here's a different one. Here's your initials. Here's your embroidery. There's just everything and anything for pattern in here. There's no text, there's no words, there's just the alphabet. So this one is torn, and they're going to be ratty like this, so it is just torn like that. The last time we did these from the 60s, the ones I had that were in better condition, I believe we did them for $16 a magazine. These ones are older, but a little rougher condition. So if you get a torn one, you get a torn one. Just know that going into it. Okay, we're going to do this. Mrs. E is going to take both black beaded pieces, and I see Lisa is saying, let me change this other one. Where did I put it? Right here. Okay. I like that you're going to keep them together, Mrs. E. Let me change the price and make them matte and put Mrs. E. Thank you very much. I hope that you frame them and enjoy them. I mean, maybe she's going to take them apart and use them. I don't know. Probably not, but anyway, Mrs. E, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Shelley. Lisa Marie, I am going to put you on the paper doilies list, and I will write that you are at the bottom. I don't know if I'm going to have enough to fill everybody, but I'll put you at the bottom. Thank you very much. Okay. So technically right now you can scan up to 1929, but I know that the digitals exist on Etsy from the ones from the 70s. The ones that Ruby and Pearl have are not over 100 years old and technically shouldn't be out of copyright, but they're allowing either the company's not in business anymore, nobody cares, nobody's searching for it, whatever. But I know the cover of the one she has scanned is from a date that should be still under copyright. I don't know. That's all I'm going to say about it. I believe you guys can scan these and have absolutely no problem. So, ooh, you have a pink and black Victorian lady room. Wow, that is perfect for them, Mrs. E. That is truly perfect. You have to send me some pictures. Send me some pictures on Messenger if you don't want to share it in the group or whatever. Okay, let's get these in. French embroidery magazines. They're really newspapers, but also when these ship, more than likely, I might be able to fit them in a bag just like this, but they also might have to ship like this. Just know that. I will try to fit them in a bag like that. French embroidery magazines. These guys are going to be $15 because, you know, they are a little bit ratty. So there they are for 15. I think we counted, I had 12 of them. I see Jody M was first. Jody M was first. Then we have, oops, it just jumped on me, Bluebird. Bluebird for 3 of them. Bluebird for 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, there's that. Thank you, thank you. Lena. Lena would like one. After Lena, Carrie G. Thank you. Jody H for 1. Thank you. Obviously, you guys want to stay late with me because you're still here. Tony H. Sydney. Sydney. And she says 2 of them. Yeah, I don't even have much. I have a couple of my other ones left, but not much. I used to have 100, but I don't have any more. Okay, so Cindy got 2. Marcella's getting 1. Thank you, Marcella. After Marcella, Jenny D. And after Jenny D, Tara. And Jody, we did get you. You were first. Okay, that took care of those. All of these magazines. Thank you, thank you. And it took care of the lace. The glass lace. So do you guys want to stay late? Is that what we want to do? I assume so because you guys are here. There's 106 of you still here. So those alphabets, I know the embroidery alphabets, they're so good. They make such good journal pages and scans, Jody. Or not Jody, Sydney. Yes, hydrate. Thank you, Coventry. You just need to, like, I don't know. I'll give you my cell number and you just like text me on my Apple Watch to tell me to drink water. Thank you. Okay. Let's do the music because you guys asked for the music. So let's do that because I know you wanted it yesterday. We're going to do music cards for everyone who already left us. All 60 of you who already left us. You will miss out on music cards. These music cards are amazing. They are French music cards. When I say cards, they're on thick cardstock, like super thick board cardstock. I don't know exactly what these were used for, but they're card and they're print. Some of them are printed and some of them are handwritten. So this is handwritten. This is printed. This is handwritten. And there's nothing back there. This is printed and printed. So they seem to be double-sided for the most part. That one's not. Of course, as soon as I say it. They seem to be double-sided. And these guys are both double-sided. So this is them, and they're all thick card. Like, this guy has music over top of other music. I don't know what happened there, but it is one card. I think these are amazing. I would definitely scan these. But what cute journal cards. Because you guys know, can I reach one of those? Let me see. You guys know these. Can't reach it, can't reach it. Oh my gosh. Okay, this guy right here. Do you guys know these guys that I've been showing you? These guys are in my Etsy. These are American little music cards. Look at the size difference. Like I could fit 2 of them on there. So if you have these and you've seen me use these are like a 3x5. This is much bigger than that, but they're similar to that. So I'm wondering if these were like an early version of that. Like, I don't know. Maybe these were like super early. You would take these cards and play while you were live somewhere. I don't know. They're almost 5.5 by 6 3/4, roughly. Some of them are slightly smaller or slightly larger, but if I stack them all up again, you guys can see some of them are slightly smaller and some of them are slightly larger. But for the most part, they're all the same. You see a couple of them have borders around the cards. Like this guy here has a border. He's handwritten on both sides. There's some that have bigger titles at the top of them. That guy has a stamp on him. This is flowers. I don't know. That's what we have. And this is all I have of them. Apparently, these are quite popular because It was hard for us to get them. I'm not going to do the handwritten separate. I don't know how many handwritten there are. If I do handwritten separate, it would have to be more money for handwritten. So we're just going to do them random. Most of them are type or printed, you know. I don't know. There is several handwritten, but most of them are the printed kind. Maybe there's just a couple handwritten. I don't know. I have other handwritten music though tonight if you want. We'll see how fast we go because I need to speed it up now. Okay. Let's do these French music cards. And I'm going to say these are antique. They don't have a date, but they certainly look antique to me. Antique French music card. And I'm going to do these guys for $18 per card. If that seems like a lot to you, I know where these are currently being sold somewhere, and they are that price. So we're just going to stick with a similar price. And there we go. I know, Sydney. I get it. I do. I have other handwritten French music. Hang in there. So to avoid having to take time while we're all already late, I will fill this list later, and I will fill it sharing them first, and if there are extras left over, I will fill the multiples. So if you put in for one, as long as I have enough for everyone to get one, then I will come back up and fill the leftover, you know, the 2s, 3s, 4s, whatever there are. There are not 100 of them here, but there's a pile. This guy has red on the back of him. Well, on the front or back, I don't know. Maybe they just pasted music to cardboard. That's what that looks like. That's pink. That's what we've got. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Sydney, I'm sorry. You're hanging. All right, let's do these music books. Where did I put those? I put them somewhere. Hang tight till I find the music books. They're somewhere over here. They're right here. Okay, so we have a pile of music books. I previewed a couple of them last night. So these are the ones I previewed last night if you were here with me last night. These are ones I have not shown you guys. There's one like this, and it has written music that has been written on in it. Not all of it, but some. There's that. There's this guy here, and he has all kinds of like this stuff in him. And he's a big fatty of music. And he has lots of covers. Old covers, newer covers. Somebody just put all their favorite music in a book. So there's that guy. There's handwritten music. These are very large pieces of handwritten music. There's some staining here. You can see how many pages are here. So yeah, there's handwritten music. Handwritten music. This is a big book of handwritten music. Very, very nice handwritten music. There's this guy, and he's a super fat book. He's got blank music paper and handwritten music. This is all handwritten music. There's a couple books there, more handwritten. All of these are handwritten. So I have lots and lots, okay? We're going to try to do them. And then after this, I have ledgers. Guys, don't go crazy. Don't get yourself in trouble or whatever. I'm not trying to like promote doing that, but I'm just going to be here until, you know, I can't do it anymore, I guess. But let's do some music. I will always have this type of thing. So if I find it out there, I get it, but don't go crazy. We're going to do the printed ones first. I have 3 of these. They're printed music. And I have this guy here we looked at. We're going to start with him. He's for clarinet, obviously. He's a marble cover book. We saw him last night as a preview. He measures, so that you know, 10 inches by 13 1/4, roughly. He is aged French music. His first little page up here talks about how to play the clarinet. There's a picture of a clarinet. All information on the clarinet. So it's teaching people how to play the clarinet. So in the beginning, it's talking about all that. And then you get to the pages of music. And it's just a whole big book of music. I will say that this paper is definitely aged. If you guys want me to try to fold it, I will. But I'm not thinking this is going to fold well. It's aged. But it is a big fat book of lots of French music, and it has a nice cover and the picture of the clarinet, all of that kind of stuff. I mean, it's not flaking off as I thumb through it. It's not cracking. It's not flaking off. It's just aged. So I'm going to try to fold one, and we're just going to get what we get out of it. And it doesn't break, and it doesn't fall, and it didn't crack. It's all right. Like, I'm pulling it. You can see my fingers turning white. I'm pulling it. It's fine. So we're going to do it. So there's that guy. Big book of clarinet music. Here we go. We're going to do this guy. All right. Clarinet music book. And I'm going to do him for... I'm going to do him for 70. I don't know. I hesitated on that. He's a lot of pages. So I'm going to do him for 70. French music is different than American music books. American music books do not seem to be very valuable. French music books seem to be very hard to find. I don't know what, we talked about this yesterday. I don't know what the deal is, but we do not find French music. Maybe everybody else out there is already buying it all. I don't know. We seem to have to wait a long time in between getting it. Thank you, Jenny. I appreciate it, Jenny. Jenny was first, guys. She was above Tracy. And then this guy. I'm going to do these all three at the same time. So we're just going to do them random because I believe they are basically the same. They have these green marble covers. I will measure for you, but green and black marble covers. They're all basically the same. And then we're going to do, I'll measure for you. This is what it looks like inside of this guy. They're probably different music in them, but it's beautiful. I would love to scan this. It's got a little stamp down here that says Paris. And it's just a book of music. Okay. He measures. We'll look inside the other ones too. 9 inches by 11 3/4. 9 by 11 3/4. This is the next one. This is Mozart. Again. There's that one. This one is Beethoven. Do you guys need to pick them? You can say Beethoven, you can say Mozart, and the first one was also Beethoven. So if it matters to you, go ahead and specify. Let's go ahead and do this. Okay, music books. I'm going to do these guys. They have nice covers on them. After you take the music pages out, I would definitely be cutting these down and using these as 2 journal covers. I'm going to do them at 50. I like the covers, I like the title page, and you do get quite a bit of good music sheets to use. Okay, Um, so I think Sydney, you're asking for one. Yes. I'm not sure if you're asking mom or if you want one. I'm going to put you on one. Let me know if that is incorrect. Then Deborah K. Sydney Solja. I see Solja coming in. Okay. So Sydney Solja, Deborah K. And then the next one after Deborah goes to, because you guys just want one total, Sydney and Soldier, right? You want one total? Just one for mom. Okay, just one. Thank you. So Sydney, Deborah, and then Junkin. Junkin with Jean. I need to write that out. Jean, do I have your information? I believe that I do. Can you tell me the first initial of your last name, please? And thank you. I just need to know which Jean. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Thank you. And I'll look for Jean. And then after that, we're going to go here with this one. Sorry, smacked that down on the desk. We're going to do this one. It's obviously got some little water damage to the cover. I don't think anything else is too terrible, but it's got a nice little label inside. I don't see Jean. Jean, Junkin with Jean. Can you tell me the first initial of your last name, please? If you don't want to do it here live, just email me all your information again so that I can find it based off of this one, off of this day's sales. Because some people, they don't feel comfortable doing it. If that bothers you, then just send me an email with all of your information. Because I think you've been here before, and I think I probably invoiced you, but I have several jeans, and I want to make sure I invoice the right jean for the right thing. So this one, it has the label on the front. It's kind of pink. It's a reddish pink color. I wouldn't say it's red, and I wouldn't say it's totally pink. There's this one. I don't even know what to tell you about. What is this word? Is this German? That's certainly, this seems German to me. It might be a German composer, but anyway, this is beautiful. It does have some writing here, but I think most of the pages are not written on. I'm not sure if someone was just working on this particular song or something, but I definitely see writing all over that particular part of it. This is just one page, and then we go here, and I'll flip through the rest. See, the rest of these I think are fine. These are nice, better quality pages. I will say there's another cover back here. Beautiful cover. Little green page separating. And I will say that there is, I think you guys can see, there is a little water damage. And it's not on every page. Back here it was more just a slight crinkle that you can feel, but there's no really mark there. But as we go closer to the front, you're seeing more of the watermark. I don't think it's a huge deal, but it is there. So that's what you got, and the little bit of writing was here in the front. Only that first song primarily. They must have been, because it's got little notes written. Somebody must have been working on that one. Learning it, working on it, I don't know what. But there's this guy. Here he is. B, thank you. Thank you, thank you. G, B. I think I've invoiced you. Yes, okay, thank you. Okay, let's do this one. Antique French music book. And we're just going to do him, I'm going to do him at 45. He's slightly different than the last one. The cover is better and worse depending on how you look at it. If you like the little bit of grungy, which I think it looks nice on that one, I think that one's good. And Lena is going to pick him up. Lena, I will even do you one better and do him at 40. Thank you. Finger dexterity. Okay, well, maybe. I mean, maybe piano. Maybe piano. We're going to do it at 40, Lena. Thank you. I thought the grunge was good too on that one. Okay, what's next? This guy. This guy here, a big book. Big book like this. That's the front or the back. There's that one. Thank you, all of you. Thank you. Okay, so here's this guy. It's Flowers of the Salon, Salon of Flowers. I don't know. This guy's French. He's got a library stamp down here where he used to be part of a library. And this is his title page for this song. Petite Fantasies for piano. And he's got a couple little repairs to his title page. I don't, you guys can't see. A couple little repairs right there, and they're paper repairs, and this is glued on to also repair that. Probably because that page just kept ripping out. But on this one, you've got a couple little pencil marks here on this first page. Pencil marks there. Pencil marks here. Super old pages. That's glued in there too. And then you've got this one. It's pink. You see these ladies in here. Very light pink. The Petite Piano. Ooh, this is pretty. The Petite Piano Polka. Awesome. And then I think the handwriting stopped. I don't see it anymore. I think this one just has cover after cover after cover, guys. So I can't tell if this is one page or two. Another cover. I like the little bit of grunge every now and then. This guy's folded in because he's a different size. So you've got this guy, and there's his music. There's several pages here of that one, kind of folded together back here in the back. But there's that. Then you get here with the petite piano again, and a different little picture of those ladies. And then this and that. That's beautiful. I like that music. This is also beautiful, but pasted in again with a little hinge because it probably kept falling out. I'm trying to scoot him over so you guys can see more. There's another cover and some grunge offset. This guy again pasted in right here. That is very pretty, but it's just that pasted part is kind of rigid. This guy's got a repair over here on the page edge because he was torn. What the heck is going on here? Is this like blockhead? Like, what is that? I don't understand why they have blocks for heads, but they do. And then we've got that. I mostly want to show you the covers from here on out. There's that cover. This one is really good shape. This is nice. All of this back here is in good shape. Baby polka. Look at those little children though. That's cute. All of this back here is nice. This is aged. Aged and repaired. Aged and repaired. That looks pretty good. Oh my gosh. There's that one. I don't know. There's more covers in here. I don't know that you guys need to see every single one of them, but there is more covers. I think the covers are probably where it's at, but there's that one. That one. I don't know. We might have missed one. Ooh, that one is very pretty. Very pretty. Another one like that. Whatever's going on here. I don't like the way that one looks. I'll just be honest. That one. Oh, this is kind of cute back here, though, where it goes in the strips. That would be fun for scanning. And then I just passed another one. That one. This one. Okay, guys. Okay. What is going on here? I don't know. That one's a strange one. It has been pasted in again with the hinges and some repairs to that guy. And I think we're to the end. Oh my gosh. You never know what you're going to find in these books. So anyway, oh my gosh, that's my ideal husband right there. Just give me that. Just give me a cat man. A man in uniform, but he's a cat. Just let me have that. I'll take that. Okay. So anyway, I cannot stop laughing about that antique French music book. And we're just going to do this guy at 75 and we're going to call it good on him. I think there's a plenty there for 75. That was funny. He didn't look like the friendliest cat, though, I do have to say. I would like my cat man to be a little friendlier looking. He looks like he might be a little scratchy. Okay, so Bluebird is taking him home. She was first in, guys. Bluebird is first in, and then after that, I see the proxy for Sydney, then Summer, proxy for Sydney, and then Sydney herself, and Grace's, and then Melissa and Tracy, and Proxy, and Coventry, and Deborah, and Jenny, and Zelda, and all of you guys. Thank you. The original cat meme, exactly. Thank you guys for playing along with me looking at that. That alone, I know it took up our time, but that alone made me happy. Okay, we're going to look at some hand-done music. And I was trying to start at the bottom and move my way up. So these are hand written music books. The paper is very, very thick. These are nice books. I know you guys tried. Don't worry, I'll have more French music. I save it up for a little bit, or sometimes they'll find one seller and they will have all of this. But it doesn't come very often, but I will save it up and do it again next time we can. But again, this is handwritten. So I know it doesn't necessarily look handwritten, but it is handwritten. So down here, you've got all these crinkled pages. I'm going to undo them. And if they break, they break, but we're going to undo them. They didn't break. And they're good. And these guys I can at least turn. So we're going to undo them too. And undo that one. I like to try to flatten them back out, but it doesn't always work. Okay, so there's that. You want to know size? I don't know if I measured the last one. He's big. 10 or 10 and a half, depending, by 14. So for scanning, these ones, the handwritten music scanned digitals, they're very, very popular. I used to coffee dye paper that I had one of these handwritten music digitals printed on, and that was a very good best-selling product for me. So if you copy dye paper, you may want to get some music digital, whether you get this and scan it or you just get a regular music digital, and coffee dye music paper, because people do love it. If you guys see if you see coffee dyed music paper somewhere else in the near future, you'll know it came from here, and you'll know exactly who watches my channel, who shouldn't watch my channel, because they're not a friend. I have to say that because after I give out that information, I'm like, yeah, someone else will be doing that soon. Anyway, you can see it has had some water on it, and it's got a little bit of, like marks here where the ink ran, or it's got a little grunge, but it is what it is there. Same through here. I won't go through every single page of it, but it's pretty much throughout the whole thing. The rest of this is beautiful, but it is kind of grungy in the center. And then over here you have some blank pages. There's somewhere else that they just harass me, so we're just leaving it at that. And there's that. So this little book of music, I don't know if it's just all one song or what it is, but there it is. We're doing it. We're going to go antique, handwritten, French music. And we're going to see that this guy is it gets tough. It really does. So I'm going to have to price these handwritten ones. I'm going to have to price them at what I need to get for them. So we're just going to do 50 on him. And if I don't sell them this way as a whole book, I know that I can take them apart and sell them as sheets. So we're just going to do 50 on him. If he goes, he goes. And where's my go? There's my go. Sydney. Sydney is going to take this one home. Thank you, Sydney, and thank you for proxying, guys. Okay, so there's that. There's that. And there's that. And now we have this guy. Oop, this guy. He's smaller than the last one. He is about 9 inches by about 12.5 inches. This is what's written on the front page. He's in pretty good shape. He's kind of bound right here with some ribbon and some string. There's what he looks like. Let me get down so I can see the latest comments. There we go. Thank you guys for proxying. That's super nice. And then all throughout him, I think he's good as far as condition, but there's where he's bound. He's got a little bit different paper back here. It looks like it's like sewn in differently or something, but there's several pages of this. Again, it's still handwritten, and some blank back here. And I think for scanning the blank, that would make an awesome thing to print on the back of digitals so that you don't have just plain white paper. What's that? There's several pages of that. And that's that guy. Okay, so let's do this one. Aw. You guys are good. You're good. I don't stress about like having to get it now. I promise you, I will have more music later. I promise you. So don't go crazy. Let's get this guy in. Antique, French, handwritten music book. I cannot even spell right now. He's smaller, but I think he is a little bit nicer than the other one. I'm going to do him at 60. He's nicer, I think, condition than the last one. So we're going to do him at 60. And I totally get it. I do. I don't want you guys to feel like it's not now or never. It's got to be the right time for you too, you know? So I stress, just so you know, I know I'm here and I know I'm selling things, but I legitimately stress when like somebody contacts me and like they're having trouble paying their bill or something, and it all happens. It's all fine. I'm not like trying to say that in a bad way. I'm trying to say it in, I don't want you guys to spend too much and get into trouble and all that kind of stuff, because it's just not worth the, this stuff is supposed to make you happy. If it doesn't make you happy, then it's not worth it, right? So anyway, I just don't want anyone to overspend and do that kind of stuff, because I'm always here. I always have stuff. It doesn't have to be now. It has to be whenever it works for you guys, right? So this guy went, and I know you guys are, and I'm not talking specifically about any one person, really. So this guy went to Lena. Lena was first in, because it went Soldier Mom, You Girls Are Funny, and then Lena. So I'm just going to say, there used to be someone who shopped with me, and she, very nice person. Everything was fine except for, you know, how should I say this? She's not here anymore, but through no fault of her own, really, she was just having a problem keeping up with the invoices, but she was here shopping every week and stuff. And it was more of a situation of her husband getting like really upset with her and stuff. And I just like, it made me feel terrible that like there's this strife and whatever. It's just not worth it. Like, just you don't have to have the stuff. Like, it's okay. I will always have stuff. So just, I don't want you guys to overspend. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up now because nothing I ever say is good. I try to say something nice and it just doesn't come out right. Like, just don't overspend, and it's not worth stressing about having a bill that's due and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's not. I always have stuff. So this one, you could see the cover is a paper cover, and it's partially just kind of like folded up back under here. I don't want to be the one to do it, but it's mostly there. It's just kind of folded up and tucked back there. It had a little writing here, like maybe the list of the songs or something. This is the paper cover where they've attached it. I really like the way that this is with the calligraphy at the top. Oh, no, that's not what I meant to do. Sorry. That was fine, but not what I meant to do. So I guess, like, some people think because I'm here and I'm selling all the time that it's all about the money, and I can assure you it is not all about the money. I don't want you guys to have to stress and be like fighting with your husband and all that kind of stuff. Like, the woman told me, like, there was a lot of strife with her husband. She went into all the details. I'm not going to say all the details, but I just don't ever want that to be the situation for anybody. It's just not worth it. The stuff is not worth it. So anyway, music. I love that this is landscape format. I love that this has the fancier calligraphy at the top of it. Yeah, the pages are a little bit like, almost, they're a little grungier around the edges. I think this one is maybe earlier, but it's kind of got a little tear here in the corner. But other than that, I think that page is good. And so they do have nice titles at the top for each one. I don't know how much you guys can see of that one, but my ruler needs to get out of the way. This is thick really lightweight cardstock. There's a blank landscape. This one's got a couple little stains on it. Again, though, it has nice titles up at the top. There's one over here that has a title. This one has a title. This one's got a little tear right here. Oh, you guys cannot see that. A little tear right there. Just a small one. I don't think it'll matter if you're scanning, but there, it's there. This is a 2-page song with the title on that page. We've got the fiance of Leon. I don't know. I don't know what that actually says, but look at all the little squigglies, though, the little extras. And look at this perfect coffee ring. That's priceless. The coffee ring, most people consider damaged, but we love that. So there's that. Somebody was just writing down their music and put their mug of coffee there. All of those are super fancy. This guy's super fancy. Number 4 with his little squigglies. So obviously this scanned would be beautiful. And then there's that one. The Joan of Arc. Awesome. And there's that. And these two. And I'm getting off camera again. And then last couple pages and very last page and another blank back here. And this is the back cover. This one is actually missing. It's not folded up in there. That's that, guys. That one is beautiful. It's a light purple-ish gray. Tim. You guys are cute. Okay. Let's get this one in. Obviously, this one will be the most money so far because it is the fanciest. It had the most pages. It's landscape. It's got like a whole bunch of things going for it. Antique French handwritten music. They may be, I don't know if they're original scores. I don't know what they actually are. Antique French handwritten music. And we're just going to call it a book. And for this one, I want 120. And I understand that is much more than we had, but This guy is special, I think, with those titles at the top. I mean, I know what I could get for it with a scanned digital, so we're just gonna do him. It's good, Sherry. It's good. What I would do is scan this, print the scans out on a laser printer, and coffee dye those papers. So I literally just told you how to do it. And for those of you that shop with me and another place, if you see it somewhere else, then you will know that those people who are not my friends and have nothing nice to say about me also still watch my channel. I don't get why they watch if they're not my friend and if they're just going to be mean. I don't get it. Why do you still watch me if you're literally have nothing nice to say about me? If you kicked me off of your channel and out of your Facebook group, why do you still watch me? I don't know. But anyway, moving on. I told you guys at the end I just get slap happy because I'm tired. And then you never know what's going to come out of my mouth. So then we did this one and it went to Christine J. Thank you. Thank you, Christine. Many of you guys know exactly who I'm talking about, but I'm not going to say the exact name, but I'm just going to tell you that. This guy right here. This guy right here. They kicked me off their channel because they were threatened by me because I sold too much. And then they got really nasty. Really, really, really nasty. I didn't do anything except for exactly what she brought me there to do. And then she got mad and jealous. And that's exactly what happened. And she or one of her people are probably watching right now. Because that's what they do. So here's this. This is another handwritten landscape music book. The only thing that's on the front cover is this little bit of handwriting over here. Oh, it's actually not landscape. It's this way. I'm sorry. I thought it was landscape, but it is this way. And this is the top. No getting them. The very mentioning of them is just advertising for them. And so I will attempt to try not to do that. But anyway, there's just not nice people out there, I guess. I don't know. Here's this cute little title. Again, it's handwritten. Favorite fantasies? I don't know. Kind of says something like that. I'll scoot it up as best as I can and over so you guys can see. I didn't measure this one. This one is bigger. 14 inches by 10 and a half. 14 by 10 and a half. Okay. This one is also thick, like lightweight cardstock paper. It's definitely a cardstock. There's that. Not really any handwriting, but definitely handwritten music. This is where it's bound. There's a little bit of handwriting up there, but not much. A little bit through here too. This is neat looking music. It looks a little bit different to me. You guys can see this up here. And then we go to the back. So there's that guy. Okay. Good night. Good night. Good night. Okay, let's get this one in here. Antique French handwritten music book. And it'd be one thing if they only did it to me, but they also did it to others. And all of those other people have contacted me and told me how they were treated and that they were treated exactly the same way. And it's just a shame that this all has to happen, but I will shut up about it now. Okay, antique French handwritten music book. And we are going to do this guy at $60, which is really honestly a cheap price for that. And we're going to do it. So I felt bad because not only did they do that kind of thing to me, but they did it to a couple other people. And those other people, like, it's hurtful when it happens to you. It was hurtful for me. It like hurt my feelings, right? Because it's not done nice. Like you think, take the worst thing I have ever said and times it times 100. And that was what was said to me. And it was this big, huge, long, drawn out like text message thing in a message thread, and it was just awful. And it was like, so they did it to me. Like, I have relatively thick skin, but they did it to other people who don't have necessarily as thick of skin of me, and they actually cried and they were very upset. And like, it just is completely uncalled for. I will not say anything else other than that, but it was just so mean to all of us because we didn't do anything. But anyway, we're moving on from there. I promise. We're doing this one. It's gone. I will not mention anything else. I'm waiting for somebody to jump in and actually say something. Okay, so it looks like this one's going to Diana. I see lots of proxying for Diana. So it looks like it's going to Diana. Thank you guys for proxying. Look at all of this love, Diana. Sydney, Solja, Linda, Alice, and then Diana herself. And she was right above you, Cece, and all those other people were proxying. I see all you guys after that. But yep, everybody else in there. It's jealousy and fear that we were going to take too much from her or hurt her in some way, hurt her sales in some way or whatever. You know, I can't really attest to anything else other than that. We were brought on to do a certain thing and we did the certain thing, and then we were doing a little too well or whatever, and she felt jealous, and that's what it was. And I said I wasn't doing it anymore. Smacked myself. Anyway, it's all right. So this guy, he starts out with a blank page. He's very big and he has some little writing up here. I don't know what, but it says that. He measures 10 and a half by 14, just over 14. 10 and a half by 14. And then, so that whole first page is blank. So that's a good one for scanning, I guess. And then you've got this guy up here, and I'll hold it up. And he does have some little water damage in his corner. The fold, I'll show you. But that's what it looks like up close. But see this going on here again, just a little bit. Like there's nothing there, but there's a water stain there. It's not so much visible after that. Again, though, you have some nice handwriting up in the top. Oh, Lisa, see, we could go on a whole huge tangent. People need to just be nice. And I'm not the nicest person all the time. I'm not unguilty of being unkind. I definitely can get pushed to a point where I say something I shouldn't say and be unkind, but I don't start out that way, and I certainly don't have that in my heart, but I do sometimes get that way. So it does have a nice title here. We'll go on. Ooh, look at this one. It kind of looks like, looking at this makes me kind of feel stressed and like anxious. It's very like crazy. Doesn't it just look crazy? It looks crazy. I think I'm pretty patient, but I definitely know when my limit is reached. And when my limit is reached, then I will say something. And usually, you know, it always starts out nice and professional, but at some point I will say something that I regret. It's not necessarily terrible or whatever, but I regret like letting the conversation get to the point where I did say the one thing that I kind of regretted. Sometimes people get banned and then they want to have a fight about it. And it's like, if you push me to the point of having to ban you, it just needs to be a permanent ban and we don't need to discuss it. So anyway, we have a little bit of water stain here. You saw several blank pages in this guy. I don't even care. That's not the point of it. If I really wanted to hurt the person, I would tell you exactly who they were and all of the little details, and I could show you the screenshots, and I could play the voicemail or the recorded phone conversation, and I could show you the messages from all the other people. If I really wanted to hurt this person, I could have obliterated them a year and a half ago or 2.5 years ago or whatever it was. I'm not after that. I'm not after retribution. I'm not trying to hurt them. I just think it was really crappy. And that the other people that they hurt, them telling me their story has always stuck with me because they were really hurt. Like I can recover, like I'm fine, but those people were really hurt and they didn't recover the same as me. They're still out there, and
Receipts. Did I say that? Oh my gosh. I just, they're hurt and they didn't recover as well as I did. And it's just crappy. So anyway, there's this guy. We're going to do him the same as we did the last one for. We did the last one for 60. So antique, French. Not everyone is as strong as I am. And so sometimes when you say things to people, for everyone out there, we never know what the words that we say, we never know how the other person is going to take them, or like they might have a lot going on in their life. And even though you said something that wasn't so terrible, if they have already a full plate and they literally can't handle it, that might be too much to push them over the edge. So we just need to be careful with it, I guess. And I need to shut up about the whole thing. It's all fine. Antique French music book. Like, we'll just try to be kind. And I think we all do try to be kind, but for whatever reason, as women, there's just times where things happen and we might not be the kindest person in the world. Okay, this guy's going to Linda, guys. Linda. Let's just all try to be kind. I forgive that person for what they did. I forgive them. I forgive them. I forget everyone else who's associated with them. All I want is to just be like moved on by it, but it's okay. I wish that they would reach out to the other people that they hurt and like apologize and try to make it good with them, because those other people are still hurting, but I'm good. This guy measures 14 inches by, I'm going to say 10 3/4, but it's a little hard to measure that. It has a paper cover, what's left of a paper cover. It's very, very really not there. Anyway, if you're watching or one of your people are watching, just reach out to the other people that you hurt, because they're still hurting, and I think an apology would go a long way with them. Women have a harder time with that stuff though. If you think about the way men treat each other, yes, they can certainly be jerks to each other and whatever, but I think women, I will own up to the fact that women are just a little bit of a different creature. And sometimes I think as women, we compete with each other, with other women, far too much. And I think that's kind of ingrained in us from nature, because in the wild, in nature, the females of many species have to compete for males' attention, specifically mammals in the most part. But I think it's just something that's ingrained in us, that we're not always as nice to other women as we should be. Oftentimes we see other women, especially in this industry, as we're all trying to like make journals and have channels and whatever else we're doing, sell Etsy's, whatever. I think it's far too easy to become jealous and let that side of us go and be competitive with other women, instead of just supporting each other and trying to raise up each other as women, because being women is hard enough, right? Being a woman is hard enough. Anyway, I think if it's just a woman thing, that we just kind of maybe have less, we get angrier, maybe we just say things that we kind of regret, where men don't say as much. This is called San Francisco. If somebody's from San Francisco, here's your handwritten French music page called San Francisco. That's literally what it says. I know we are all supposed to support each other and build each other up. And if you think of just all the strife that women have to go through, more strife in our life should not be coming from another woman. Right? Women are supposed to like be together and whatever. I don't know. Not be against each other, right? We're supposed to be supportive of each other and not be against each other. Okay. We're doing this one. This guy was a little bit smaller. I think he still has what? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. He has 4 pages of handwritten music, but they are double-sided and they are very big. All right, so we're going to do him, I'm going to do him at 40. Yep, at 40. So he's a lower price one, still handwritten, still very nice. And Kate needs to shut up. That's what she needs to do. Oh my gosh. I think it's just my soapbox me or something, like my I don't know, speechy, preachy. There you go. All of those things. This one is going to Deborah K. Deborah K, thank you. Okay. That usually is me like passed out, like falling asleep on the couch because I dared to watch one tiny little TV show, but I can't stay awake for it. This guy's blank. This is blank on the first page, but you can see some of the ink from the other page coming through. And this guy measures about the same as the last one. He's 10.5 by probably 14. 10.5 by 14. I don't know who all watches this channel, but it seems to be where after the video's not live anymore, it gets a lot more watches than when it was live. I don't know how that happens, but this one at the top has a title. It's called The Marguerite Polka. And it's handwritten all through here, a little bit of blank section there. I'll scoot it up. Then there's a title on that one. This one's pretty good condition. It has some blank, which is also nice. I like that so that you could scan it. And then again, music here, music all through here. He did a little correction maybe here. I don't know what this was. This has 10, so I don't know. And there, and there's that, and there. So there's this guy. He's got a bent corner right here, but I'm not going to force it. It just kind of wants to keep flapping in the wind. And for this guy, oh yes, we're just going to craft. We're going to have good time tomorrow. We're going to make those covers finally. Finally. Antique French music. And we're going to call that I'm going to call him 60, and the reason being is he has a lot of pages. Well, more pages than the last one did. The last one was 40, but it only had several pages. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, he's going to Alice W. And he is 60. Thank you, Alice. I appreciate it. And Jenny, just so you know, she was right above you. I see you, but she's above. Beans and rice for the craft session. Grass juice. I don't know what else. Oh, I don't know what that's about. This little pink guy is a landscape format one. He says that up there. It says something about dance. Dances of something. So here's what he looks like. I guess you maybe want to see the back. I don't know. He's got a pretty intact cover. It's like a thicker paper cover. It says again, the dances of Seville or something like that. How's the person's name? Camille something. This was a nice thick card. Very thick card. I see a little, this is fabulous, guys. This is absolutely fabulous. This right here, the paper tore and somebody hand stitched it with thread. The same way that we would like embellish a junk journal, they hand stitched it with sewing thread right through the tear. That's fabulous. I've actually never found that in an antique book ever before. So this one's got titles at the top. Very nice thick card and nice dark black ink. Like that's one page. That's crazy. This one has a little ink offsetting where you can see the ink from the other side. Right through there. Right through here. There. It's got quite a few pages. Look at these though. This is a little fancier. Some are thicker and some are thinner. This is a little bit hard to turn, but quite a few pages. Look at this. It's crazy. And one blank one for scanning that's all grungied up for you. And there you go. There's that guy. He'll be a little more because he's got quite a few pages. He's landscape, and I think he's really pretty. Handwritten music book. And we're going to do him for, I'm going to do him for 95. I understand that is more, but he has a lot more pages and he's a little fancier. And he's going to go to Jenny D. Jenny D for 95. Thank you. He's a pretty one. Okay, I've got a couple more and then we're almost done with these. This guy has a yellow cup. Well, it's actually like chartreuse. I'm going to call it chartreuse. This is what's written up here. Nice big, he's a big, thick music book, so he's probably got quite a few pages. I'm going to say 10.5 by 13.5, roughly. So I'm going to slide this up. I'll look at this together. It's got some music, some handwriting here, and the cover is in pretty good shape. It's a little rough around the top, but pretty good. You've got a blank page on that one. I can barely fit him in. Beautiful handwriting up here, though. Really like the look of that. Also very pretty. Thick paper again. You've got titles on both. Very nice. These super big and super thick pages. This is where he's sewn in. He's double sewn in. This is kind of crazy looking. I wonder, like, are these original music like somebody made? It says fiend up here, like it's done. It's over. The end. And then it actually has lyrics. It has music, or what I assume is lyrics. It looks like lyrics. It's talking about the first figure, the second figure, the third figure, the fourth figure. So I'm thinking, in the fifth figure. So I'm thinking it's lyrics. And so there you go. And that's the back. It does not have much of a back cover left. And that's that guy. Okay, so we're going to do this one. Antique handwritten French music book. And for this guy, I am going to do him at 125, which is kind of where we were with the other one. He has a lot of pages and he's pretty fancy. I don't mind keeping him. I don't get a chance to, but I don't mind it. He's going to Shelley. This guy went to Shelley, and I see Deborah and Diana right after her. You guys were all at 9:13, just a few seconds apart. Okie doke, that was Shelley. We've got two more left. Two more. So last call on these. This is a big tall one. This guy is 10.5. 10.5 by 14.5. He does have something written up there, but you can see it's pretty crumpled. We all have good taste. Yes, we do. So this is blank, all of it. I'll scooch it up and over like there. Okay. And there's it for start. This is kind of how that looks. Very thick paper again. All of these have had super thick cardstock pages. That's where he's sewn in. A nice blank page back here. He says fiend at the end. And there you go. Oh, so see this right here? This is the watermark that's in this paper. And for whatever reason, it offset the watermark with this probably, but it offsets. You can kind of see some of the watermark on the page edges. That's very cute. Okay, so there's that guy. His cover is peachy looking. Okay, antique French music book. And we're going to do this one. I'm going to do him for, let's do him for 60. I think that's cheaper price, but let's do him for 60. My hands are angry. My hands are angry. I don't know why they do this to me. It's really annoying. Cece, you are in first, Cece. Cece, I am not sure that I have your information. And Jenny D, you will be the backup on this one. But Cece, I think you are new to me. Forgive me if you are not. I wrote your name on this one, and I just need you to follow the instructions in the description box and send me over your information. It just an email with your information. All of the information, including my email address, is in the description box below this video. And that's how you sent an email. Perfect, Cece. Thank you. Aw, it doesn't actually hurt. It just gets angry. Like, I don't know. It was almost gone the other day, and now it is like getting angry again, and it's going up here on my fingers. I don't know. My hands are angry. I apologize. They're ugly hands, but one of these days I'll just show up and I'll have gloves on, and that'll be that. So this guy has a pretty cover. I mean, it's grungy a little bit, but it has a pretty cover. And it looks like they hand cut out this fancy label. Like cutting a rectangle label wasn't good enough. They had to actually hand cut out. I mean, it is a piece of paper that they hand cut to make a label. It's pretty cute. Okay, so there's that one. It's like a cardstock cover. There's that. This one does not, yep, it's not handwritten, so we do not have any more handwritten. But look at the grunge on this. Like, I don't know what kind of paper it is, but it definitely offset. It's got a little hinge in here, a little repair hinge in here. But this one is perfectly speckled all the way around. Like, even if I tried to spray and speckle, it would not come out as perfect as this. You see the bottom? It's perfect. Hinges throughout to keep the pages from tearing. Ooh, we get very speckly. I love these. If you guys leave me this one, I will not cry. I will scan it. It's beautiful. Because it is speckly. I wonder if it's this cover that makes it, because sometimes it's not acid free and it offset it kind of makes the paper fox like that. They don't hurt me, they're okay. I just thought I would because some people are new and they ask me in the comments, they're like, oh, I'm so sorry you burned yourself or, whatever. And it's just, it's psoriasis. It is what it is. So this is not handwritten. It's just a music book. And we're going to do this guy. I'm going to do him for 40. He's not handwritten, but I do think he is very nice. He's for the violin. I kind of like the grunginess of him. I mean, even this page is kind of perfect with this little line through here. It does have a little stamp down here where it probably used to be in like a library or something. Anyway, he's very cute. And he's going to Jenny. Jenny D. Thank you. So that was it for music. We're going to look at some ledgers as long as you guys are all here. But thank you guys. Thank you. I appreciate that, Melissa. I don't know about beautiful, but aw, thank you. So let's look at some ledgers quick because I pulled them all. I pulled them all out of the other room and they're sitting right here. So let me at least show them. And then if they stay, they stay. We did not get to all of the other things that I told you guys we were going to get to. It's okay. Like we have a million Tuesdays, right? You have it on your cheeks. A lot of people have it on their face. I don't know if mine will continue to grow or what. It has been growing. So hat ribbon. It's right here, Jenny. I did bring it. Oops, I just bumped my desk. I did bring it. And other people will have to cry, but I did bring it. It has gotten very dusty in this bin, but I could Swiffer it. But it did get very dusty. So this is black hat ribbon. As you can tell, all of the numbers are hat size. They're for hats. So these little numbers, they would cut off 2 of them and sew them into the band of hats because they're hat sizes. So you used to be able to look underneath the hat and you could pick out what size you needed or whatever. That's what these are for. They're just, you can see there's different shades. Well, maybe you can't see there's different shades of gold, but there is different shades of gold. If I fix this camera, you might be able to see, I don't know. There is different shades of gold. You can see they're dusty. It's really, really grainy right now. I don't know what's going on with the camera, but this is hat band ribbon. It has all different kinds of numbers, but I think they start with 5 and go to 9? No, 5 to 11. So, for the hat bands, this is the way that I sell them. They're sold in small packets of pieces so that you get different numbers. I think we're just going to do them. They might be different than this pack because they're not actually done yet. I think we have decided to do them 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think we're going to do them in 2-yard pieces. So I'm going to give you 2 yards. It's going to be pieces though. You're not going to get 2 yards of just one ribbon. You're going to get 2 yards of broken up into several ribbons so that you can get different numbers. Hopefully that makes sense. These are some of them up close, but you will get pieces in different numbers to total 2 yards. It may be 2 pieces, it may be 4 pieces, it may be 3 pieces. It will not be more than 4 pieces because the more cuts I have to do, the longer it takes me. So between 2 and 4 pieces in different numbers. If you only get 2 pieces, you're only getting 2 numbers. If you get 4 pieces, you're getting 4 numbers. I will try to do 4, but I guess we can do 4. I don't know. Some people like a yard of it to use as a journal closure though. But it's kind of like seam binding or something. It's very thin, but these are embroidered. These numbers are embroidered on there. It's machine embroidery, obviously, but it is embroidered. It's not stamped or printed. So this is the way we did them before, but I don't want to cut this many pieces because honestly, it takes forever, especially because you're probably going to have to cut like 40 packs of it or something. So we're going to do that. The special of the night. These are the things people are going to complain that I sold that I didn't show them probably. But we're going to do them. So for 2 yards of miscellaneous, 2 yards of miscellaneous pieces of hatband ribbon. Okay, here we go. 2 yards of, not a zero, of cut pieces. French hatband ribbon. 2 yards of cut pieces French hatband ribbon, and we're going to do them at, they have to be $14. I cannot do them less than 14. I know it looks like I have a lot, and in fact I do, but this is the one and only time I will ever find this in my life. I had to pay a lot of money to get it because I wanted it all. I didn't want to share. In fact, I only shared with one other person, and that other person is very, very famous. His name is Tim Holtz, and that's the only other person that I shared my ribbon with. And so that's it. All the other ribbon is here. This is the only place that there was ever French hatband ribbon sold that we are ever going to find. So it is kind of a precious commodity. I don't use it very much in journals, but you saw me use it recently, I guess, in those little library card pocket things that we made. But it's kind of fun. It's different than the French laundry number ribbon. You guys know that one. I was supposed to have that one, and in fact, I did. I brought the letters, but oh my gosh. Not a direct line, no, an indirect line for sure. But he lives in Arizona. I have met him. We've actually shared a little hug before. Other than that, that's it. I don't have a direct line though. Leah, I think I do have it. You can send it again, but I do think I have it. Thank you guys for all of that. I will make that list because I know it's very hard to find that. I don't think we will ever find it again. It doesn't look like a super long list, so I think we're fine, but I will make extras because probably I will need to offer that again because people might get upset because they missed it because we're over time by an hour and a half and all that good stuff. So I will try to make extra when I do cut it. You could use eyelets for a closure, absolutely. You're okay. Everyone can still come in for it. You can come in for that item until I put in the next item. Let's go ahead and do some ledgers because I pulled them all and they're all over my floor. If you guys, if I do them and they don't sell, then I will move away from ledgers and I don't know what to something else. But I did not want to do the German scrap tonight. I just could not get enough packs made. Shauna, I think we're going to wait on those two. I know you guys are waiting on the little stampy things. I think we're going to wait. I have a bunch of that kind of stuff that I would rather sell in all one show that is kind of themed that way. And I'll offer the hatband ribbon again then too, because it's kind of all that industrial stuff. No Florentine paper this week, but I will be doing the big sheets of Florentine soon, Lindsay. Solja, I didn't see your request. Did you email me a request, Solja? If you did, let me know like now, or do I need to scroll up and look at a request? Let's start with ledgers. So I don't know if there's anybody out here. I have this one and I have one other one that is very similar. I have that one and I have this one. You guys have not seen this one, but you have seen this one. You showed us a paint swatch book earlier. Has that gone? Let me look. A paint swatch book. Does anybody know what she's talking about? The number wheel stamps I want to save and wait as well, Catherine. There's a whole big bunch of stuff we didn't get to, guys. Paint swatch. I had some fabric swatch ones and lace swatch ones and DMC floss swatch ones. Do you remember how much it was or anything else about that? I think she probably means fabric. It was the embroidery sample books. I have this one. I have this one. It snaps tightly. I have this one. Are you talking about this one? No, I never saw it come up. So I'm confused, Sarah. It was the embroidery sample books. I do have some fabric sample books left, and that one that I just showed you. For sample books. That's what I was saying, maybe the DMC. I'm going to show these ledgers. If you figure out what it is, Sarah Lee, did I show it tonight? You showed it when you first showed the button cards, the embroidery books, etc., but I thought it was paint. When I first showed the button cards. Yeah, I think it's this. I think it's this. This is the only one that I have left, I think. I'll double check. Are you talking about this? This, and it folds out, and it folds out, and it folds out. It's still folding, and folding again, and folding again. So this one has 1 panel, 2 panels, 3 panels, 4 panels, 5 panels, 6 panels. This one has 6 different panels. It is DMC thread, like embroidery floss. Is this the one that you are talking about? It's okay. I just need to know which one you have, or which one you want, or which one you want me to show again. Is it this one? That's what I have for embroidery sample. It's the thread sample. I have that one available. I have that little red one that I showed you available. And I have this one available. This is the chenille one. And it was this guy with the little hand lettering and hand numbering. This guy is number 2. The big one that I just showed you is number 1. Number 1. Number 2. I don't know if I have anything else over here that didn't get claimed. I don't think I do. I have a button card. I have a button card, and other than that, I think everything has been claimed. Let me show you these ledgers. So we saw this one before. Okay, thank you. We saw this one before. He is a giant vellum animal skinned ledger. He has many, many pages, and they're awesome pages. He's super, super nice book. I wish I was not so zoomed in. You get some ephemera up here in the front. Obviously, you know, we're not here for that. It's beautiful, but that's not what we're here for. We're here for this. I'm going to slide it down so we can see the top. So there is a big old bunch of pages of this, and these are very, very large, extremely old, good pages, like very, very high-end quality paper. It almost feels like a vellum paper. It does have watermarks in the paper. It is fabulous. And you get bunches and bunches with ephemera. It is entirely written in, top to bottom of every page. And this is super old and super early. This is 1700s ledger. So if you want a ledger from the 1700s that is on amazing, amazing rag paper that is thick and heavy, like a vellum, this is that one. Okay, this is one we've seen before. It didn't go last time. I know what I need to get per page for this, and I know that there's a million pages in here, In fact, the pages are hand numbered to 500. So it's 500 numbered pages, and they are thick. There is ephemera in there. I do not care if I keep him, but I will offer him because someone else will enjoy him. I know that. And if you're selling pages, these pages would probably sell for $20 to $25 per page. They're beautiful, beautiful pages, and they're dated. Like, the good thing about them is they're dated. So as you flip through, the top of every page is dated. So selling a piece of paper without a date is kind of hard, but selling a paper that has an official date on it is fairly easy, right? So there's that one. This guy is fat and big, and he has an absolutely beautiful cover on him. A vellum cover from 1700s is fabulous. Over 16 inches by, I'm going to say 10 3/4 because it's moved, but 10 3/4 by 16. Really, really big and fat. Like, he is a chunky fatty, like a phone book fatty. Very beautiful though, guys. Like, very, very beautiful. Early. You don't see this kind of stuff. You just don't. Paris, Montpelier. So he's even dated and got the locations of this information. Each little entry is dated. So like I said before, if you were cutting him up and selling him, each little entry is dated. It says where the little event happened. It's pretty special. We're doing him. Yeah, exactly, Jody. We're doing him for, I think we asked 2,500 last time. I'm putting him in. If he gets claimed, he gets claimed. If he doesn't, he stays. I do have one other one that is similar, but not quite as nice, I don't think. He's a 1700s ledger. I'm going to call him a ledger, even though he's mostly handwriting. Like, I'm going to call him a ledger. He's really more like a manuscript. And he's got a vellum cover. And we're going to do him tonight at 20. I'm going to do him at 22. I am. I did him 25 last time. I am doing him 22 today. I will never, ever, ever part with these kind for much less money because they're just too good. I can sell the pages if I just took the time to put them in Etsy, which is probably what I need to do because I have a bunch of super old ones on their way. They're different than this. They're more like those 1600 ones that I have, but I just need to put them in Etsy. I didn't want to be the one to disassemble him because he had such a pretty cover. So that's the situation with him. I took the $300 off. That's the situation with him. Let's look at his cousin. It's 500 numbered pages, Melissa, but the pages are super, super thick, good quality, like the thickest, best paper you can imagine. I'm sure there's a watermark in it. We're going to look at his cousin because when I first showed him the last one, when I showed you the last one, this one wasn't here yet because this one was delayed. This one is here now, and he's very similar, but I think the other one is nicer. So, yeah, I know, right, Melissa? So, especially because I'm just going to put him in Etsy for $25 a page. His pages are bigger. So look, no joking. And you guys know this because you guys have bought these. These ones, they're from 1637. So, okay, they're 100 years earlier, maybe 150 years earlier. But look at the size difference. Like, this book here is the same size as the last one. These guys sell for $23 a page. I am sure I can sell this much big antique handwriting pages from 1700 for 25 probably. So I'm just telling you. I'll do it in Etsy. I don't care. Eventually it'll go in there. When I have a vacation day, we'll put it in there. Okay. So, here's this guy. He's super big also. Super big. He is actually about 11 and a half. If I move it more close to the spine here, 11 and a half. And he's 17 and a half. So this guy also has a vellum animal skin cover. It is a little rougher shape. Not quite as pretty as the last one. He does have some little holes here where he used to have ties. The little leather ties that would tie around and keep him closed. And we'll open him up and scooch him down to there. And then this is how he opens up. He is also very thick, very nice paper. He is definitely a cardstock paper. Extremely, extremely nice and very, very early. He is also 1700s. I need to find a date, but I know he is 1700s. He is exactly the same book, kind of by the same person, the same handwriting. He might be an earlier one or a later one. He's got all of the cities named, where all the things happened. I don't see a date yet, but I know he's around the same time as the last one. It's by the same person. But this guy, like, I'm not joking. He has cardstock paper. I'm sure it is watermarked. But anyway, he's a big old book again. Another great big old book full of handwriting. And he's full all the way to the bottom of the page. You guys are seeing the tops of the page. He does have some ephemera pinned in him. Ooh, look at that handwriting, guys. It's different handwriting. It's very nice. So this is year 11. So in France, they changed so they had some political issues, and they changed their dating system for their years at a different, like, I don't know exactly when they did or when they didn't, but they changed their dating system for their years. I know it says that it's the 11th, but I don't know exactly what that means. It says an 11, and I'm thinking that's year 11. I don't know. I really need to memorize that. There's too much things to memorize about another country's culture. I need to. A lot of it is written in this nice handwriting, though. Okay, so going back further, I think he also has 500 pages. His paper is a slight blue tinge. I wasn't going to mention it, but his paper is a slight blue tinge. And see, here it says and 12. So I'm pretty sure whatever dating system they have, it's the 12th year. His pages were numbered up till I think, is that 400? I think it's 430 pages numbered. I think that's 432. So 432 numbered, but there is a chunk back here that is blank. So he probably still has 500 pages, but I don't know. There is an index back here, part of an index. You guys can't see the index. There's an index. A paper petting zoo. I know, you guys see me do it. I can't even pretend that I don't. It just happens. My brain just needs to do it. So it's because it tells me everything I need to know about it. I know it's super weird, but it does. It tells me how old it is. It tells me every single thing I need to know about it. I want to find a watermark in it, and then we're going to move on. Because I didn't bring my phone in here, so we're not finding a watermark. Okay, so there was that guy. For this one, I would do exactly the same thing at 2200. I will put him in, but they're brothers and sisters books as far as I'm concerned. Antique French ledger. I just started with these and we're just gonna end with other ones. There he is. If somebody wants him, there he is. We will move on to something else. I think he's claimed. Jean is saying her, unless it was accident. Jean is saying her. I think he's very special. You'll be very happy with him. Thank you, Jean. I appreciate that. You know, she's not the only person who's bought books like that from me. It's okay. So I'm gonna write a tag for that, Jean. Thank you very much. So that was that guy. The other one is still available if somebody wants the other one. There's those. And now we're going to do this guy. Does anybody want this guy? I didn't say anybody. You're not the only person either, Melissa. There's lots of you. At this point, there's lots of you. So this one is a little ledger, and what I mean by little is he's thin. He's thin. He measures 10 and a quarter, roughly, by about 15 and 3/4. So he looks like this. He's got a black cloth cover. He's got a nice little label on him. And he opens up and he's got a little bookmaker's kind of like ticket where I think you would take this back to the bookmaker and he would make you another book or something. I don't really know. But it has a card in there. And a nice purple. This is purple. And the end papers are purple marble. It's really kind of a nice little intro here. Ooh, I forgot about this guy. And he's purple in here. So all of this is purple. All of that is purple. You can see he used to have a rusty paper clip right here. But this guy's got like lavender. We never see lavender headers, guys. We don't. So the ledger is from 1931. It does have titles up here at the top and has the year. All of this is nice. Nice, nice, nice. Ephemera from the Bank of France. So you've got some pages of handwriting and then you've got some blank. So if you wanted some blank purple like lavender, it's a lighter, I don't know, a mid-tone purple. You've got some blank ones in here. And this is where he ends at page 51. So he ends at page 51, but he's double numbered, meaning this 49 matches this 49 here. Meaning if he was numbered like a normal ledger, he would have 100 pages. What it actually means is there's 52 pages, like turnable sheets in here. And there's some more handwriting back here and more ephemera little bits. I didn't know that there was more handwriting, but I think that might, no, that's not even it. So there is a little bit more. Need to fold that nicely. A little bit more handwriting in here. I don't know why there's a section of the middle that's blank, but there is. And then we go back to blank. And then a little bit here and a little more ephemera. This kind of looks like a peak invoice. A little credit. A credit agency. I don't know. That's what that's in there. Anyway, we're going to do him. He's unique. We do not see this very often. I have a wine colored one. And that one I think we did for $8 a page. So there's that. This is a cute little book. There he goes. Nobody for my other big one, huh? Alrighty. I guess I get to put him in Etsy. Okay, let's do it. Oops. We're going to do him. I'm going to call him purple. And we're going to do him at 125. That is a super good price for that one. He should be double that. And he's going to Lori H. Thank you, Lori. I appreciate that very much. In all honesty, you probably just bought him for about what I paid for him. I do need to make space. We've been saying it. Okay, moving on. This guy, it is the late night crew. This guy here, he's just black cloth. He's about the same size as the last one. He's not the same inside. I'm sure that's the only one I had of those. And we have about 10 and a quarter, 10 and a quarter by 15 and a half. 10 and a quarter by 15 and a half. Good night, Shelly. So sorry. I know I'm running very, very late. So not purple. He's blue. He doesn't have the fancy marble paper on the inside. He's kind of, I'm going to call it black. It's the kind of black that's almost blue. There's blotters, advertising blotter. He's written in all the way to the back and then some. I will show you what he looks like more, but written all the way. He starts up here at year 1891, and he looks like this. So see how the black has a tinge of blue to it? I think it's just the old printing, but that's what he looks like. All of his pages are written on, although they are not numbered. I'm sure if he was numbered, he would probably have 200 pages in him. And even the year up here starts with 1809. That's kind of nice. They've written over it in some places because it ends in 1906. But the 1809 pages are kind of nice. I wish they didn't write over them. It looks better like that. But there is quite a bit in the late 1890s in there. So we're going to do this guy. This guy right here. Okay. Let's do him. Antique French ledger. And we're going to do him. He has 200 pages. I'm going to do him at 225. 225 for this guy. He's double the pages as the last one. He starts in 1890s and he has beautiful headers. So there's that guy, and he's going to Pammy. Hello, Pammy. And there he is. 225. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I know, right? Every time I look at these, I think of all those movies. Mostly the movies I think of, obviously Harry Potter. But the other movie I think of is the Christmas one with Cratchit. I watched the Disney version because the other one scares me. But Scrooge, where Mickey Mouse was always writing at that desk in those big ledger books. That's what I think of when I see them. This guy again is the same size. He's 15 and a half by 10 and a half ish. He's black cloth cover. You can see the cloth cover. It originally was all black, and somebody kind of put something over it, and then it still came undone. These are all of your signature strings. So if you want one to take apart, this one's already half apart for you. So this one will be very easy. It's just going to fall apart for you, basically. You have lovely, lovely marble paper inside. It's old. Got a little bookmaker's label over here. It's super cute. A nice big sheet. I mean, a big, big sheet of this. This guy is about the same for all of you who just missed out on the other one. He starts in 1890 or 96. I don't know yet. 1890 or 96. It still says 1890 at the top of every page, so we're going to go with 1890. So he is about the same as the last one. His pages are numbered to 208 pages. He's got a little blotter in him. Another little blotter. This blotter was a calendar blotter. Some of these, see, you guys are going to have to start collecting blotters. Some of these blotters were beautiful. It was a calendar blotter. And so I'm going to speed him up a little bit so you guys can see him better. But he does have lots of writing blotters. Most of the writing, obviously, in this section over here. But he's written all the way through. He starts at 1890. His titles are 1890. He has ephemera tucked in him. Lots of these blotters. Goodness. Anyway, I like the fact that all the pages are dated 1890, just like the last one. We're good. He's basically the same. I mean, not on the outside, but I think you guys are taking these apart. So I'm going to put him in. We did 225 last time. I'm going to put him, because he's just a little rougher on the outside. I'm going to put him in. And this time I need to copy this. Antique French ledger, and we're going to put him in at 225 again. He is the same size, same number of pages. He has 208, which I think the last one was 200, but we're going to put him in for the same. He basically has the same layout of pages as well. And this time Summer's got him. I know she wanted the last one too. Summer's got him for 225. Thank you, Summer. Appreciate that. There's that one. Excuse me, thank you. I guess it's time to hydrate. Thank you, thank you. Okay, going with that theme. Let's see what else I have down here. I've got a couple of these. So this guy, he's bigger. He has a nice label on him. Now, obviously, he's got some damage to his cover here. He's got what is green suede corners and green suede spine. Sorry for the extreme close-up. I don't really care necessarily about the cover. Like, yes, it's beautiful. It is really a big ledger, though, guys. Like, super, super big. You're going to get a lot of paper out of here. It's about 12 inches by 18.5 inches. 12 inches by 18.5 inches. Very large ledger. He starts in 1857. He has headers across the top like all the other ones we did tonight did, basically. 1857, he does have crossed out pages. That's nice. 1858. His pages are a lightweight cardstock. And just so you know, he doesn't fit in camera. He still goes about that much. He's very, very large. Now, all the way through him to the back, you have a couple blank pages. That's always nice because then you can scan those. Let's see how many blank ones. Blank and then writing. So just maybe 10 blank pages here, not very many. And then we go back to the writing. I think every single page in here is crossed, but there is an awful lot that have the nice header to the section. I will try to hold this up so that you guys can see. What is here is beautiful. Like even the crossing is not terrible. This is the way they did it in France, guys. It's just how it is. So this guy is a big, big ledger, lots of pages, beautiful, beautiful handwriting, and from the 1850s. I personally do not care about the crossing. There's enough here that is beautiful where I do not care. So it is 1850s beginning. Every single one of these little sections could be cut out. You could cut it here and leave all of this as a blank page and then leave this as a page. Do you know what I mean? If you're putting it in a journal, you're going to fold it there anyway, so you will have a blank piece to write. And then the other side of it, you're going to have the opposite. So for putting these pages in journals, it's actually ideal because every page you're going to have a blank and a written and a blank and a written. Do you know what I mean? So that's great. I love it. Every year, every month of the year has this header. Every single month of the year has the header. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Let's do him. I wanted to hold him up so you guys could see again, but see how it's got the total down at the bottom? It's actually quite nice. So there we go. We're doing it. Yeah, he is heavy too. But anyway, I didn't copy the last one. I'm supposed to copy so I don't have to type this every time. Antique branch ledger. And we're going to do him. I'm sure he has between 200 and 300 pages in him. I'll be conservative and say 200 because they're thick papers, but super big. I'm going to do him for 320. He's very big and very beautiful and very early at 1850. He has found a home. Thank you, Jenny. I appreciate that. Jenny D is going to take him home for $320. Of me flipping through the pages, I know. Okay, so there he is. Thank you, Jenny. All right, moving on. This guy is next. I have zero clue what is inside of this guy. I don't know if I've ever looked. We'll look together. There's that. He's very grungy. There's his grungy spine. There's his grungy back. He's a smaller one. Like, I'm not going to say small. He's definitely chunky, but smaller than the last one. 9 inches by 14. 9 by 14. Obviously, he has been loved. He's had a life. He had marble paper. I don't know. There's purple marble hanging out right here. I don't know where it came from. He starts in 1882. 1882. I'm going to scooch him up just a little bit. He does have numbered pages, so at least I can tell you guys that. The handwriting is very, very fancy. Different colors of ink throughout, and he has 500 pages. 500, but I think this is extra. He has an extra book in the back. I want to tear that. This whole little section right here, which is a lot of pages, is extra. It was added into the back. Somebody hand sewed it. You can see they hand sewed it around. But this is all extra, not the same kind of paper as this. And this guy has 500, well, 475 pages. 475. Little pin of ephemera there. Very fine handwriting. The fancy, clear, clean handwriting. The pages are dated. Each entry is dated. So you have 1800s on every single page. 1887, 1880, 1886, 1885, and working our way back. It's very beautiful handwriting. I'm going to try to show you. You got multiple inks though, so you're going to have to. Very beautiful handwriting with the dates. Okay, for grungy, he's beautiful on the inside. He's also chunky, just so you know, like, he's telephone book. He did have marbled on the outside too, but it's kind of worn off, but he's chunky. If you're in it for just pages, he's beautiful for pages. If you like the grungy cover, you got that going too. And I didn't copy it last time. Oh my gosh. I am definitely copying it this time. And let's call him 500 pages. Let's do him for, I'm going to do 500 pages for 500. I think that is $1 per page, which is way too cheap for 1880s French ledger, guys. It's way too cheap for that. It's too beautiful. I mean, I could put him in a paper pack. How do you guys think my mail carrier feels about me? I have to make sure that I give my mail carrier a very nice Christmas present every year, and I have done that every year because he has to carry a lot of heavy boxes for me. Now, all of the French things from, not all, but most of the French things come through FedEx, so it's not the same mail carrier, but anyway, he looks like he's staying home with me. I will number him number 7. I don't know if he is number 7, but he will be number 7 now at 500. I don't leave snacks and water out because we're in Arizona and we have a lot of bugs and birds, but I don't leave water or anything like that out for him, but I do make sure I give him a nice Christmas gift. There is absolutely nothing on my patio to leave anything on. The reason why we can't even keep like a bench or a chair or a small little table out there is because we have rattlesnakes. And if you put something on your patio, they like to find a home in your patio furniture and stuff like that. And our neighborhood, we have rattlesnakes. And so we just keep the patio completely clean. So at least when he's walking up there, a snake doesn't jump out and bite him that he couldn't see. Because we have there's a little closed in room before you get to our door. It's open on the outside, but snakes can crawl up in there, and there have been snakes hiding right under the ledge where the house starts from the concrete. I don't know how to explain it. But anyway, snakes hide there. So no, we don't leave anything there. This green guy, he's green marble. My camera just flipped again, with green suede corners and spine. I don't think javelinas. Yes, that too. Yeah. We're close. We're in the desert. We're not like in the city. So we have coyotes and mountain lions and rattlesnakes and tons of scorpions. But I think everyone has those who lives in Arizona. I think I have him upside down. Let's try him this way. People get killed by mountain lions on the mountains by my house because I can walk to the mountain. But people that go hiking there get killed by the mountain lions. It's pretty terrible. So there's that. It's beautiful on the inside. We looked at one very similar to this one before. We may have done his brother yesterday. I don't know. So there's that. It is starting in 1869. It's quite beautiful up here. The pages are very full. Got some crossed out things, but most of it is not crossed. And so we have every page dated. There's some nice figures in the back. Some blank pages in the back. And then writing. So you probably have a good 30 blank pages, maybe 25, 30. It ends in about 1873. I don't see much crossing other than those few in the front. Every page is nice and full and beautiful. There's very fancy, nice handwriting in here. Different colors of ink. In the front section, you get a couple little crossed entries. Couple little crossed entries there. So the front, does he have numbered? He doesn't have numbered. Between 200 and 300 pages. Definitely 2. Probably, I'm going to be conservative and leave it at 2. He ends in 1870 and he starts in 1869. So, you know, they used him for about a year. All right. His pages are aged, so this looks like as good as one as any. Yep. That's what I was afraid of. So I creased it really hard and I pulled really hard and it did tear. I don't think he's complete, like he's not bad, he's not brittle, but his pages are definitely on the weaker side. Like if I do it again, yeah, it's gonna tear. I did have to use force to do it. And people are going to be like, why are you tearing it up? I can't do it. I can't sell it unless I know. I did have to use considerable force to tear it, but I think that it is important for me to show you guys that, because otherwise you might fold it in half, and when it breaks in half, you might be mad at me. So I think it's important to show that. I will tuck that in there, but it is what it is. So knowing that, we have to adjust his price, even though he is beautiful, and there's a lot of pages. For those of you that don't know, what that means is, if you were to take this page and you were to fold it in half, I'm going to do it again. If you were to fold it in half and put it in a journal, you're like, okay, I put it in a journal. It doesn't immediately break. It doesn't immediately crack. But if I give that a pull, see now, there it goes. I had to pull really hard, but it would over time pull. And so I know nobody wants this one because I'm tearing it up. But what I'm saying is over time, it's going to come apart. There we go. I've torn this one up. It's all right. It's totally fine. It's 3 pages. We're all good. So I'm going to put this one in. It's not collage fodder. It's usable. Just know that you're going to have to reinforce your folds. So you're not going to take this guy and fold it into an envelope. You're not going to take it and fold it into some kind of pockety thing. You're going to use it in signatures still, but you're going to have to reinforce your spine, which probably most of you would have on a ledger page anyway. There you go. I'm going to type this one in. All right, let's do this. This is an antique French ledger, and I'm going to price them accordingly. I'm going to do them at 200. That is super cheap for what this is. And I apologize for tearing your pages, but I think it was important to show. And now when you get him, you can take those pages out first and start playing with them and using them with no guilt, because I tore them, not you. Okay. I get that that's not in me. I get it, Sydney. It's going to go to Jenny. Jenny was right above Summer. Thank you, Jenny. Jenny D was right above Summer there. Thank you, thank you. All right, guys, let's see what's next. Okay, I have shown him, and in fact, I have sold him before. He has actually been claimed before, but that person, they had some health issues, and they were not able to complete their transaction. And my camera does not like the blue. It's going crazy again. This guy is a landscape school ledger. You guys may have seen him before. I would really like my camera to quit being weird with the green or yellow colors today. It is 10 inches by 10 by 15. He is a beautiful all rag paper school ledger. Some of you guys may remember seeing him. He's early. He's from 1818. He is a schoolmaster's ledger where they would write down the names of the students and their ages, and I think where they were from, and I don't know about this, and this is their grades or their attendance. I think it's attendance. I'm not sure. It could be grades or attendance. And then the observations from the teacher are written over here. It's an alphabetized ledger. The paper is a light blue in color. It is very early old rag paper from 1818. This is really a marathon, guys. Okay, so all the way back here in the back, you have some blank pages. Most of this is blank. As a matter of fact, most of it is blank. There is some pages, like at the beginning of the letter V, it has a couple of kids. So mostly he will be written at the beginning of letters. There was no students with you. So, it's going to have to go by, most kids, they're going to be in the more popular name letters, right? So this is a B page and it's all the way full. If you go to C, it has some students. If you go to D, it doesn't have any students. E doesn't have any students. F has students. G has students. H does not. J does. K does not. L does not. M does. N does not. O does. P. So you see how it goes, right? So that's the way it works. It is the very nice thick rag paper, and it is a light blue in color. I like a light robin's egg, but it is pretty light. I don't know if I have a white piece of paper to show you. I mean, it's got a blue tinge to it for sure. And that's that. So he's a school book. He's a schoolmaster's ledger. I'm going to go to the front. Sorry about the close up there. I'm going to go to the front and leave him like this. Yes, there's grungy here, but there's not really grungy anywhere else. So there's that. Okay, let's do him. I'm going to go back to the B page. You can go through and read all these kids' names and their ages, which what I think is funny is there's kids from 16 years old to 5 years old. And I know, you know, they used to, in America, they used to have like one-room schoolhouses where like all the kids, no matter what age they were in the same class. So maybe that's what happened there. I don't know. They got lots of blank pages too. Okay, let's do it. We're going to do this guy. He needs to find a home. He stay. He has gone and came, or he didn't really come back, but he was invoiced and packed, and then he got unpacked. Okay, let's do it. Antique French ledger. This guy is a school master. I'm going to just call that schoolmaster. Rag paper. Kind of rag paper. And we're going to call this, I want him to find a new home. And even though he is my favorite kind of rag paper, and it would be unique, you know, but he's a tough one. I'm going to discount him by like half price, guys. He's going to be $400 instead of the $800 I know we have sold him for. So that's what he's going to be. I don't know how many pages because they're not really numbered like that, but you can see he's got like a chunk. I mean, the tabs are weird, but he has a chunk. I can't flip through it because of the tabs, but he has a chunk of pages in him. So that's him. And he's going home with Melissa. Thank you, Melissa. I know he will have found a good permanent home with you. Well, I don't know about permanent, but a good home with you. He is special. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Maybe you guys can do some research too, because it actually says like the school and where it was from. Thank you. Appreciate it. The penmanship. Yeah, I know. Okay, the next few are in very good condition. We have this one, which I know we had one the other day that was very, very similar to it, if not the same. And there's that. Black cloth cover, pretty little label. Pretty little label with little flowers in the corners. And I need to measure him. He's 10 inches by 15 and a half. The curator, 10 by 15 and a half. And then we open up to this. So he starts in 1902 on page 1. He has beautiful handwriting in him, guys. Beautiful. Beautiful papers. There's absolutely no problem with this. I know we had one very, very similar to this yesterday. He is written, I just want you to see, like top to bottom. This is the last page. They used every little bit that they could use in this book. And every single page is like this. The ends, the latest it is 1904. This is a big old bunch of French ledger, guys. I think we counted 400 pages, right? What is this? Well, yes, 400, but they're not all numbered. Why are they not all numbered? Because it just went to 400 and they kept writing? Yes, it went to 400, but then they kept writing in the blank page in the back. So 400 and a few pages. And there we go. He's beautiful. Absolutely no issues. If you are waiting for a clean one that is full of French handwriting, this is the guy. Okay, we're putting him in. Clean. I promise myself I'm copying this one. Very, very clean. Very nice paper, full of writing. I have officially copied that now. And for 400 plus pages, I am going to need to have a minimum of $600 for this. A minimum. I crack myself up sometimes. Like there's minimums. There's not minimums. I'm going to need to have $600 for him because he is well worth it. I didn't show you guys, but like he has very nice handwriting. He's very pretty. And he is sold. I told you guys, when I get to 200 plus French ledgers in this room, it's way too many. It's way too many. So, Diana B, he is going home with you. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy him. I'm pretty sure I sold his brother yesterday for $6.50. I'll have to check on that, but he's very pretty. He's very pretty. Okay, the next one is also extremely clean. I don't know if it is in connection to that one. But this guy has this cover. It's just plain black cloth. Plain black cloth all the way around. He's kind of chunky, as you can hear from me grunting. That's that's him, sorry. Okay, we're scooching him down so he fits in camera and over. He's probably upside down after all of that. He's got blue marbled paper, a very pretty label over there in the corner. He's quite chunky and big with very big, thick, like this is the book board. Look how thick the book board is. It's actually made from wood. It's quite nice. He starts in 1924. He's a little grungy here in the front, couple little speckles, and that goes away because always those front pages, they react with this here and they do kind of get some spots on them. But anyway, he starts in 1920s. He's always got this month of January 1925, all of this header across the top. This guy is very, very clean ledger, very nice condition. He has, 500 pages. I'm hiccuping now. 500 pages. He ends in 1943, so they used him for about 20 years. It's a good long time. And every single page written on all the way to the bottom. Very, very clean, nothing crossed out. Okay, one little thing I saw there. And then that's it. He's really pretty. And just so you know, like, he's big. So it says, this is something about numbers. This is the date. This is the name of something. Client debtors. I'm not really sure. Nature of acts of details and formalities. I have no idea. You guys have to guess with me. The total and observations. I think this is like they're taking away money or adding money. I don't know. Something about that. And in these little boxes, you have all these little teeny tiny sections that they could fill out in this report section. I really like these kind. I think they're fun in journals, especially if you're using them, you know, if you cut because these are big pages. So this is like an 8.5 by 11 page from here up. That's about the size of that. So when you cut it, you're going to cut it here, fold it in half. You can see how nice it looks folded in half, right? Because you got one section that looks like that. The other section's got the handwriting, but you have a whole nother page down here. So every page is really 2 pages. Oh my gosh, don't be impressed. The French people will be like, oh no, shut up. Okay, so we said he has 500 pages in him. 500 pages. Let's do him for, I actually copied so we can paste this time. We're going to do 500 pages. And what did I just do the last one for? $600? This guy's got bigger pages. Are they thicker? Yeah, they're thicker. He is going to be 700. He's 500 pages. He's very pretty and he's very clean all the way around. So we're going to do him for that. He's very, very clean and nice. Everything's dated. I see some ledger grunge in the corners. Don't worry, you always get that. And I leave it in there for you. The ledgers always have, I don't know what it is. It just stuff. They always have that. Okay, he's staying here. He's staying with me. All 500 pages of him are. Yeah, see the ledger grunge? They're always in there. I don't know what it is. All right, that one's staying here. He's going to be number 8. Let me number him number 8. Number 8, and he is 700. So anybody watching, number 8 is 700. I will stick his tag on there. Number 8, 700. There we go. Moving him out of the way. What is that? Oh, I know what that is. Okay. This guy. I'm getting my workout. I don't need to go to the gym now. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. This guy takes up the whole screen. Like the whole thing. He's very large. Large, but not that thick. About 12.5 inches wide. So 12.5 inches this way. I mean, yeah, 12.5. Then he is 19.5. 12.5 by 19.5. Oh my gosh, I gotta get this stuff off the floor, guys. I brought it all in here. I gotta get off the floor. 12.5 by 19.5, roughly. Look at this. And you get like, you know, massive, massive, massive sheet. It's about the Italian Florentine paper size, right? Massive sheet of marble paper. I love that. This is how you start out the book right here. Let me slide it down so you can see. It's Mr. Gaston or Gaston, I'm not sure. I can't say that. See, I don't speak French. But it starts in 1890. 1890. And this is what it looks like. Again, you've got ledger grind. There it is, 1890. Very, very tiny, precise, pretty handwriting. Extremely nice. I'm going to try to lift it up for you, but he's big. Very precise, very pretty handwriting. And there he is. Okay. Every page has the date. I don't know if I covered it up, but every page has the date at the top and the month. Again, the headers across the top. We got in the header section apparently today. He has a very large, very fancy index in the back with tabs. They're super, super fancy. With gold. I love them. So I know, tiny, tiny though. And he is all the way written in, and he has 200 pages. But look, the same person all the way through with that tiny, tiny handwriting. I think it's because paper was so expensive, so they had to fit every little bit on there as they could. I really like it when they do this. They give you these little lines as we flipped through. I really like that. The little like balance area. I can't find another one. Oh, right there. And I passed it. This is like a lightweight cardstock paper. This right here. I think it just breaks up that area. You'll probably never find a more precise handwriting than this one. That's that guy. 200 numbered pages, and he's a very large ledger. I have some very large boxes to ship these very large ledgers in. Okay. With a dip pen, most definitely. Okay. We're putting him in. We might be done with ledgers. I don't know if we are or we're not. We'll just see, because there is a few more, but I don't have to do them all. Antique French ledger, and let's do him. I really like his writing, and I really like his paper. For 200 pages, I would need to have 450 for him, and that is still a very nice bargain. You guys may see some of these again at higher prices just because I might be a little bit crazy right now. I'm sure that I paid very nearly where most of these have sold at. I just have too many of them, and I cannot continue to do this because you gotta remember, like, this is money that I spent that is just sitting in this room, and I can't continue to do that. I gotta move it through one way or another, whether I give it away for what I sold it for, or what I paid for it. If I sell it for what I paid for it, that's, at least it's gone, and I can recoup that money, rather than have 250 French ledgers that you paid astronomical amount of money for that are just sitting here, kind of a deal, right? Okay, so there's that one. I see that he went to Summer. Thank you, Summer. I appreciate that. That was a good one. Thank you very much. Okay, I have his cousin. I don't know if it's really his cousin, but it kind of looks like his cousin. I kind of have his cousin. I don't know if it really is, but doesn't that look like the same? I mean, it's kind of a little too grungy for you guys to make out, but he's definitely grungy. Like, he's the same size as the one Summer just got. He's definitely grungy, like falling apart grungy. You're gonna need to take him apart. His book board down here. I don't know if you guys. I just got. His book board is gone. This is his cover. It is gone. He is his cousin, but he is his grungier cousin. I gotta turn him sideways again. So just so you know, this marble paper, it's coming up. It's all folded. A couple first pages are folded. He's definitely grungier. He's got some paper damage down here. He's definitely grungier. This is his spine. His spine is open. It's definitely grungier. Even all of the page edges are grungier. It is the same person, though. It's the same tiny handwriting. See, he's not even bound anymore. Summer's was much nicer. He's also not as full of handwriting. Well, he is here. For the year on this guy, it is 1890. It says it up here, 1890, and 1890 here, but he's not bound anymore. So I could just take him apart and make him packs, but he's really grungier than the last one. His page edges, which I know you cannot necessarily see them, but I can't show you that way. Anyway, his page edges at the bottom have been water damaged. You can see he's had some water here. His back cover also has had some water, and they have removed the big marble page that used to be here. Probably because somebody wanted to use it or it was damaged. Back here in the back, you've got a lot of signatures. And again, he goes to 200 pages like the other one, but he's definitely grungier. Summer, I didn't know that he is nearly the same as the other one. If you like this one more, let me know, but I don't. I think yours is nicer. But I will say that because I didn't know there's back to back, but if you want this one, you let me know, but I think he is much grungier. Okay, a grungy cousin. Yeah, he's much grungier. But some people like that. So anyway, there's that. I'm going to put him in. I'm going to offer him, but I at least wanted to ask Summer first. It's like back to back. Again, this is his cover. He does not have any cover right here anymore. It is gone. This is his fabric. This is his label. And this is his spine situation. He doesn't really have a spine. So there's that. You know what we could do, Sarah Lee? I'm not saying that, we need to do this or whatever, but what we could do, especially if one for like this, where the cover is literally gone, I could take, and I wouldn't offer to do this except for this one time. I could remove your cover. You could salvage this page that's in here, and I could just take out the pages because they're nearly, like, you can't see, but they're nearly coming out anyway. I could ship it to you without the cover. This is still big, but we could fold your pages. Anyway, that's an option. I wouldn't do it for other ones where, it had a nice cover, but I could definitely take this out of the cover, take apart your pages, and fold them because he's too big to not, like, if you're going in a flat rate box, your pages would have to be folded in half. And even still, they would be very large. What did I say he was wide? They would probably fit folded in half. Okay, you like the cover? I have a stack of empty ledger covers that I don't know what to do with, and every time I see them, I want to put them in the trash can. I'm tired of them laying around here. So one of these days, we're going to just do like a big old bundle of ledger covers. So I'm going to put him in. You will keep yours, I figured, because it's nicer. I'm going to put him in. If you want me to do this, and it doesn't have to be this one, but I am offering on this one because it's easier enough for me to take apart, I would do that. So let me type this in. I'm just going to do it. I would do him, considering everything that we've got going on here and not got going on here, I would do him for 360. He still has the same number of pages, but they are grungier, and you don't get two nice marble ones. So this is really what we're looking at, and I'm going to show you the worst of the worst because that's what we're looking at. Okay. So Sarah's going to take him, and I'm going to take him out of the cover. Yes, Sarah? Sarah Lee? Is that accurate, Sarah? Or yes, please? Okay, yes, we're doing it. I will take him out of the cover. So just so you all know, Sarah is international. I think she typed in New Zealand. She's international, and I do what I can to help those guys because when she said postage would kill her for this, it would be almost, I don't know, 200 and something dollars to ship this big huge ledger. But if I fold these pages in half, I mean, it's gonna really fill up her box. It may even fill up her box, but at least we can ship that out of the cover much cheaper than we can in the cover. And since the cover on this one doesn't really hold much value, if any, I think it's fine. But we'll definitely salvage. I can salvage this piece. I can probably pull off, I don't know if you can see, I can probably pull off some of this one, Sarah, but I don't think I can salvage all of it, and I don't think I can salvage the one in the back. Because the one in the back is pretty pasted on there. So you'll get one one and a couple pieces of the other marble. I will do my best. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Ledger Marathon. Yep, Ledger Marathon. Okay, what did we not do? We didn't do these ones. Okay, let me move these ones that we did out of the way. Out of the way. Out of the way. I need to be able to get out of my room when we are done. I'm rearranging all the ledgers to get to these guys that we did not do yet. You know, when I was advertising a ledger marathon a couple weeks ago? Yeah, it was a ledger marathon. Okay. I could, but she's going to get a sheet of it herself. She's going to get a full sheet and then whatever I can pull off of the other covers. Okay, so this guy here. Okay. I will set the cover aside, but I don't think it's going to be worth shipping. Let me just leave it at that. We will talk, like Sydney, if you guys message me, we can talk about it, but I don't think that cover is going to be worth shipping. This is another large size ledger, just like the size wise that we did before, but I know it is different inside. He measures, I'm going to say 12 and a quarter to 12 and a half by 19 and a half. Oh, did you? Okay. 12 and a quarter by 19. You're only going to see bits and pieces of it until I slide it up. Just remember it is twice as long as what you're seeing. Nice, lovely label. Number 1 up here. It's great. I have numbered this, number 31. It has some lovely brown and blue marbled paper. It actually has a ledger label up in here in the corner. Up in here. Yeah, that was great. It has a ledger label in the corner of the page. You guys all liked this page. A very long time ago, I showed this ledger. Very, very long time ago. So this is all handwritten, and this is beautiful. He was a lawyer in Avignon in 1889. This page is dated at the bottom. I can't shove it up anymore because there's books right there, but 1889 or 1899, sorry. Yeah, that is beautiful penmanship. So this guy here starts in February 1889 in the very top corner. You guys can't barely see that. It has loose pages. The parts up here are numbered, and then on the back side of this is loose. I can show you. On the back side of it is handwriting. All of these ones have pay stamps over here where they've paid their fees. Again, you've got the header up at the top. This is very nice, lovely paper. Very, very nice. So the pay stamps make this one special. Also, every page is dated very nicely up there in that top corner on the left side. All the pages. You've got handwriting on the back side of the page and numbers on the front side of the page. So it's kind of nice that it's different. It's not same. And it's very, very large ledger. Going to 200 sheets. So it's not page numbers. It's 200 sheets of paper. Because it's not numbered on both sides. It's only numbered on single sides. So it is 200 sheets of paper. Okay, and again, it's twice as long as you're seeing here on camera. So if we look at some of these little sections, like this guy here, you've got the acts, the parties, the nature of the act, the formalities. I'm not sure. I'm not sure the rest of it. And a total, it goes all the way to the other side. Total, total general, I don't know. I have no idea. And observations. But it's kind of a cute one. We've got lots of these ones tonight. I think we're just in that section in my room where we've got the headers at the top of them. So that's that guy. Some pages have been removed. I, in fact, removed somewhere back here. There was a spot where I removed some pages right here. So I have removed pages. There probably is several sections like that, but not very many, obviously. He's pretty full still, so I don't know how many I took out, but I did take some at one point, which is why he is numbered. So there we go. That's what he looks like. Okay, let's do it. I may just offer you guys like a big old box of ledger covers. We might do that. Let's do this guy. I can paste there. And if he has roughly 200, but I took some out, but they're single numbered, that would still be 400 pages minus, say, 50. Let's call it 350 numbered normal pages. Still 175 sheets. Let's do him at, I'm going to do him at 600. I know that is spendy a little bit, but we don't find the ones with the pay stamps, the header, and it is good quality paper. So we're going to do that one. You guys verbally heard my math there. And this one found a home. He's going Jenny D. From my very special bookshelf, number 31 to Jenny D. Perfect. And guess what? The best part is right there, Jenny. And I can't show you the rest because I pushed up into the books, but there it is. I'm going to take the number 31 out of there and we'll stick your tag here. All right, Jenny. He is beautiful. Thank you very much. I mean, he's heavy, but he does have that same penmanship on that label right there. It's just a little worn. Thank you. Thank you. We've got two more that I see down here. Can I turn it sideways? I can't now, but I probably could have a minute ago. Yay! She's going to preserve it, guys. Okay, so this is a smaller one, but he's very cute. He's got, it's like green leather. It's green dyed leather. He's got a beautiful little label. It says Grand Livre and number 1. I don't know what that all stands for. He's got a label here, but it's very worn. And his back is also fairly nice. There was some ink spill or something here. I don't know. Maybe a fire. It doesn't really look like a fire. It looks like ink, but he measures, he's cute, and he's pretty nice looking on the outside. 10¼ inches. And he's nice looking on the outside, and he's cute. That sounds funny. He's 10¼ by 15½. Thank you, Jenny. That was awesome. Thank you. And so this guy here has a cute little label. I don't scan all of this stuff, but man, if I would have, we would have had a million things of ephemera. There's that. He has very thick, you can't see it, very thick book board. Again, I think the better quality ledgers have that. He's got the table of whatever there. Index, I guess is a better word for that. He has the headers at the top, beautiful handwriting, lovely all through here. Obviously, you know, if you see all of this, you know that it's a little higher priced. It's higher priced when I buy them this way too, because everyone in France knows this now. And the more I buy them at these prices, the more they charge me for these prices. It's just the way it works. Like, it's not, you know, I'm not saying they're doing anything bad. It's just kind of the way it works, right? So, these are stenciled in this book. So you know how we have like the ledger page number stencils? You can't see the ledger page number stencils. There are stencils of these I have purchased them several times, but they were always in missing packages, so I don't have them. But I did purchase them a couple times, but I never got them. And so beautiful, beautiful handwriting all the way throughout. Voyages. Somebody was traveling, and then we have blank. So what is in the front that is written is beautiful, and it's 250 pages. Oop, we have more handwriting. Maybe there's just a section of blank. No. Yep, there's handwriting over there. So apparently there's some handwriting and some blank. I don't know. That all looks blank. That's written in. A bunch more writing. Bank of France again. Beautiful. There's quite a bit of writing there in that section. I just didn't show you every page, and quite a bit of writing here. So there's just writing on and off. But you know, you get some blank and you get some writing. This is a very pretty good high quality ledger. Like, it was expensive to make. You can tell that because when I show you those big super thick book boards, that was expensive. So these are higher quality ledgers. The paper is great and it is beautiful. Profits of something. Perks, I don't know. Anyway, we're going to do this one before I go down the immature road of that. Beautiful, beautiful. I don't know what else to say about it. We said he had what, 200? What was it? 300? 250. 250 pages. 200. Yeah, I lost some packages, and it's not me. FedEx lost them. And unfortunately, they contained fabulous, fabulous things that we will never, ever get again, probably. It happens. We're still dealing with FedEx on it. I don't know if any resolution will ever come. They have admitted they lost the package. They know they lost the package, but they have not paid the claim. So anyway, let's do this beauty. I'm going to put him in at 7. I realize that is a good chunk of change, but I also realize that he is a pretty book with the corners. He's pretty on the outside and he's pretty on the inside. And he has good paper. And everyone that buys French Ledger, these are the French Ledger. This is what they're looking for. This is quintessentially French Ledger. And so, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. He looks like, it's okay. You're all right, Cynthia. You weren't first, so you're okay. Trading you in for Jean, Mom? Oh my gosh, I don't know what that's all about. He looks like he's going home with junking with Jean. I'm sorry, junking. He's going out. He's going home with. Thank you, Jean. I appreciate that very much. You're going to get a nice box of ledgers, Jean. Whatever. Oh my gosh. We've got mothers and daughters losing each other over there. Didn't I just tell you guys it wasn't worth it? Okay. I have a very big chunky monkey now. This guy, he's another one that has the brass corners. We did not see him yesterday. He's different. I have been collecting these because these are the higher end ones, right? So if you see the metal up here, again, they took the time to put the metal on. The metal was expensive. When you went to the bookmaker and had a book made, these were premium features. I only find them on high-end ones. This guy is bigger. He has brass all the way at the bottom. So this is the edge where he would sit. He has brass all the way down there to protect that. And that's kind of rare. Normally it's just the corner and it doesn't have this extra piece. He does have brass here. Unfortunately, there's no brass that can connect this to keep it permanently on there. And over time, it did come off. Now in the back, on the back side, you also have the corners. So and the long piece that goes along the bottom edge. I'm going to refrain from flipping him over, but this guy again, get an extreme close up, but it's a very, very thick book board. A very thick book board. You have, am I going to move him? A beautiful, I can't show you. I can't show it. Get a beautiful label right there. Very beautiful. And a big old couple sheets of marbled paper. I'm going to scooch him over so you can see. Marbled paper. This is all hand marbled. Like they didn't have printing then. You guys realize that, right? It's marbled by hand. Here's this guy on this side. They actually wrote on the back of the marbled paper. This is the handwriting. So this was credit. This was a very, very famous bank. This is obviously a very famous bank. So I think this is also a bank. They have lots and lots of bank stuff here. So it was recording some money going into a bank. I don't know. Bank recordings? I don't know. Anyway, you have very interesting headers up here at the top. You have the scales of justice up here. It's a little tiny picture of a scale of justice, like, you know, courts and legal things have that. It has the years written as 1897, where it starts. It's got debit and credit on this side. This paper, this is the front one, so obviously it is more tanned and aged than the ones in the back. But this paper is the best ledger paper ever, next to rag paper. It's not rag paper, but it is the best quality ledger paper. It's so smooth and nice feeling. You're going to love it when you get it, but only high-end ledgers have this. Only. Very, very nice handwriting. I'm hoping you guys are seeing that. No more aging. We're only on page 9 and there's no more spots or anything. This guy is fabulous. He's written all the way to the bottom. I can't even show you the bottom, but there is more bottom down here. All the way. Very beautiful. He's not inexpensive, obviously, because he's got everything going for him. He goes to chunks at a time, guys. He is beautiful. I don't know why this one was hidden on my shelf, but he was. I would take him apart. He has 500 pages in him. There's more marble paper back here. A whole nother big sheet of marble. 500 pages, extremely good quality. Nice headers up at the top. All of this is nice, but this handwritten is nice. Numbered pages, and I really want to show you this handwriting, but I can't because he's too heavy. I can't pick him up. He's too heavy. But I think you guys can see it's fine and very, very frilly, nice handwriting. This page is this is 1901. It's printed where it starts with 18, but they've crossed out the 8 and put the 9 over top of it. It's 1901. So from 1890 something to 1901. And I'm going to do another chunk, like, just so you like the paper quality, the thickness of the paper. We are at 343 right here. All of this, and it has marbled edges that you guys can kind of see. All of this and he has 500 pages, so we're only at 340. He has a big bunch of nice thick paper, guys. I can't explain it to you any better than that. We're gonna do it. There's tiny handwriting. It's written by different people, obviously, because this is very different than this frilliness. I think most of it is this, but let's do it. I'm about ready to cry, but he is special. Maria, see, he is special. He's so pretty. So pretty. This is the kind that I would normally sell for like $8 a page, just so you guys know. We said 500. Yes, we did say 500. Okay, so let me do my mental math struggle here. I mean, even if I did $2 per page, that's a lot. So I'm going to put him in. If he stays with me, he stays with me, but he's really truly worth it and beautiful. I'm going to do him for $8.50. That is probably the lowest I will ever go for one of these kind. It's just a super nice, good one, guys. Somebody's going to be doing something out there because they're getting a big, humongous box of ledgers. Well, he's going home with Jean. And Jean, you're in the US, right? Are you in the US? I know I just can't put two and two together with your name. I know you sent me your first initial of your last name, but I cannot, and I do apologize. I can't, I just have to be honest. I cannot remember shipping to you. Did I ship to you before? Was it just recently, Jean? Did I just ship you like a journal kit or something, or is that a different Jean? Maybe that's a different Jean. I told you there's several Jeans. Anyway, thank you very much. He has your tag on him. You're in the US, good. That helps because he's not light. The brass things, he's not. But you already have a big box coming, and we can use UPS or FedEx. And honestly, at this point, weight is not really going to matter that much because we can use FedEx and UPS. Okay, we did those. We did that. Of all of these ones, I think we left one unclaimed. No, two unclaimed. We left two of those unclaimed, and then yesterday we had 7 or 8 unclaimed. I'm going to do these next couple of things. Okay, it was for a journal. Okay, a journal kit. Perfect. I was trying to remember if we did ship you a journal kit, and I thought it was, I don't know, recently, but we do have several Jeans. So thank you. I will try to get that in my head. Once I invoice you a couple times and like ship packages and keep seeing your name, usually it sticks in my head and I remember. Okay, we're going to move on and do a couple of different things. I pulled these. I'm going to do this guy here. These are Indian ledgers from India. I have 3 of them. I only have 3. These are Indian ledgers. So from India, that's where they're from. That's where I got them from. They're fabulous Indian ledgers with beautiful handwriting inside. This guy has a leather cover, but look at how long he is. He unfolds to this super, super long ledger. So you know how like the Japanese ones are very long like this? We've had Japanese ledgers and they're very long and narrow like this. He has a hand-tooled leather cover. These are antique ones from India. His back leather cover is off. It's very worn because it's been laying around like that. The inside one is fabulous, and I still think, you know, you could use that and repurpose that if you were going to take him apart. But anyway, from India. Beautiful, beautiful handwriting. And you can't see the whole thing because I can't fit on camera. And so, we're going to flip through this guy a little bit. I'm going to flip chunks of pages, I think, because there is a lot of them. So it's mostly written on one side of the paper. I don't know why, but it is. And so we're written all the way through there. And then the rest of this guy starts back here, and he's written this way. So I'm only showing you the little tiny bit. Written, written, written. Then there's some blank every now and then and more writing. And then I'm pretty sure we've got a good sized chunk of blank here. We do. So I'm going to say all totaling, he's probably half to 2/3 written on, but he has a big old bunch of pages. He's a fatty, chunky monkey. And I folded him over, and I'm pretty sure if you guys are going to use him, you're going to cut him in half like this anyway. You want to know how long he is? He's like 2 feet long. He's literally 20, and I'm going to say 22.5 inches long. If I flattened him out, he probably would be 23 inches long. So nearly 2 feet. And he is about 5.25, maybe 5.5 inches wide. He's very, very big and very, very chunky. So if you want a big old bunch of antique ledger from India, we have this guy. Now for paper, he has very unique paper. I don't know in India exactly like how paper is made, but in Japan they are using that. It's kind of like washi paper. They have a name for it, which escapes me at the moment. But in India, I'm trying to get you to see. In India, the paper is, it's like unique. I don't know how to explain it. It has a texture. Maybe it's from the laying of the hand laid paper. It's very similar to rag paper feeling. It may be what they had for rag paper in India. I'm not sure. That's what it feels like to me. But look at some of the writing. I think this would be fabulous to put in journals. It's something so unique that other people, I mean, you don't see this. You do not see anybody using this. So I think it's special. I'm going to put him in and we're going to do him. So if somebody wants him, I'm going to just ship him folded like this because this is how he came to me and we're just going to do it. So there's that guy. He's a big Indian ledger. I'm going to say big antique Indian ledger. And when I say Indian, I mean from the country of India. I'm in Arizona. It's not Native American. It is Indian from India. Does that make sense? Okay. We're going to put him in and I'm going to do him at 200. At $200. I think there's plenty to play with there at 200. I'm sure he has probably 200 pages, but I would cut them in half like this, so I would make it 400 because you're not going to use a 2 foot long page. I mean, you could like fold it up and roll it up or whatever, but I just don't think you're going to use a 2 foot long page. There's that. Lacey Lowe. Okay, Lacey, hello and welcome. Hello and welcome, Lacey. I don't know if you sent me your information or not. Maybe not yet. But Lacey, I'm going to put your name on him. And then there's instructions for new buyers in the description box below the video. It's usually below the video. Thank you. Thank you. He has your name on him. I just need you to email me so that I can send your invoice to you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okie doke, guys. You sent an email on Monday night. Perfect. I've got two more. I've got this guy here. He's got like a red, I don't know if it's leather. It kind of looks like old leather. It had a label on it right here. It has this string closure. I don't know how it actually opens. I've never opened it, so I don't know. I'm going to attempt to slide this off so we can see inside. Maybe there's treasures in here that nobody's ever seen for like 150 years. Let's find out together. Okay. Here we go. I think this is old leather. Look at this like block stamping to decorate. You know how they have the textile blocks in India where they stamp them? Or like, think of batik fabrics. Yeah, that. Okay, interesting paper. Haven't seen it before. There's some kind of cute little stamp from Jaipur. Is that how you pronounce that? Jaipur. The Police and Judicial Department of Jaipur. I don't know how you actually pronounce it. But again, we have a beautiful Indian ledger. It looks like every page is stamped with that stamp. On the back side of every page so far, it has had that stamp. Here's another one of these that has that leaf print, but it's a smaller leaf print. And that's on the back kind of like mid, oh, it's long. Oh, I get it. It's like this, guys. It's 2 feet long also. It's probably over 2 feet long. I don't know. I've never opened it before. Okay, this one is actually 26 and a half inches long. It's 26 and a half inches long, guys. And it starts up here. This is the top where it's bound. And this stamping is like the cover, I guess. I don't know. And this is the cover here. So when we're looking at it and we're looking at these stamps, I'm going to flip it over. I didn't know. These are my first Indian ledgers. Can you tell? Anyway, we have these stamps on every page and we have handwriting. I think it's really cute. Plus we have all these stamps to play with and the stamps are cute. The stamps are cute. So anyway, there's all of that. And again, I don't know what kind of paper this is. I don't know what kind. I find a mostly blank page. Okay, we're all right with the paper. So that's that one, guys. We're going to do it. He's pretty thick and lovely. I don't know. Interesting. Interesting how they like make them super long and then they fold them. I wonder how they actually write in them. Like if it's so long, how do they write in it? I don't know. Anyway, that's that guy. Okay, we're putting him in. He is also in Antique Indian Ledger. And for this guy, I'm going to just keep him the same at 200. And there he is. There's a lot of paper in there, and you got some fun stamps. And he's going to Jody. Thank you, Jody. I hope you enjoy him. He's pretty. I didn't have any clue about what was in there. We found out together. And after that, I've got this big guy, and I can see that he is folded over. I guess I should have assumed that's how they did them. But, let me clear off my paper crumbs. This guy is cloth, red cloth. He has some stamping up here, stamping or writing. I guess it's writing. And then this is the way he is bound here. It's an interesting binding. I would like to see how this was actually done because it's kind of like a geometric pattern. And over here, I think this one was probably here. I don't know. But it's kind of interesting. This guy opens up. There's a little piece of like blotting paper. Again, though, he's more than 2 feet long. And he's much wider than the other one. I'm going to open him up this way. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. He has pretty end paper in him. This is end paper from India. Somebody needs to scan that because that would make a beautiful digital. But when we open him this way, this is the cover. I'm going to show you half of him at a time. This is how it's written. There is a watermark here. There's some blank paper in the back. Well, it's blank on this side. And we get to here. There is a nice watermark all the way throughout it, though, and a lot of writing. A big old bunch of writing. Like, this guy is beautiful. He's mixed media, grungy, beautiful. He is cracking and coming apart here, though. So he's a little bit cracky right here. Like, this is what he looks like. Really interesting. I hadn't seen Indian ledgers very much. So there's this guy. He's ginormous, but he is cracking a little bit. So you're going to get some pages, you know, because you're going to cut these. You can't use them. You can't have a 3-foot long ledger page. So you're going to cut them, but you're going to have some that are cracked, and you can use that bit that's cracked for the collage. And then you'll have some that are better for like journal pages or something. But I do love the way that this one particularly has the writing. It's very, very nice writing. And I like the coffee stain, but... And then there's blank. Well, again, it's blank on this side. I don't know if it's blank on that side, but... And some end paper, and the end paper does go on the other side as well. So there's end paper all the way through. And there we go. That's that one. You guys never know what to expect from here, huh? I have a blotting sheet that I'm going to stick in there. He fell out of there somewhere. We're going to do this one now. And I'm going to have to price him accordingly for the crack. Antique Indian ledger. Oops, ledger. And we're going to price him. He's the big fat one. I mean, he's wider. So I don't know if I told you guys that, but he's 10.5. 10.5 by 26. I'm going to do him at $250. So he's $250. Those are the only 3 I have. I don't have anything else Indian. I'm going to make a tag for him. He will be number 9. If somebody rewatches, he will be number 9 at $250. I'm going to tuck that right in there. Number 9 at $250. Alrighty. I think that is all of my ledgers that I pulled for you guys. Obviously, there's more in this room, but does anyone want anything specific? If I can pull it right this very second, I will be happy to pull it and put your name on it. If no one wants anything specific, or that they want something but I cannot get to what it is, then I will not be able to pull your name, I guess, and put your name on it. But if you want something and I have it right in front of me, I will grab it or show it to you, or whatever the case may be. And other than that, after I clean up my desk, we're gonna I told you guys I am a neat freak, a clean freak. And maybe not a freak, but got that clean. Mechanical stamps. I know you want mechanical stamps. The problem is if we get into that, then we're gonna get into that. Japanese, I do have it, Danny. Do you just want like one book of Japanese handwriting? Because I can grab that for you. I don't have the packs of Japanese papers and kimono ready. I know it is old, Jenny. I know it is very old. I just don't know how old, unfortunately. I'm not an expert enough in that paper to be able to tell you that information, but I know it is quite old. Definitely not anything newer. I don't have anything else Indian, unfortunately, guys. If you want a random rag paper book, I did mean to offer that at some point today and then forgot. But if you want a random rag paper book from the 1800s, I can do that. Anybody want random? 2 of the hat measurements. Okay, wait a minute. Let me write that. Okay. Soldier. 2 hat for her. And one is a gift to Maria. 1 as gift to Maria. And that's Maria C, right, Solja? I know. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I didn't see that. You are super sweet to gift that. And I think is it Maria C, Solja? As long as you typed it in then, I should be able to get it. I'm sorry I didn't see it. I do like to call it out when you guys are being super sweet like that. Okay, Maria C. I'm pretty sure that's who was in here. Maria C. Thank you very much. That was a super sweet gift for her and from you. Thank you. Need a sip of water again. Yep, that's Maria C. Okay. So for random 1800s rag paper books, are you Denise G? Are you okay. One request at a time. I need to know, Denise G, you are requesting an 1800s random rag paper book, yes or no? And oh, Maria C is here. It dumps on you a lot. That's funny. That you can rip up. Okay, let me see. Well, we do take pages out of all of them. Paula also wants a really falling apart one or partial book. So here's the thing, guys. I definitely have some books that come and they're not ones that I would sell to you guys. I'm going to flip the camera back around so you guys aren't staring at a blank desk. But I definitely have some books that come, and most of the time they come and they've been water damaged, and those ones I don't sell to you guys if I can avoid it. Sometimes I'm going to switch the camera. So sometimes books come and they have water damage and or mold damage. They don't have active mold, but they have too much mold spottiness to where the pages are starting to curl or whatever. And so I have some like that I don't really know what to do with, because I don't think that I wouldn't want to sell them for $50 in that condition, but we definitely could do some that are, I'm just going to say, I would just give a disclaimer and say they're junkier. They're definitely not like the ones I've shown you guys. They're 1800s and they're rag paper. Some might even be 1700s and rag paper. Let's just go with 1800s and rag paper, but they have been wet at some point in their life. Not when I had them, but at some point in their life they've been wet. The covers, so most of them that I've seen are leather covers, and they start to kind of, the leather covers start to kind of bow or curl. The books don't stay closed anymore. The pages get moldy spots in them. There's probably dry mold in there somewhere, but honestly, a lot of the books have dry mold in it. It's not dangerous. It's dry. It's completely dead and not harmful. But there is some of that stuff in there. And I saved them because it is rag paper, and I don't think I can ever throw rag paper books in the trash. But you're going to have some pages that are going to be great and perfectly fine, and you're going to have some pages that probably are going to be yucky or trash or curly or ripply or whatever because they've been wet. So that being said, if you want one of those kind of books, that I would say let's do them for, and I don't have very many. I don't really have very many. And now you can see that I need to dye my hair because I have gray hair, but I don't have very many. I'm going to say these are the Falling Apart / damaged books. I'm going to do them for $15. If you guys want one of those, I'll put Denise and I'm forgetting Paula D. Denise and Paula D. And okay, so I'm not going to put it in, but you guys, there's too many of you. I don't have that many of them. I promise you I don't. I'm going to write down Denise, Paula, Solja, and Melissa and Pamela Lawrence. Pamela, send me your information, please, because I don't think I have you in there. The new buyer instructions are in the description box. You may have already sent it. I don't know. I didn't check yet, but, and Jenny and Shauna and Jody and Norma. It's okay. They're damaged books. So expect water damaged covers, water damaged paper, mold, dry mold spots, all of that kind of stuff. Nothing's wet, nothing's active, but they're super damaged books. Emailed on Tuesday. Perfect. Thank you. And Lacey. Okay, I've written you all down. I don't know how many I have. I will go back up here and write down the ones who wanted more than one, but I seriously doubt that I'm going to have that many. I will go look. I keep them in one specific place. Times 3, 2 or 3. And that's it. I know I don't have that many. You'll be able to use them. Okay. Yes, Sydney. I got you and Solja together for 2 to 3. I promise you I don't have that many though. You have a few like that. Some people will sell them that way at like the huge astronomical price, but I've seen them do it and it's fine, I guess, you know, whatever people do, but I can't do it that way because to me they are damaged, so I'm just going to do these at $15. And I have to look and make sure that they're worth $15 before we do it either, because if they're not, then I don't want to do that either. Sometimes when I get big book shipments, they have to put, so in order to ship the big book shipments, they have to have no extra space in the box. It has to fill with books, because when you ship that many books, you can't put like bubble wrap or something to fill a hole. It has to be completely full of books. So sorry, I'm going to have to mute for just a second. Let me mute for just 1 second. Okay, so they have to fill the box completely full of books. Sometimes they put damaged books in there, not ones I bought or paid for, but they put damaged books in there because it has to be bricked with books in order to ship. So that's kind of how those come. I don't normally buy them, but that's how they come. I will definitely write you guys down, and Catherine, I will write you too. I don't think I have that many. I think there's like 6 out there. So just keep your expectations there in check there. But I think there's like 6 out there. I will look. Yeah, sometimes they do stick together. Mostly what I've seen is like a book, normally the cover will close completely, but when they're water damaged, you see that cover go gator mouth and it won't close and the pages are just ripply And there is some little mold, like, I'm not saying mold spots, but when mold has been on paper, it discolors the paper. Even though the mold is completely gone and there's nothing there, it discolors the paper. So you'll see some of that, like dark spots, that kind of thing. You're going to have the last Indian journal? He's right here, Jenny. When I move too fast, my filter doesn't work. Okay, so this one's going to Jenny. Thank you, Jenny. That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll put him in the pile. All right. You steamed them open. I don't think many of mine are stuck together. I don't know, but I don't think many of mine are stuck together. A sellout of Indian journals. I think you guys literally left me 2 ledgers today and probably 5 yesterday, and we sold like 30 or 40 ledgers. I don't know. It was kind of a ledger mania, which was good because that is exactly what needed to happen into this room, because there's 11 boxes still in my entry, but I have been very good. I have told myself I will not open the new boxes until I move some of this other stuff out. And trust me when I say I know what is in those boxes, and I'm dying to see it in real life because I've seen it in photos and videos. But I really want to open them, but I have to do all of this stuff first and make all the space so that I can get that stuff out and bring it in. Aww. They probably can. I think you can maybe even Google Translate some of it. It looked like the writing was neat enough and precise enough to where you'll be able to decipher whatever that is. I don't know anything about Indian ledgers or anything like that, but it was very interesting. I wanted them because I wanted to see them. I wanted to touch the paper. I wanted to see the handwriting and just kind of tuck that knowledge back in there. And next time I find one, I'll be able to add to my knowledge base. That's how I learn, right? I'm a very visual, like I have to touch it kind of learner. So that kind of thing. You guys have done amazing. You guys are, I mean, if I start talking about it, this is why I don't talk about it very much, because if I do start talking about it, I would cry on camera. Nobody likes it when I cry on camera, least of all me the next day, because it's like, did you really just cry on camera? It happens, right? So anyway, what I'm getting at is thanking you guys. I really do want to express absolutely sincere gratitude for the amount of support that you guys showed me, not only today, not only this week, but all the time. You guys show it to me in the 365 videos. You show it to me staying late and hanging out and chatting. You show it to me in all the different ways that you guys show it to me, the comments and just being here when I log in and not being alone and all that kind of stuff. You guys are absolutely amazing. And it really does. I will cry if I talk about it, but it really does make me feel very like lead a very fulfilled life, that we can all have this together, and that even though we don't know each other and we are in some cases very far apart location wise, that we can share all of this experience together, and we can hang out and we can become friends. Some of you guys I've known for 3 or 4 years now. Some of you guys are friends of this week. So it's very special what we do here. It's very heartwarming to be able to have such good friends that you met in such an unconventional way and be able to share such a hobby together. It's a very unique life experience, and I am so very grateful. Just so very grateful for the opportunity, for the friendship that all of you guys show me. Many of you guys show up and you're not into the shopping and all of that kind of stuff, but you come because you like hanging out and you like to be here to support me. And I just want to say thank you to everyone out there. There's many people who watch and they don't participate in chat for one reason or another. Maybe they're on their TV, they can't, maybe whatever. Maybe they don't feel comfortable putting their name or their user ID out there in chat, or whatever the case may be. Thank you. The watch count helps me. Every little thing that you guys do helps me. It helps all of the whole thing. And I would not have been able to do what I just did for my daughter for her wedding, because as most of you guys know, I don't have a husband. She has a father, but he's not like that. He's not in her life like that. So when everything happens in my kids' lives, it falls on me, and that's okay. I had them. I love them. I want it. Give me the burden. That's fine. I would never ever change it. But I would not have been able to do what I did for my daughter's wedding, which for those of you that don't know, she just got married on Saturday, the 15th of March. I would not have been able to do any of that stuff for her. I would not have been able to do any of the stuff with my son who's been sick. I mean, it has been amazing to have your love and to have your support and just the friendship. And see, I'm already starting to cry now. It's just been amazing. And I just want to say thank you. And when I hit 10,000 subscribers, that was an awesome feeling. But in the back of my head, I was like, that it was almost kind of like, it doesn't matter. The friendship, and I already knew that we all were friends, and I already knew that we were all like, close and all that stuff. So it was, to me, it was just a number, and it was just like, okay, cool. But we've already all been friends. We already are friends. So like, I don't know. I'm going to do the 10,000 subscriber giveaway, and I'm going to make a journal out of one of the Italian file folders, just to kind of put that information out there. So those of you that have the file folders can see how I made one out of that. But you guys are amazing. You guys are always amazing. And I look forward to see what else this journey that we're doing together has in store. Who knows, right? We're taking it day by day, and wherever it takes us is where it takes us. And I am thankful for each and every day of it. So just know that I am thankful for each and every day of it. It has been very, very fun for me doing all of this. Yes, I am tired sometimes. Yes, whatever, but it has been very, very fun, and I would never ever change it. So that's what's happening. I have to stop or I'll cry. Yeah, I don't drink a lot of water during these things for a very specific reason. You would have to take a break and all that kind of stuff. And while that's not the end of the world to do it, if you guys are here, I'm here. So that's why I don't drink a lot of water because of that. I do liquid IVs. I have a dry mouth right now. I do liquid IVs. So it's not like an IV, but it's a little drink mix that you put in a bottle of water, and it specifically has a bunch of electrolytes in it. And I will do one of those earlier in the day, or if I don't do it then, I will do it later, just to kind of help with, being live for 7.5 hours of talking without drink. I do have a cup of water over here, but anyway. I can believe it took so long to hit 10,000 for me. It was years. I mean, in all honesty, and I've been upfront with you guys, I was only at like 2,003 or 400 on the first of the year. So from 2,003 or 400 to 10,000, it was like 3 months, which that was super fast. Like, that was super fast. So, I mean, it has obviously slowed down, but that's to be expected because when it's new and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, I don't care. It's a number. Don't get me wrong. Like, I appreciate it. It's a great thing. But what I care about is that we're already friends. Like, we already support each other. We already talk to each other. We're already there for each other. The YouTube number is a YouTube number. But don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I don't appreciate it. I'm just saying it's not all about the numbers for me. They're always hanging tough with me. It's very funny that word is spreading what I think is very quickly, because I have gotten some amazing like offers and connections and all of this kind of stuff. And unfortunately, the answer is always the same. Amazing opportunities have came my way in the last couple of months, but I can't do anything about them because I am so busy. But one of these days I will be able to do those. So There were some partnership offers, which I do plan on doing some partnerships. I've already talked to a couple people. Just sponsorship offers where people want to send me products, companies want to send me products like the Tim Holtz trimmer I'm supposed to do and all that kind of stuff. But I don't have a lot of time for that stuff. Everyone deserves it though. They do. And so it just, everyone deserves it. So I don't know what else to say about that. There are people that do a lot of hard work to make videos and those channels need a lot of support. And for whatever reason, now I have tickle in my throat. There's channels out there that do videos. It's calling it quits. There's channels out there that do videos every day, and I see them and I watch their videos and I leave the thumbs up. It's gonna make me cough or sneeze or something. And they I don't know how the algorithm works. I don't understand it, because it seems like for some people it is a very big struggle, even though they're out there putting out the content. So I encourage you guys to find a channel that doesn't have very many subscribers and subscribe and like and comment and share that love around to other people, because a lot of people work hard. A lot of people work hard to try to, I'm not going to say to try, but everyone would like to know that their content is watched and appreciated. So share the love, I guess, is my point with that. Cat in my throat. That crazy cat man's in there. Oh my gosh. Good night, Alice. We are wrapping it up. Not everyone does, that's true, but a lot of people do, and some people work harder than I do. And I don't know. The YouTube algorithm is what it is. I don't know. I can't answer. Thank you. Thank you, Denise. With that, just know that I love you guys. I appreciate it. I don't think I've ever said I love you guys, but I do love you guys. There's 50 of you here. I can say it's not to the whole world, right? But then the whole world will watch later. But anyway, I do appreciate you guys, and just wanted to say thank you. I'm sure I'll be very choked up when I do the 10,000 subscriber giveaway and video and talk all about this again and tell you guys how much that for me, it's weird because it's like feelings on TV kind of deal. So it's very weird. Thank you, Denise. No, lots of people do, Maria. Lots of people do. I appreciate. I do work hard, and I do probably work a little too hard, and I probably need to start taking Sundays off for more than one reason. Because one, it annoys me to work on a Sunday because it's not the way I would like to live. And B, I think that Sunday could be used to reset a lot of things in my life and just chill and calm and happiness. And so I would really like to start doing that this Sunday. I will not work. And I hope from now on, every Sunday after that, I will not work. I will just relax. I might make a video because I need to make video, but other than that. So I guess it is 11:42 and there will not be a video uploaded today. I kind of forgot about that. I'm behind a video for today, and it is 11:42, and I will not get one done and uploaded in the next 18 minutes. So there will not be a video for today. That's disappointing. I will have to make this up and do several here shortly, but I don't have to do a live sale tomorrow, but I am doing a crafting live. So for those of you that don't know, we're back here tomorrow doing a whole nother live, but we're making a journal cover from scratch out of a big shipping envelope kind of thing. And it's going to be a botanical junk journal. So that happens tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Slacker is exactly right. So I know you guys are teasing, and I do not want you to feel any way about this, but it annoys me so much that I didn't get it done. It's so bad to not be able to do your work that you're supposed to do. I honestly forgot about it because we were doing stuff, but whatever. I'll have to make it up. I can't do anything about it because there is no way that a video can be uploaded in 17 minutes, let alone filmed in 17 minutes. So Just show everyone how to use the tool. See, I could make stupid content. I absolutely could make stupid content. There's some times where I'm like, this is just a thought. Like, let's just, it could be a video. It's a thought. It's an idea. It's something that, like, it's a topic that we should talk about. But I'm like, that's not good enough. So I don't do those. I don't know. A paper gripper, maybe. You guys are cute. I appreciate it. And I will have a video at some point tomorrow, but probably not in the morning either because it's midnight and I am very tired. So I'm going to let you guys go. I appreciate. You'd be surprised. I know it works weird. Some videos I think are going to be trash or like the most watched ones. And I'm like, why? I don't know. I don't do the ASMR thing. I have a whole thing against it. I don't do it. I know many people like it and it helps them, but for me, after doing some research on it, I just can never ever do that. I don't want to put out that kind of thing. But to each their own. Bye, guys. I see you guys saying goodnight. Okay, I'm gonna let you go. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Get your junk journal kits, get your supplies. If you don't have a kit, pull out something fun that you want to make a botanical junk journal out of, and let's get started on it tomorrow at 7. A 30-second idea, that would be funny. I don't know what you could do in 30 seconds without using the fast forward like speed. Anyway, bye guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. And again, don't look for invoices until the very end of next week, like Saturday, probably of next week. All right, guys. Night. Bye. Thank you.